Hey, how are you all doing today? Are you ready? Are you ready for more Umineko? Hello, Beach! Small Chibi and Bam eating a heart yet. Hello. Oh yeah, you didn't see the whole thing that I was working on last 2 weeks, I think. But yes, that is the starting screen that I was working on. I've been in for a while. Yeah, you've been so busy. You've been so busy. I've been missing you a whole lot. Like especially during the heckin' like art streams, I would just be sitting there being like, I miss Peach. When will she come back from the war? Mental health for this unicorn has been rough. Yes, absolutely. But yes, now that you have a sort of income and can get your own card, you can heckin' get your payouts. Okay, let me go ahead and select. Oh gosh, why is it large? Here we go. I forgot that this game was in a square aspect ratio, but that's okay. Also, hopefully be streaming tonight. Yes. I am home now, back from the war, yes. Okay, let us go over here. And then hopefully hope that the sound levels are okay. It was kind of quiet for Pizza Tower, but it should be okay for Umineko. There we go. I was like, what am I doing? Okay. So let us start with the final chapter of the questions arc. Hopefully I remember how to do everyone's voices. Story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature, and your resemblance to existing individuals, organizations, locations, and incidents are entirely coincidental. And I think we're supposedly gonna be meeting some new characters in this chapter. Like, I don't know. One of them's a cat boy, I think. The first day, October 4th, 1986. Meanwhile, I shall lurk while I do some stuff. Yes. Yes, have fun lurking. Oh. You're all right, Battler-kun. We're already on the ground and you can't fall any further than that. Fall! In the lobby of the Nijima airport, Maria dashed around in excitement. Battler's uproar on the plane must have been hilarious. Hey, Maria, cut that out! I'm sorry, Battler-kun. Please don't take it badly. What a pathetic guy you are. Even with that huge body, you still can't handle vehicles. Shut up. All humans have one or two things they can't handle. Battler-kun, why don't you come with your aunt on an overseas trip sometime soon? How about Europe? I'm sure you could manage a half-day trip on a plane. Stop it, Mother. Battler-kun's dislike for vehicles is probably genetic. Oh, you mean Asumu-san? For some reason, she just couldn't handle vehicles. Pretty much anything other than a bicycle or a car. Whenever we tried to go far away, that woman was so annoying with the not this, not that. I'm scared, fall, gah. Children tend to learn that things their parents can't handle are dangerous. I'm sure Battler-kun saw Asumu-san doing something like that and learned that vehicles are scary. So it's Asumu-san's genes then, is it? Who knows? Those would be some pretty annoying genes. That's enough talking about Asumu. Right now, you're the one who's here, right? You're right. Sorry. Oh no, I forgot to turn my phone off vibrate. There we go. Hey, the cars are here. Exactly 3 of them. Get in.
Fall! fall, fall! Where's the parachute? Where's the parachute?
Why, you little... Hold on, stop right there! I'll sentence you to the little girl tickle punishment! Being high spirits is such a wonderful thing. Without Battler-kun and Maria-chan, the atmosphere in that plane would have been pretty grim. Thanks. I'll assume you mean that literally. Hey, brats! The taxis are here. You can play around later.
Taxi! Taxi! I'm getting in first!
She's giggling a lot more in this chapter. Hey, Maria, and you too, Battler-kun, stop fooling around. You'll bump into someone. The tone of Aunt Rosa's voice grew a little frightening. When even Battler realized they were fooling around a bit too much, just as expected, he bumped into someone. Oh, sorry. Battler-kun, you guys are going in that car. You're keeping them waiting. After George urged him to hurry on, Battler apologized to the person he had bumped into and ran up to his parents, who were telling him to come quickly. With a clunking sound, the doors on the 3 taxis were shut one after another, and they departed for the harbor. As their taxis dashed away, the entire world grew suddenly dull and slowed to a halt. Voices, the wind, even sound. All of it stopped, and all the people who were trying to move froze like the instant someone takes a photo, coming to a halt. People and machines and clock hands, even the dust dancing in the wind, were frozen. Some people who were walking froze with one leg still in the air. Scraps of paper dancing in the wind were pinned in midair, frozen in place. Then, among the shadows standing still in this unmoving world, a single one stirred. I forgot her name. It was a girl. The girl Battler had just bumped into. Though she had moved, it was a truly subtle thing. Her gaze dropped, her shoulders lowered a minuscule amount, and she sighed. That was all. In a normal world, that probably wouldn't even be taken as movement, but in this still world, it looked very out of place. Then, something else moved. It was a black cat wandering around the shadow near the taxi rank. It came up right behind that girl, and leisurely changed its form into that of a human. This was no cat. It was a witch. Of course, the girl was also a witch. As the witch stood still, her gaze still downwards, she muttered, I can't stop everyone from going to Rokkenjima, can I?
You cannot. On October 4th, 1986, you are not here.
If I were, would stopping everyone really have been possible?
Well, I can't imagine what a 6-year-old girl could do to make them turn back. Still, that's right. If you were in this place, the probability wouldn't have been 0. Whenever there's a probability greater than 0, I can seek out a miracle.
If I hadn't been sick, and they hadn't left me behind. With her head facing downwards, the witch tightened her fists. They were trembling very slightly.
You were sick in bed starting October 4th, 1986, and Beato's game board is sealed off starting October 4th. You are not given a chance to avoid getting sick. In other words, it would normally be absolutely impossible for you to enter her game board.
Thanks for being patronizing. I know that just seeing father, mother, and Oni-chan healthy like this, even that alone, is a spectacular miracle. Is it Angie? It might be Angie. Angie had tried to stand in the way of her family, attempting to stop them from leaving the airport and heading towards Rokkenjima. However, it was impossible for her to exist in October 4th, 1986, so she couldn't do it. Even though her brother had only bumped into her and apologized, even though he hadn't realized she was his own little sister, it had been such a miracle that she could cry, like all of the seagulls here. Sorry about the sarcasm. I won't waste the miracle you've given me.
I'm glad to hear it. Come, let us go with them. To Rokenjima. All of the pieces are already gathered. The curtain will open on the 4th game. By this time, Beato and Battler will already be seated.
To Rokenjima. To where everyone's fate changed. The Rokenjima of October 4th, 1986. What happened on that day? I'll expose it. I'll learn what it is. And I'll bring them back. Have a nice day. Hello, nobody. How you doing? Why does the blue-haired girl remind me? It is. Because, oh gosh. Because Birkenstell and Rika are basically the same person. But yes, nobody. How are you doing? As she stood there with her fists still clenched, she surely turned her face up to the heavens. A single teardrop from the depths of her eyes dripped down into the air. Oh, this is an AU or a different timeline. I don't know if they haven't really explained it. But I think this is like, I don't know. I think it's vaguely like, Rika went through so many like time loops that she just like became a witch afterwards. I'm not sure like what the thing is. Cause they're technically canon to each other. But I don't know, maybe they'll go more into it during the Answers arc. But also Satsuko's here too. Oh, thank you for the bits, nobody. Doing okay, maybe ins and outs. Okay. Makes sense. After all she went through, yeah. Okay, let's see. As she stood there with her fists still clenched, she surely turned her face up to the heavens. A single tear dropped from the depths of her eyes dripped down into the air. And when time started moving again, the two witches' figures were swallowed up by a blowing gale and erased in an instant. Oh, this one's a different one than last time.
Hello, Rocket.
Huh. So who's dead? We just started, so nobody quite yet.
Oh, thank you for the stretch.
We got a little bit more of a budget for this one, I think, for this opening. Ooh, that umbrella's so pretty. Ooh. Are the other witches going to be more prominent in this chapter, I wonder? Probably should set my water bottle on my tablet. Oh, there's the fight with them. I definitely really like this opening in comparison to the first one. Ooh. And there's the two bunnies. Getting ideas for cosplay? Maybe. The struggle for like if I wanted to actually cosplay Beatrice, I think I would have to make it myself because a lot of the pre-made cosplays I feel like don't have the right kind of fabric to have the right amount of elegance. But also that would be a pain to make. I don't know, maybe how she looked in the second chapter with like the skirt and stuff. I'll have to see. Those hamburger helper hands. Yeah. One day I will have one of those when I try to make a model in the style. Good morning, milady. My, you do appear to be in a good mood. What a pleasant awakening you seem to have had.
What do you mean, pleasant awakening? I was so excited I couldn't sleep a wink. After all, the curtain is rising on the fun fourth game.
Why did you set your water down on your tablet? Okay, no, I set it down on my iPad. Not on my actual monitor. That would be very dangerous if I set it on top of my monitor in this position right now. It seems that she truly had been so excited that she hadn't gotten any sleep. Did she show absolutely no signs of lacking sleep because she was young, or because she had the mind of a little kid? She me for real? Ronove chose not to say that out loud and laughed instead. I really ran that battler into the ground last time. The look on his face when he was like, "You tricked me!" That was so pathetic! Even so, is that guy still feeling down? Feeling down, you say? Well, that's right. That man's a bit too trusting for his age, isn't he? Indeed. Although you could call that his charm. I'm not gonna put it on the monitor. Although you could call that his charm. Ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth? Well, speaking of which, didn't he totally fall for that one last time? Yes, totally and splendidly. You violated the purity of one never deceived since the time of his birth, as well as his rosebud-like innocence, all to your heart's content. Even the joy of dashing across a field covered with beautiful new snow on a winter morning and trampling it completely wouldn't even begin to compare. Didn't you take Battler-sama's innocent heart, and quite thrillingly, splendidly, atrociously, mercilessly, and unculturedly go a little too far? And you insulted him to the highest degree, even to make one uneasy. Most people would be crushed after something like that. So much so that they wouldn't want to see your face ever again. Wait, what did she do to Battler? She tricked him. I know that much. I also thought that if he wasn't too disheartened to join us at the table, even though the fourth game is finally starting, that would be such a pain. So I came to you, thinking that it'd be better to prepare a countermeasure for that case beforehand. In that case, perhaps it really would be best to prepare such a countermeasure. I am sad to say that your North Wind and the Sun strategy gave Battler-sama quite a shock. Is North Wind and the Sun strategy, is that an actual, chess thing? Okay, they were talking like she had a spicy time a little bit. But no, she just, she was having the, kind of, tsundere kind of moment of, ooh, I want Battler-sama to notice me, and then she just, was like, sign your life away, or something like that. It's been a while, so I could be a little rusty on that information. It's not chess, it's a parable. Ah, okay. I see. Also, hello, Injuan Enzan. Hello, how are you doing? Let me see. Ah, yes, you were here before. Okay. Apologies, I probably mispronounced your name. I'm bad with some names. A shock, you say? How bad of one? Byato lowered her voice slightly, asking timidly. The Stanley Parable. Ronove followed suit and lowered his voice in the same way. In truth, he has been crouching and clutching at his knees for some time now. I spoke to him several times, but he did not answer. I also brought him some food, but he never even touched it. That is troublesome. Is he really feeling that down? It is only natural. After all, you thoroughly beat him down, my lady. That would make most people start to distrust humans. Oh, distrust of humans? How convenient. Let him give up on humans and trust witches. Sorry, I shouldn't fool around too much. Byato tried to joke about it, but the situation seemed to be quite serious, so that even she took the hint and hid her laughter. Did you look into the game I told you about? I may have forgot what the game was. I may have forgotten to note it down. Is it really that serious? Should we wait just a little longer before beginning the fourth game? Lady Birkenstell's guest will be arriving, so it may be best to open the fourth game quickly. However, perhaps you ought to show a little concern for Battler's feelings, milady. Concern? Show concern, you say? How should I do that? He's feeling down, so... that's right. Shall I cheer him up? When a person's heart is dark and closed off, interacting with them in a dark manner gains you nothing. Your only option is to shine with a brightness stronger than the dark. Fuga the Melodies of Steel, okay. Damn it, quit messing around!
Battler-kun, over here! A croissant baked by Ronove-sama would be wasted on the likes of you! Why don't I enjoy it myself?
This track is fun. Battler's stomach involuntarily growled at the fragrant smell of the croissant. His breakfast plate was empty, but Battler hadn't eaten any of it. The biggest glutton of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, Beelzebub, had waited for Ronove to leave and had then come to fetch the food away. Battler had noticed, and they'd been really noisy ever since. Even though Beelzebub only had to give it back immediately or else throw it into her own mouth right away, she intentionally ran around in circles making fun of Battler. Get my breakfast back, damn it! If you give it back now, I'll let you off with a single flick of the forehead. But just you try eating it.
What? Are you gonna eat me up instead? If you think you can, just try it. I'll bet I'll be as sweet as honey pancakes.
Gotcha. Right now, I want to eat that bread even more than your thighs. Be a good girl and give it here. So you resist until the end!
No way, I won't give it to you! Even the croissant wants me to eat it! Yay! Oh! Good morning, Battler! Are you still moping so early in the morning? It's the beginning of a new day, a new game, so let's get our spirits up!
Battler? She flung the door open, like a marathon runner drawn on a certain caramel box. With her hands held high in idiotic cheerness, Beato appeared. For some reason, flags from around the world and confetti scattered around, perfectly completing this magnificent entrance. Battler and Beelzebub, who had been fighting over the croissant, completely forgot about their argument, speechless.
Good morning, Beatrice-sama. I'll just be on my way now. Here, Battler-kun, say
Hey, morning, Beato. The red's back. Hello, Lisa, how you doing? What is this? Is a sitcom a little bit? She was trying to cheer him up by being silly, I think. Glad to see you're cheery this morning. Beato and Butler looked at each other. It seemed neither had a clue of what was going on with the other. Butler? What's going on? Ronove, he looks completely fine, doesn't he? He isn't clutching at his knees and he's answering. Wait a sec, is he even in the middle of eating? No, he was sleeping like a baby in his futon, clutching his knees. I informed him that it was time to wake up, but he just wouldn't rise. I tried to feed him, but it seems that a naughty cat wandered in and prevented that. Mixed day, but I'll be okay. Okay.
hopefully your day does get better.
You tricked me! Beatrice is so cute. Just actually being worried for Battler. And then she comes in and being like, what? He's totally fine. I tried to cheer him up for nothing. Now he thinks I really like him, which I mean I do. But like... You should talk. Weren't you the one who played that massive trick last time? I don't have a clue what's going on, but it looks like you got what you deserved. My outfit is coming along well. I'm so excited. Yay! I'm excited to see. By the way, Ronove, nice one. Thank you very much, Battler-sama. The two men stuck up their thumbs as though they understood each other, chuckling together. For a while, Beato was very energetic, trying to hide her embarrassment. She's so cute when she's not killing people. That's concerning. Don't take me so lightly. Did you really think I'd still be hiding in a corner holding my knees?
Then who was the person crying their eyes out in frustration last time? You could have gathered your tears in a jar and called it face lotion. You could have sold it on the internet for hundreds of dollars. Call it...
Gamer girl tears. Shut up. That was just because I was a little surprised by your crappy act. I might have looked a little lame, but don't think the same move will work twice.
Of course not. And don't disappoint me by falling for the same move over and over again, okay?
Gamer boy tears. That's it. Sad boy hours. Yes, that's how you would sell it. Yeah, just you watch. I'll show you that I'm a guy who gets stronger every time he's beaten down. But, Beato.
Yes, what?
Don't do it again.
Oh, why is that? So you really are weak against a rear attack?
You and I are enemies, and we'll certainly never join forces. I now understand that clearly. So don't you ever try to trick me about that fact again.
You say that, but knowing your weaknesses,
Beato thought they were still joking around, but that tone had disappeared from Battler's expression some time ago. Beato felt as though his eyes were like the surface of black tea that had cooled down. You hear me? Don't do it again.
I don't get it. I might do it again when you're forgotten, right?
Don't do it again. Pierced by his strong and forceful gaze, Beato held her tongue. Maybe she was certain that Battler would break that silence with laughter. However, Battler's serious expression didn't change in the slightest. So, to break that silence, Beato had no choice but to start laughing herself.
Very well. You and I are worthy opponents. No matter how friendly our relationship, we'll never be anything more than a pair of enemies. If you have not mistaken this, that is enough for me. Maybe we can be enemies to lovers. Isn't that a trope that you would enjoy, Ushinomiya Butler?
So Beatrice is socially awkward. She do be me for real. That's right. I almost forgot you were my enemy for a second there. I won't embarrass myself like that again. I won't fall for your rear attack again. Never again.
It seems I'm not the only one who cannot wait for the fourth game. I am pleased, Battler. Come, take your seat.
Yep, just how I like it. Clever little tricks won't work anymore.
Stop acting so tough. You remain in a state of surrender for the last mystery in the previous game, the mystery of Nanjo's murder.
My answer for that one still's on hold for now. But that doesn't mean that I've lost heart. I'll definitely break your red truth and show you that I can deny witches.
A commendable attitude. You truly are a man like a phoenix. Don't betray my expectations. With that, let us rise the curtain on the fourth game. But before that, it seems we must welcome a new guest.
A guest?
You remember as well, correct? That mystery girl who appeared at the very end of the last game without an invitation, ruining my fun.
That person.
She says she wants to join our game. I sent her an official invitation, inviting her to join this match. Ronave, summon our guest.
There's no need. I'm already here. I haven't landed on a voice for her yet, but that's okay. The voice that answered Beato's call came from the darkness in the corner of the room. When Battler turned around in surprise, he could now see that mystery girl there.
My, how rude. All you had to do was greet us as soon as you arrived.
I don't make a habit of talking to people before punching them. After I punch is a different story, though. Oh my gosh.
Oh, and what would you say?
Good night, have a nice dream. in English instead of Japanese. Almost like the chick with the pigtails from another. From another? I'm trying to like figure out how to land on a synthetic voice. Yeah, I think I've watched like one episode of another and I just forgot. Yeah. How amusing! How truly amusing! Beato cackled and clapped her hands. But that was only Beato, and nothing rose to Battler's face except a bitter smile. Whew, you sure are a fighter. Battler and the girl's eyes met, and he shrugged his shoulders as he spoke, but the girl didn't answer, giving only a cold stare in return. You helped me out in the end of the last game. Thanks for that. What is she, Tama-chan from Tama-chan is a girl? Maybe.
I don't need your gratitude. You were just slacking off. I only told you to open your eyes.
That's so true. Stop slacking off, Battler. Beato tried to laugh as though sympathizing with her, but it didn't reach the girl's ears. She did absolutely nothing except stare at Battler with ice-cold eyes. Well, it looks like someone hates me.
I'm just annoyed that you aren't taking this fight seriously.
Are you saying I'm not serious about this?
Don't tell me that travesty earlier was you being serious. Don't take me for a fool. How long do you intend to play along with the witch's farce like this?
I'm fighting Beato in my own way. I'm doing it seriously, of course.
Seriously? Don't make me laugh. You keep on drinking tea and chatting with a witch for all eternity and call that fighting seriously? Keep the jokes just
your hairdo. Oh, dang! Well, that's because Well, that's because I wasn't used to this witch's game in the beginning, and I've been through a lot of harsh stuff. Also, I can't speak right now. Still, I'm finally starting to see how to fight, and I'm getting the knack of doing it. If the pathetic way I've been acting makes it look like I haven't been serious to you, you're just wrong.
Is that so?
Of course! I know I've gotten close in a lot more before I can grab Beato by the collar, but no matter how long that distance may be, it's still finite. And in each game that passes, I'm steadily closing that distance step by step. No matter how long it takes, I'll close in on that witch and I'll definitely checkmate her. It might take 1,000 years, to use her phrase, but even so, I'll definitely win sooner or later. Why? Because I definitely won't accept losing. I definitely won't stop moving forward, closing in on her. In other words, there's just one thing I can say for sure. I will definitely win against that witch someday. That's how it is.
You really don't sound like you're in a hurry. Are you even trying to win? Even the finite can become endless if you treat it the wrong way. By now, you've become an Achilles who couldn't even outstrip a turtle. I get it. So this is why I'm needed. At this rate, there's no way you could win against the Endless Witch even after a billion years.
Who are you? It's not like you'll be struck by lightning if you just tell me your name. At that point, the girl fell silent, gazing straight into Battler's eyes. At first, Battler faltered under the firmness of that look, and his gaze wavered slightly, but then his eyes gradually began to be sucked into the pupils that were staring at him. Then, inside those eyes, he saw a light that he'd seen somewhere before. Battler was struck by how strongly they resembled the eyes of the girl who definitely couldn't be here, even though that was completely impossible. I know it's stupid, but for some reason it feels true to me. But that can't be right. That person's supposed to still be 6 years old. You couldn't possibly be Anji. Or Anji. I don't know how to pronounce your name, could you? I think it's Anji, but I could be wrong.
If I were to say that's right, would you believe me?
I found the name of the insect girl, magical girl manga. It's Mushijo. Only issue is I can't find it in any of the usual places. Interesting. Doesn't that just translate into bug girl? I'll put it another way. If I said, I am your only ally, so trust me, would you believe it? Would you unconditionally trust some unknown girl you're meeting for the first time just because she looks a little like someone you know? It's because you're such a softie that you got tricked so easily in the last game and cried so bitterly. You said it yourself. That kid is 6, right? Do I look like I'm 6? If I were to claim that I'm that kid despite that, would you just swallow that story? If you say it like that, there's no way I can argue back. Sorry. That's right, I am a softie. And that should have been made clear to me after the last game. Is that what you meant when you said I wasn't being serious? Yes. You may think you're fighting against a witch, but you're just getting along with her and playing. You're just playing at fighting in a friendly game of chess. That may be a serious contest for you two, but looking at it from far away, I only see you playing around and following the rules like you're good friends. That's harsh. But as long as you're unable to win at this game, you won't be released from this place. That's why I came. I came to bring this game to its conclusion. You claim that you're closing in on the witch, but you're just like a hamster running around in a wheel. Oh, one of those? Those things that run around and around in place night after night? At a glance, you might think that running around in a wheel is endless, the endless witch Beatrice. It's just like you. He thinks he's fighting, but he's actually just running around in a wheel while making a fool of himself. This isn't a game. This is nothing more than a cage to shut him up in for all eternity. Oh, you liken my endlessness to something like a wheel that a mouse plays in. Interesting, interesting. Something that's endless in a certain dimension can be less than endless in a higher one. The fact that a Menger's sponge has infinite surface area only matters in a world of less than 3 dimensions. In 3-dimensional world of reality, it has 0 mass. Not only is it not endless, it doesn't even exist. What an assertive woman. It seems you are worthy of being called my enemy. Who are you? I am your ally, and an enemy of witches. Of course, you don't have to believe it. No one can prove that I really am your ally. On the contrary, it's more desirable that you keep your guard up strongly enough to find me suspicious. That's right. Last time ended up pretty bad. I've got to be at least that careful. I don't plan on getting tricked twice. Beato laughed in a truly pleased way, which was humiliating only to Battler. People don't just get tricked out of the blue. That only happens when they fail to check things for themselves and leave it to other people. Saying that you thought the light had turned green just because you saw other people start crossing doesn't count as an excuse for getting into an accident. Get it? Yeah, I get it. You're telling me not to swallow information given to me by others, but to think for myself. In the past, I swallowed all the magic Beato showed me. I stopped thinking, so I was useless. Battler grimaced as he remembered his many painful losses. The witch watched and laughed again, putting on a bold appearance. I'll offer you advice in a way that works to your advantage. Of course, you shouldn't swallow everything I say, because no one can provide certain proof that I'm your ally. In the last game, Virgilia, who I thought was an ally, was actually on the witch's side. Battler couldn't rid his head of that eerie smile worn by Virgilia, a person he'd once even thought of as trustworthy and reliable. So I don't need you to unconditionally trust me. You might as well take my advice as nothing more than an opinion to be considered. After all, the player who's fighting in a game against the witch is you. That's right. Saying I lost because I followed the moves of an outsider would just be too pathetic of an excuse. Oh yes, my opponent is Battler. You are nothing more than an outsider. You should bear that in mind. No, I'm not an outsider. With Beatrice and Ushinomiya Battler, and who I gaze down from above, it's almost like a fight in the shape of a triangle. At a glance, it might not look like a united front, but having a united front doesn't necessarily mean fighting together. Oh, what an odd thing to say. Just now, he described fighting with you as closing the distance, but you can't measure distance with a single eye. Only with 2 eyes are things visible in 3 dimensions, and only then can distance be judged. And even when you have 2 fields of vision, it's pointless if they're the same place. You can pin down witches more accurately when they're far apart. Shooting from different positions and different angles. So basically, it's crossfire. Interesting. We're shooting from different positions and different angles, so I won't get along with anybody. That's how I'll keep my own position separate and catch the witch in a pincer attack. Are you okay with this, Battler? This girl may actually be an ambush I set up, right? She might just be saying something plausible to gain your trust, right? Maybe. She's been saying that over and over again herself, so of course I can't blindly accept her advice. But as to whether she's worthy of trust or not, I can think for myself and make a decision. As long as I don't stop thinking for myself, I won't be tricked by anyone again. What confidence, Sushinomiya Battler! After you've said so much, it makes me want to trick you all over again, you see? I can't wait to see what kind of face you'll make when you realize you've been duped once more. How pleasant! Looks like you know my name, but I don't know yours. Tell me. For a while, the girl remained silent without changing her expression even once. She looked as though she couldn't decide whether to say her name or not, or, possibly, as though she was deciding on the name she'd say on the spot. Gretel. Ghetto? You are? That's my name, dumbass. Whoops. I was so into character, I forgot to mute. Oh no. Call me Gretel. Then I should call myself Hansel? Just kidding. I'm Sushinomiya Battler. Call me Battler. Nice to meet you. I hate handshakes. Don't take it personally. Really? Sorry. After all, it isn't certain that you're my ally. You just told me to keep my guard up, too. Battler drew his right hand, which he had stuck out. His bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a strong resolve directed at this new fourth game. Battler, think deeply about why you must win against this witch. You can't stop with something abstract like I'll beat her because I don't like it. Have a deep conviction that you'll definitely defeat the witch and escape this world. Because there is definitely someone waiting for you to come back. For this kid's sake as well. Maybe there was something she wanted to say. Gretel clenched her fists in front of her chest and hung her head in silence, at a loss for words in a short while. As though smashing through that silence, Beato spoke up in a forceful voice. Good, that should be enough of an introduction for Gretel or whoever. Come, try to remember what happened on October 4th. Let the curtain open on the fourth game. At the same time, as though it had been blown by a sudden gust of wind, the clock had been turned back to October 4th, 1986, started to move. I still can't believe I said a word without beeping it. I've been playing too much Yucks off stream. While we remained in the witch's tea room, the blue-gray sea and the green Rokkenjima spread out beneath us, and we could see the boat heading there, its wake trailing behind it. The sky was already cloudy, and it seemed that the berry of the typhoon would soon shut the island away. Thank you for the lurks, Peach and Hardy Bean. There was a boat docked on the harbor, and Goda helping to unload it. Then, once all of its passengers had disembarked, the boat began to separate from the shoreline. The relatives were gradually swallowed up by the island. Looks like you're as cheery as ever, Maria. Maria-chan, you'll trip if you aren't careful. Look out!
Gonna fall, sink!
The long-missed cousins I had loved dashed across the beach, getting swallowed by the forest path that led to the mansion and disappeared. And of course, Oni-chan would be seen amongst them too. Damn it! Stop right there, Maria, you nimble little brat. Maria One-chan, whom I loved, started dashing, and Oni-chan chased after her. They were swallowed up by the forest. Following them, father and mother were also swallowed up. The rest of the parents were swallowed up. They were swallowed up, leaving me only me behind. How long are you gonna joke about and play with a witch in a place like this? Come back quickly, Oni-chan. I almost did it bad again. Don't leave me all alone. And realize how cruel and lonely the world I'm isolated in is. Man, poor Anji. We got through that first section pretty fast, actually, all things considered. Ooh. Oh, and Anji's future, St. Lucia Academy, after 1986. No specific year, it's just afterwards.
Good day to you.
What's the... Oh gosh, what was it in Japanese? It happened in, like, the new Higurashi.
Gokigenyo?
I think it was that. Good day to you. Good day to you is the standard greeting used here. No matter how many years pass by, the style of greeting still feels very awkward, even though I've responded to the greeting in order to stifle that awkward feeling. The classmate who had spoken looked at me blankly. Debating on giving myself bangs for little reboot look or not. I want lurking but meep, right? I mean, I don't know, because then, you could have it be an alternate hairstyle, if anything. Because, like, because at first I was like, I very rarely see you with bangs, but then it's like, well, you could do, like, because my brain is thinking, like, the old style, like, 90s anime bangs that kind of, like, swoop up and then go down, where it's, like, kind of split in the middle to accommodate for your horn. I don't know how well that'll work, because I know I struggle with drawing those bangs. But, like, something like that. Well, yeah, that's what his sketches I'll show you. Okay, I'll look at the I'll look at it, not after stream, but, like, during the break, probably. Huh?
Huh? What's that? It seems you're mistaken.
Their choice of words and manner were certainly what you'd expect from school for rich girls, but the actual meaning was as innocent and cruel as you'd expect from kids that age. It seems they found it funny that I'd mistakenly thought the greeting was directed at me. Oh, no. It might be the opposite. Maybe they didn't know how to react after being suddenly greeted by a gloomy, quiet kid like me. No, judging by the gazes of my classmates who were looking this way over their shoulders and whispering to each other, it looked as though some of them considered this refreshing morning ruined. I was dark because I was disliked, so trying not to get in the way of everyone's refreshing morning anymore, I stooped lower and entered the classroom, almost like I was cutting through the aisle in a movie theater while the movie was running. This is an all-dorm school, St. Lucia Academy. It's not a school that anyone can get into by taking a test. It's a hidden rich girl school, known by only a select group of celebrities from various fields, and also Rika. For lofty nobles who truly wish their daughters could be raised like saints, this is probably the ideal school in which to protect them from the impurities of the common world. Or I guess Rika was technically a celebrity in the village, so maybe, no. But at the same time, it was probably also convenient for nobles who wanted to confine daughters they didn't want out in public. As well as an academy isolated from the impurities of the common world, it also held excellent potential as a prison school. Oh gosh. It was truly among the latter, and was confined in St. Lucia Academy. Forced to live my life in dreariness. Of course, there weren't that many students like me, and you couldn't tell us apart at a glance. However, even if we never fessed up about it, you could usually figure out who we were by watching how we acted. After all, we were always hanging our heads with an expression on our faces as though the whole world had abandoned us. Anyway, every class had one or two kids like that, so even if they didn't speak up about it, you could guess who they were. Therefore, even though I never confessed that I was one of those kids, at some point, everyone in my class knew about it. Just like how the seriousness of an injury becomes a sign of status in a hospital room, how noble a birth one had become a sign of status here. Can someone tell me if the audio levels are okay? It got kind of loud there, and I don't know if I was fighting with the volume or not. Those girls who couldn't be acknowledged in public were probably nothing more than filth to others. They must have thought that getting involved with such students would dirty them as well. It seemed fine on my end. Okay. When a rumor sprang up about a particular student, those fastidious girls would grow cold and distant, chasing that student out of all social groups. Thanks to that, I led a quiet school life like this, all by myself. Well, it's only if hearing people whisper behind my back, finding my things lost or broken all the time, and having everyone pretend like they didn't know anything, can be called a quiet school life. Even this early in the morning, I must look worn out. I can almost understand why my other students who had a refreshing morning looked at my face and wanted to click their tongues. Consciously trying to do so, do as I should and avoid tainting my classmates' morning, I quietly took my seat. Then, unusually, someone came to talk to me. It was the class leader.
Gokigenyo, Oshiromiya-san. You seem to be in a bad mood this morning. Were you able to get enough sleep?
Is there some business you have with me?
You're the only one who has not submitted her questionnaire for the class presentation, Oshiromiya-san. Did you forget that the deadline was yesterday?
I'm pretty sure I heard something about that last week, but I'd thought that the questionnaire hadn't been passed out yet. The details would be written there, and there shouldn't be any need to remember them beforehand. I wasn't given a questionnaire.
That can't be. I believe the dormitory leader handed them out to everyone. If you lost it, all you have to do is honestly say so.
I lost it. I'll fill it in right now, so could you give me a sheet? Again, either someone lost my sheet or they intentionally didn't tell me about it. But I have no way of knowing who was behind that. In the end, treating it as though it was my own carelessness would settle everything more quickly.
Once you fill it out, drop it in the questionnaire box in the student council room yourself. Our class is the only one that didn't get everyone's in by yesterday. As I hung my head at the class leader's scolding, I could hear the giggles and whispers of people watching, coming from no direction in particular. Ushiromiya-san did it again. She's just so careless. She doesn't deserve to be in the school. She has no dignity and no manners either. Sorry, girls, but I've dealt with much worse when it comes to unfair personal attacks. As I froze my heart and let those arrows of ridicule pass by, I quickly filled out the questionnaire. When I learned that father and mother and Oni-chan and all the rest of my family had died, I was at the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. The only survivor of the accident was Ushiromiya Eva. Only Aunt Eva. Even at the time, I hadn't really liked Aunt Eva. At a glance, she would act kindly, but even as young as I was, I could see that she was somehow making fun of father and the rest, and I hadn't liked it. So when it was decided that Aunt Eva would take care of me, I was pretty miserable. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered if that gentle Uncle Hideyoshi and George Oni-chan had been with me, but I hated the thought of living all alone with Aunt Eva. I'd frankly said that to Grandpa, hoping to live together in his house. However, Aunt Eva had been very insistent that she should be the one to look after me. She had no desire to remarry, so as her successor, I was essential if the Ushinomiya family was to continue. Aunt Eva felt very strongly about the family. She insisted that she take care of me right away, so that she could give me an education and lifestyle fitting for a successor. After that, it seems that confusing negotiations with lawyers took place, but in the end, I was forced to go live with Aunt Eva. After doing that, Aunt Eva told me something. You must bear all the glory and history of the Ushinomiya family. In order to make you a fitting successor to bear that, the rest of your life will be dedicated to frantic studying. Sacrifice the rest of your life for the Ushinomiya family. That's what she said. At first, I thought she meant that literally, but I quickly realized that wasn't the case. Because even now, in Aunt Eva's eyes, the one most fitting to succeed her was the late George Oni-chan. At our first meal together, I received strict instructions and questioning about table manners, and was forced to listen to her abuse Mom and Dad as though they'd been neglectful in their discipline. I also received the same strict instructions regarding manners at my first party, and my clumsiness had been disparaged in front of everybody, forcing me to endure insults to Mom and Dad as well. Okay, so the fact that she was like insulting the parents that were killed by her, essentially. This girl was heckin' 6,
You barely have consciousness then. That's like within your first like year of being conscious of things. After that repeated over and over, I eventually began to understand. Aunt Ava didn't really want to make her his successor. She thought George Oni-chan was the only one truly suited to be her successor, and she couldn't forgive the fact that it was to be me instead. So she insulted me in front of lots of people. She humiliated me, and she made it known exactly how I was inferior to George Oni-chan to both acquaintances and strangers. Surely in place of a memorial service for her dead son, or rather, she must still be mourning his death. I wonder if she's gonna be an early sacrifice in this one. However, it wasn't something I could endure. I couldn't possibly live together with Aunt Ava. I was kept like a pet, my life continuously compared with her dead son's. I understood that even when I was still in elementary school. I tried to escape the Ushinomiya house and run off to the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. However, Aunt Ava had already foreseen that. No. Thinking back on it, she might have lured me into escaping. I was caught by the guards and brought back. And for being a coward who had smeared the Ushinomiya family crest with mud and tried to throw it away, in a way that makes my whole body shake and shiver just remembering it, I was punished. How should I describe what Aunt Ava was like when she punished me? In a frenzy? Gleeful? I saw the anger and sadness of losing her beloved son, and well as the hatred and pain from me stealing that inheritance from the son who should have received it. The dark pleasure at being able to let those feelings out on me. I was hit with all those negative emotions at once. Then, all of my free time and freedom to act was stolen, and I was put under surveillance around the clock. I may have lived in a gorgeous mansion dressed in expensive clothes, but my heart and my dignity had been trampled upon, and I was the Ushinomiya family's slave, its cattle. Compared to that lifestyle, the derisive laughter of my classmates here was calm and pleasant. It caused my heart no trouble. After burying almost all the fields of the questionnaire with nothing in particular, I folded it and put it in my pocket, because if I left it in my desk, it might disappear again. During lunch break, after dropping it off in the postbox in the student council room, I finished lunch by myself, as usual, and headed behind the school building where no one could be seen. Only my time by myself could protect me from the derisive laughter and gossip. Since I was hated and didn't have a single friend, my time alone was the most kind to me. After checking the surrounding bushes to see whether some malicious classmates were hiding and threatening my time of quiet, I finally relaxed the tension from my entire body, knowing that I had gained some true peace. Then, I let out a sigh. It faltered, heavy, as though it was the first time I had breathed out today. My old favorite place behind the vegetable garden storehouse had been found out by my classmates, and I had been teased, so this was my new lunchtime hideaway. There was nowhere to sit behind the school building. As I crouched near the wall in the shadow of the bushes, I opened my bag and took out a book with an elaborate old-fashioned binding. Just glancing at it, you'd probably think it was a religious book or something written in the Middle Ages, but this wasn't a book. It was a diary. Of course it wasn't my diary. There weren't any special things worth writing about in my daily life. Every single day was just gray, cold, and dry. In those completely unchanging days, there aren't any changes worth writing down. This was the diary of Maria One-chan, a girl I'd been very close to. She'd been a bit strange and 3 years older than me, but One-chan was always a warm and wonderful cousin. She would always grab me by the hand and let me join in some fun game. I remembered that being able to see her was the most fun part of our family gatherings. When I opened the diary, the characters, which were made fairly skillfully, considering that this was an elementary schooler, were packed close together, though they were written on every other line. Was she just hopelessly obsessed with jotting everything down in her diary? Probably not. To her, writing her daily life down in a diary was probably like having a conversation with another part of herself. So rather than an object on which the events of her days were written down, Maria One-chan's diary was written like a letter to another part of herself, telling of the events of that day.
That's cute.
I found this diary among her belongings after her death and secretly took it home. At first, I had felt that reading someone else's diary might be boorish, and satisfied myself with just keeping it by my side, but I couldn't help flipping through the pages and reading through it bit by bit. And by now, she had become my only friend. Oh. I gently opened the page with the bookmark.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Maria One-chan.
Could you let me hear your story again? Right? Like it sucks because, like, bullying in, like, Japanese schools can get, like, way more intense than, like, bullying here. Like, you get the whole school against you, essentially. And my goodness. I'm glad that it's not going into, like, too bad of details, but still, I feel bad for her. At the same time, a very, very soft breeze blew, tickling the paper. I thought the open diary might have sparked faintly. The weather's good today. Maria One-chan loves the wonderful rays of sunlight, so I'm sure she's in a good mood. On the pages of the open diary, no, in the world of the diary, Maria One-chan showed herself. I'm pretty sure she was 9 when she died, so her form was already younger than me. But I call her One-chan, so she affectionately calls me Anji.
Anji, you're slow getting here today. Was it packed at lunch?
Yes, it's always packed. Groups of friends set up camp in the seats, and they stay there even after they finish eating. It's pretty fatal if you get to the dining hall late. I was on cleanup duty today.
I eat fast. The faster you eat, the more you can play.
Maybe she realized I was holding a grudge because that duty had been forced upon me and shortened my lunch break by a bit. Maria One-chan brightly changed the subject. Grateful for that act of kindness, I responded by saying I was a slow eater. Maria calmed me down, saying something about teaching me the trick of eating fast. I read about it in her diary. No, I heard it from Maria One-chan. She was ranked #1 amongst the girls of speed eating ranking for her grade's newspaper. She was apparently very proud of that, but a little disappointed that her mother, Aunt Rosa, hadn't praised her very much for it.
Then let's start our story for today. How far did we get yesterday?
This far. Until you got Sakutaro as a present, Maria One-chan. You promised that you'd tell me about Sakutaro.
Let's talk about Sakutaro. You know, Sakutaro is really cute stuffed animal. I'm sure you'd like him too, Anji.
Yeah. Tell me that story. The only time I can relax at school is when I'm listening to your stories during lunch break.
I'll tell you about it. Sakutaro was really,
When I looked at Maria One-chan, who was already in a good mood, it made my heart feel warm as well. As I listened to her tale, I began to get absorbed into her world. And then the music cut out. Okay, in the good way. That ain't Angel Mort, is it? It looks like Angel Mort. Happy birthday, Maria. Sorry I got back so late.
Good job with your work, Mama. I know you're busy, so even though you were late, I waited without crying. I was good and waited, watching TV.
Yes, you're such a good girl, Maria. As a present for waiting politely, you can order anything you want today. Of course, only as much as you can eat, okay?
Today, can I change my corn cup to onion gratin soup?
Yes, that's fine.
It's 200 yen more expensive, but can I change it to prosciutto pizza?
Yes, that's fine. If you really can eat it, but that's okay. It's your birthday after all. There must be a reward for the good girl who waited so patiently.
Then can I have enchilada cheesecake? Wait, enchilada cheesecake for dessert, and then the chef's choice fruit salad and kids' French fries. I want to drink melon soda too.
Ooh, melon soda, good choice, Maria.
I'm a good girl. Mama praised me.
You're getting a little too excited. If you don't quiet down a bit, you'll disturb the other customers. When Rosa gently admonished her, Maria stuck her tongue out and eased up a little. But it seemed that she was having a hard time repressing her excitement at being able to eat out with her mother after such a long time. Today was Maria's birthday. Rosa always tried to let Maria spend her birthday at great restaurants. When Maria had been in kindergarten, they sometimes invited other kids from the neighborhood over and had a party at home. Rosa would make a wonderful cake and snacks and decorate the house herself, making it a huge celebration. But when they moved and Maria no longer had friends in the neighborhood, Rosa had started splurging at expensive restaurants instead.
Oh. Both of these babies.
However, today, they were in a normal family restaurant. It was also a little late in the day for a kid like Maria to eat there, even with a parent. Actually, she had gotten reservations at a fantastic place that would surely have pleased Maria.
Hello, Featherine. How you doing? I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. But how you doing?
Let's see. Of course, she had also prepared a wonderful cake with Maria's name written on it. But Rosa just wasn't able to finish up her business and had been forced to cancel. Since that plan had been traded for a local family restaurant, Rosa felt a little indebted to Maria. So she was prepared to spoil Maria a bit and let her have whatever she wanted tonight. You never used to eat that much, did you, Maria One-chan? Was it really all right to order that much?
I can't eat very much, but I like to have a lot lined up. You know, like on a birthday table. If it's all colored all over with red and blue and green and yellow, it makes you really happy.
You're right. Having your birthday table be colorful can make you feel happy. Birthdays at my place were no match for yours, Maria One-chan, but the cakes we bought at the Fumiya store in front of the station were always gorgeous. Anji thought back to her own birthdays nostalgically, as I struggled to read for a second there. Even though Dad was busy, he sometimes came home just to show up at my birthday party, and then went right back to his company. At the time, I was sad, but now I understand how important I was to Dad. Of course, Mom also took very good care of me. In particular, her birthday presents were always in excellent taste, and she sometimes arranged for them several months in advance. Even though we always sent an invitation to Battler Oni-chan, he didn't get involved with Dad or something, so he kept not coming. So when he did come, I was really happy. The birthday parties when the whole 4-person family gathered made for fun memories that I'll never forget.
Angie's birthday sounds like a lot of fun too. Battler and Uncle Rudolph are really lively. Yay, yay! Battler got covered in cola.
Maria One-chan peeked into my happy memory. As I sat quietly wearing the origami helmet that Dad had made for fun, I was a little embarrassed. In my hand was a paper gun that Battler Oni-chan had folded for me, and Mom was taking a commemorative photo. That's so cute. It was the happiest moment of my life. That sounds so cute. Your birthday is no worse, Maria One-chan, and this is the day you get him, right? Sakutaro.
I was really looking forward to it. I got so excited wondering when Mama would show me the wrapped present in the corner of her bag.
Sakutaro is the name of a stuffed animal that Maria was to receive that day. For quite some time before then, Aunt Rosa had been making a stuffed animal to give Maria as a present today. Hearing that it was a cute lion stuffed animal, Maria One-chan had already given it the name Sakutaro, even though she hadn't received him yet. Today, she was looking forward to meeting Sakutaro even more than her own birthday. Aunt Rosa ran a clothing design company. It seemed to be some kind of brand name. What was it? Auntie Rosie? Or Auntie Rosa? It seems that catchphrase was, "I can't forgive the me of yesterday." Unfortunately, I've never met someone who knew of that brand name. Maybe it wasn't that famous. Aunt Fanny? Oh no. So Aunt Rosa was pretty skilled with her hands. I heard that she made some of the clothing she wore herself. So making a stuffed animal had to be well within her capabilities. handmade stuffed animal. That's pretty amazing. By the way, why did you call it Sakutaro?
Actually wanted to call it Sakura, but it's a male lion, so she told me to give it a boy's name. So I added a boy like Taro and called him Sakutaro. Eventually, the last disappeared.
Why Sakura?
The main character in Cardmaster Sakura.
So cute. It was the name of the main character in a TV anime that was popular at the time. The fact that she'd simply borrowed the name of the character she liked was, how should I say it, as innocent and cute as you'd expect from someone that age. That's so cute. Also, didn't they make a Cardcaptor reference in Higurashi as well? Or am I misremembering? I might be misremembering. I just had a huge gust of wind slam my door while my window was open. Oh no! Oh no, don't get blown away, beach! But yeah, it's always weird when it's like windy outside, because it'll also like just creak open like doors that are just slightly open or like slam them shut.
Mama, still no Sakutaro? I want to let Sakutaro join in on my birthday too.
Presents always come at the end, right? If you open it now, it'll get dirty. Hold on until the meal is over.
Then I'll finish eating quickly.
What? No, don't blow it away in the wind! No, we just got you back! You just came back from the war, no! As soon as she proclaimed that, she started tearing into her meal. Aunt Rosa got mad at her, saying that it was rude. It seemed that she'd expected this would happen right away. I also thought that, given how straightforward Maria was, that was probably what she'd do, so it was kind of pleasant when my expectations weren't betrayed. The wind people have started a war, I guess. Oh no, not the wind people. In the end, Aunt Rosa lost to her daughter's eyes, which were sparkling with anticipation, cleaned up the table and took out the long-awaited wrapped present. Happy birthday, Maria. I wasn't able to spend much time on it, so I couldn't make it very well.
If you made it, I'll be happy with anything. Sakutaro!
Aunt Rosa spoke a bit humbly, but Maria One-chan was happy even before opening the wrapping. I could really understand that feeling. It's not a problem with quality, just the fact that it was a handmade present was more pleasant than anything.
Can I open it?
I wanted to wait until we got back home before doing it, but just for a bit, okay? We'll just take a look and say hello, then put it back. You can give him a proper greeting once we get home. We're in public, so you can't fool around, okay? Can you promise?
Promise! So, can I open it? Mama?
Yes, just for a bit, okay?
Yay!
Before Aunt Rosa finished talking, Maria started unwrapping it. As soon as she did, yellow and orange peeked out. What appeared was a slightly blank-looking lion stuffed animal, which, with cute round eyes and a white chest. What whistle chest? It was about the size of a small pillow. It looked pretty big next to someone as short as Maria One-chan, but it probably wasn't that large. From the perspective of someone who didn't know better, it probably would look like something cheap bought from a department store or something, but to Maria One-chan it was her mother's handmade stuffed animal and the only one of its kind in the world and irreplaceable, and I kind of want to make one of those because it's so heckin' cute.
Sakutaro! Cute, so cute! Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much for making such a cute stuffed animal even though you were so busy with work.
If you praise me that much, it's actually embarrassing. I couldn't take much time, so I couldn't make anything that good. I actually wanted to make one so big that you couldn't wrap your arms around it.
No, this is good. With this size, we can always be together. We can go out together. Sakutaro, I'm your One-chan.
It really is an adorable stuffed animal. So this kid is Sakutaro, your best friend.
We can't go to school together, but me and my best friend are always together at home.
You know, Sakutaro is really innocent and cute and always nice to me. He supports me when I'm feeling down and plays a lot with me when I'm feeling good. So I'm never lonely anymore. Not lonely when Mama's busy with work and I'm all alone, and not even when no one plays with me at school and when the music gets really loud. Isn't that right, Sakutaro? Uryu!
At school, Maria One-chan had lived in the same kind of environment as I did. Compared to the other kids in her class, Maria One-chan's tempo was always a little slow. Her sensibilities and ways of viewing things were a little peculiar and a little too idiosyncratic for her to blend in. I feel like I probably didn't pronounce that correctly. Her grades were low as well, and since she was talkative about everything related to the occult, her specialty, she was treated like a weirdo by everyone else in class. If you were touched by Maria One-chan, you'd be cursed. Stuff like that. Apparently everyone in her class acted like she was disgusting, made fun of her, and avoided her. If a boy bumped into Maria One-chan, he'd start rubbing that part against the other boys, as if he'd gotten some scum on him. They'd pick up her stuff like it was something filthy and chase the other boys around with it. It seems the girls thought even speaking to her was unpleasant, so they ignored her all the time, only giggling and sneering at her whenever she made a mistake. Oh yeah, there was a little bit of mention of them treating her like a witch. It looks like bullying is the same in all eras. Humans really don't advance at all, do they? If only they just get wiped out.
I'm sad when I'm bullied, but I think it can't be helped.
It can't be helped? Why not?
After all, there is a rule that says every class has to have a single bullied kid.
That's a horrible rule. I'd like to find the person who made it and hit them over the head with a brick. Using the corner, of course.
If I wasn't there, then there'd surely be a new bullied kid chosen in my place. By staying strong, I can protect that kid.
Baby. As she said that, she smiled faintly. Maria One-chan's way of thinking really is unusual. According to her, from the beginning, a witch had resided in that place called a school. No, she says that any place where a lot of people gather will have a witch residing there. The witch tries to steal the students' souls through death by disease or incident or accidents. Apparently, she sometimes also corrupts those souls, leading them down that path of evil. She says that an angel came, not content to let that continue.
And the angel tried to finish off that witch. The witch was powerful and the fight took 7 days and 7 nights, but even then, it still wasn't over. The tired-out witch asked for a truce and proposed this.
I heard about that one before. Until now, I've made half of the students in the class become sick or injured, but in exchange, I've protected the remaining half of the students from sickness or an injury. Therefore, if one member of the class becomes a sacrifice to me and is made into the bullied kid, I shall protect all the other students from sickness and injury. Right?
The angel thought about it. Compared to half the class meeting with a misfortune, having only one kid be unfortunate would be much better. Then, the witch said she'd protect the safety of all the other students using her powerful magic.
If there are 40 students in a class, and the 20 victims are reduced to 1, then 19 people are saved. It's actually a reasonable proposal. I wonder if there's some theme behind this fairy tale. It sounds vaguely familiar. If it's a creation by Maria One-chan, a 9-year-old girl, that'd be pretty impressive.
The angel decided to accept that proposal. So through that single sacrifice, 19 people were saved. That's why my role's important. The witch is protecting 19 people.
Because we became sacrifices? Well, I don't remember ever being thanked by those 19 people. Maria One-chan's idea was too compassionate. Both of us were suffering from a very similar type of misfortune, and yet maybe a small difference in our way of thinking changes how peaceful our hearts are. So you aren't sad, Maria One-chan?
I'm not sad at all. After all, I'll be together with Sakutaro from now on. Right, Sakutaro? Uryu, if I can be with Maria, I'll be happy too. Look, Sakutaro says he's happy too.
Maria One-chan hugged the Sakutaro stuffed animal, playing both sides of the conversation herself. I don't understand it, but that's exactly why I want to reach Maria One-chan's level. So I was intensely drawn to her tale and her words. Maybe we can turn up the volume just a little bit.
Anji, is it tough because you're all alone?
It is tough. But just the time I can be like this with you is different. Because I'm not all alone.
Then, if Sakutaro also becomes your friend, it'll be even more fun. Then, starting today, Sakutaro is Anji's new friend. Right, Sakutaro? Oh no, I am Anji's friend? Oh no, Anji!
Skillfully moving the stuffed animal like it was a puppet, Maria One-chan expressed Sakutaro's emotions. She was controlling him, but the charming way he waved his short hand and cocked his head to the side made it feel like he really was a new friend called Sakutaro. Of course, looking at it with cold eyes, it would only appear that Maria One-chan was comforting me when I was grumpy. But a soul had definitely been sent into that stuffed animal. The soul of Maria One-chan's love. So I acknowledged the existence of a being called Sakutaro inside that stuffed animal.
Come on, say hi to Sakutaro too, Anji. Come on, you say hi too, Sakutaro. Oh no? Is Anji a scary person?
Sakutaro timidly looked at me. He unexpectedly met my gaze and hid behind Maria One-chan's back in surprise. Maria One-chan really is good at playing with stuffed animals.
It's okay, Sakutaro. Anji isn't scary. She's a really nice girl. Hello, I'm Sakutaro. Hello.
Pleased to meet you, Sakutaro. I'm Anji. I'm glad to have a new friend. I held up my hand as though asking for a handshake, and Sakutaro's short hand was stuck out towards me, lightly touching my index finger. After all, when a human and a stuffed animal shake hands, their sizes are too different. This greeting by touching each other's fingers was our handshake.
Now Anji and Sakutaro are already friends. 2 people are more fun than 1, and 3 people are more fun than 2.
Maria One-chan had given the name Sakutaro to the stuffed animal she was to receive on her birthday, and had warmed and expanded his existence in her heart for a long, long time. Therefore, even before she met him, his existence was sublimated into a personality. Even at the first moment they met, they were already friends. Of course, that wasn't anything extraordinary in Maria One-chan's eyes, although I don't think she'd personified and loved anything quite as much as Sakutaro. She loved the things she owned very much, treating them just like friends or beloved pets. Maybe Aunt Rosa hadn't let her keep a pet at some point in time, so she felt like treasuring objects instead. And maybe she was so isolated that she'd been forced to find a friend nearby. Because of that, what happened that day wasn't anything extraordinary from her perspective. Even so, Sakutaro... No, maybe I should call it Sakutaro, like Maria One-chan. There's no doubt that Sakutaro was a stuffed animal. No, a friend, whom she loved more than anything, or anyone. Oh, it is snowing! It's snowing! Oh my gosh, it's snowing! Oh, it stopped. Heck. Anyway.
Hello?
It's Mama. You're in a good mood. Is a friend over?
Playing with Sakutaro. Sakutaro, knock it off.
It was already about 9 at night. Man, I look over and there's like a bunch of big flakes, and now it's just like itty bitty tiny ones. We just got a little wave of snow, what the heck? It was already about 9 at night. Rosa had asked because it wasn't a good time to have a friend over, and she'd been just a little surprised. But when she thought about it, Maria didn't have any friends who would come over to play, did she? That's kind of weird. No, I can't wait to move to see snow, right? It's very rare. Okay, yeah, it's coming and going in like waves, it seems. I don't know if it's sticking though. I hope it sticks. That'd be fun after stream. Even so, to think that she'd have so much fun playing with that stuffed animal. Rosa was very pleased that Maria had liked her birthday present so much. Sorry, Mama can't just get her work finished tonight. The next season's lineup is having a tough time. It looks like we're finally starting to get orders bit by bit, and I want to somehow give it a bit more impact so we can answer to their expectations.
So you're spending the night? Sure, okay. Do your best, Mama.
Really? Thank you, Maria. Thanks for being understanding about Mama's work. Rosa was surprised that Maria had accepted so easily that she wouldn't be able to come home from work. To Rosa, having to tell Maria that she'd be coming home late or staying overnight was a huge burden. Maria would start crying about how lonely she was on the other end of the phone, and it took a lot of time and effort to calm her down. To think that Maria would accept it in such high spirits. Is this also thanks to Sakutaro? Rosa was once again pleased that she had given her daughter such a good present. I'll make sure I come back this time tomorrow. Let's eat dinner together then. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you, Maria? Buy a bento at the convenience store and eat it. No sweets and no soda. I'll check the receipt and the change, understand?
Shopping with Sakutaro! Shopping with Sakutaro!
Hey, not Sakutaro. Have him watch over the house. From Maria's manner of speech, Rosa got the feeling that Maria might have gone shopping with that stuffed animal without her knowing about it. Rosa's forehead creased, and after sourly saying that Maria definitely mustn't do that, she hung up.
Mama said I mustn't go shopping with Sakutaro. Oreo! Can't go shopping with Maria. Staying home alone will be lonely. Why did Mama say not to go shopping with Sakutaro? Oreo, I'm sure that if Maria was seen with me, it would be embarrassing. Embarrassing? Why? Mama says not to take me outside a lot. She usually says Maria can't do it because she's too old. Huh? I'm not embarrassed at all to be with Sakutaro, right? I'm a lion, but I'm a stuffed animal. You're a lion and a stuffed animal, but you're my friend. So let's go out together. Just when Mama isn't around, as a secret. Huh? You aren't saying that you're embarrassed, are you? I'm not embarrassed, but... the people outside are a little scary. Is that it? Then I'll make it so you can go outside without being scared. Leave it to me. I've got something that's really useful.
Maria started fishing around her messy room. Same. Rosa often told her to clean it up, but Maria apparently didn't like doing it. However, Maria herself knew more or less where everything was. Organized messes. Me. So much so that if it were to be cleaned up, she would have trouble finding where everything was. Me for real. What? Me for real.
Here it is. Hey, look, Sakutaro. A knapsack.
Maria proudly held it up high. Sakutaro looked at the knapsack, which was gaping open, squirming as though saying, "Are you serious?"
Maria, you aren't saying... This way we can go shopping together and Sakutaro won't be scared.
Maria held Sakutaro up and started stuffing him into the knapsack. At first, she tried to stick him in head first, but then he'd be upside down and suffocate. So she pulled him out and tried pushing him in again, feet first.
Maria, tight, cramped, dark. Maria, look, it's all right. If you stick your head out, it isn't cramped, it isn't dark, and it isn't scary. And it's a good view. Maria, you're right. Is it okay for me to go shopping with Maria like this? Yeah, it'll be fine. What should we get for dinner tonight? Come on, let's go out, Sakutaro.
Oh gosh, I feel like I have to turn it down again a little bit. Looks like you're having fun, Maria Oneta.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Even things that would be lonely and boring alone all became fun with Sakutaro. Any human friend would have gone home. Any human friend would have to go home when it gets late. But Sakutaro doesn't go home, so we can be together all the time. We'll watch TV, he'll watch TV with me, we'll be together even in the futon, and even hold my hand on scary nights when there's thunder. He'll chase away the monsters in the closet and under the bed. Sakutaro is reliable. Since I'm a lion, I'll show my courage and chase away any monsters that scare Maria.
They were so close that it made me a little envious. Hello, Bailey, how you doing? I'm supposedly older now than Maria One-chan was then, but Maria One-chan really is my One-chan, and I still haven't reached her level. If only I had a friend close by like Sakutaro.
Sakutaro and I are your close friends, right? We're always by your side. It's just that your magic is weak, so you can't perceive us unless you open my diary like this.
Perceive? You know some pretty difficult words, Maria One-chan. You're okay?
No. Hopefully your day gets better. At least you're not doing bad, hopefully.
According to her, this world is full of magic and spirits, and they're as natural and nearby as a light breeze. You don't normally notice or see the wind. Or, I don't know who's talking.
You don't normally notice or see the wind, but when incense smoke or something draws trails, you can see it, right?
Right. And even if you can't see it, it's always nearby.
That's it. We're always really close by to you, Anji. Gods and spirits and guardian spirits. They're always right next to us. But if you aren't conscious of them, you can't feel their existence. Like wind that can't be seen with the eyes, but they certainly are near us. And if they draw trails in the smoke called magic, anyone can see them.
I thought I'd only be able to meet Maria One-chan with when this diary was open, but from what she says, she's always with me, and I can meet her at any time if I truly desire to.
Along with a record of my life, I left a fragment of my own soul in my own diary, so the power of my magic resides in this diary. But it's very faint, so only you can feel it.
Only I can tell it's there?
Yeah! After all, the power of a witch resides in you, just like me. If you study hard, you too will definitely become a great witch in the future.
A witch? I wonder if that'd be fun.
It is fun. If you do that, you'll be able to know that Sakutaro and I are always by your side, even without opening the diary. If you do that, every day will become more fun. If you do that, I'll introduce you to my many other friends. If you do that, every day will get busy and very lively.
That might be fun. I do have the grimoire you left behind, Maria One-chan. I'll try reading it seriously sometime soon. If I do that, I won't be all alone anymore, right? Maria One-chan and Sakutaro said that at the same time, happy that I had developed an interest in the world of witches. Boom, 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 boom. Man, this is a long lunch break. With her knapsack on her back and half of Sakutaro's face peeking out of it, she triumphantly walked through the shopping district late at night. Well, it was that time of day after all. Everyone in the shopping district was either a shop owner lowering the shutters on their shops or an employee rushing or else staggering on their way home. Amidst all that, Maria, who was in a good mood like someone on a hike, probably looked quite merry. Every once in a while, passing employees would glance at her back with the eyes of someone seeing something out of place. Office ladies giggled at the cute stuffed animal poking its head out of the knapsack. The supermarket had been closed for a while by this time. However, convenience stores, which had been growing in popularity lately, stayed open until midnight. It was very convenient for Maria, whose mother's return was often late. Maria lowered the knapsack from her back, and carrying it like a child in her arms, she headed over to the sweet buns corner. She pointed out the sweet buns she had eaten before, explaining to Sakutaro that this one was delicious, and that one was pretty good too. Sakutaro seemed to be enjoying it a lot.
I'm gonna have the 3-colored one. With just this one, you can eat bean jam and cream and strawberry jam. But there's sometimes greenish brown bean jam or white bean jam. There should be one kind of bean jam. But looks like having different things inside them makes them interesting. But next, I'll have a fruit yogurt. There's a fruit in it, but it isn't a sweet, right? Yeah, I'm sure Mama will be fine with it. Do you want one too, Sakutaro? Is that really okay? What about the money? No problem. Look, it's Shotoku Taishi. So I can buy whatever you want too, Sakutaro. Let's eat together.
I'm trying to think if I recognize what Shotoku Taishi is, or what it's referencing.
Would you like some yogurt too, Sakutaro?
When Maria made to grab another one of the fruit yogurt, Sakutaro bent his head slightly, worried.
But I can eat a big one, so a small one will be fine. Then how about a small yogurt? It's 10 yen, or 30 yen. What? Oh gosh! That's cheap.
That is really cheap. A yogurt for less than 30 cents. Or I guess it'd be probably close to 30 cents with that exchange rate, maybe.
That's good enough for me. Yogurt with Maria. Yogurt with Sakutaro.
Maria put the 3-colored bread and the 2 yogurts into a shopping basket and brought them to the register. Maria, you probably should have a real food. The man running the register had been in charge of the tobacco shop that had been there until last year. I seem to be seeing you a lot at this time of day, little lady. You're a good girl, but maybe you'd better come with your mother if you're going to be go shopping at this time in the future, okay?
Mama said it's okay, so it's fine. Mama always comes home late because of her work, but we aren't lonely. Right, Takutaro? What are you?
Really? That sounds tough. Here, I'll give you some free soda. The man working at the store took a can of leftover soda or something from behind the register and packed it into the bag with everything else. Aw, that's fun.
Thank you, mister. Ooh. Isn't that great, Sakutaro? What are you?
Since she had been told not to buy soda, she couldn't take it back home, so she decided to drink it on her way back and not bring the empty can back home. With the vinyl bag with the sweet bun in it around her elbow, holding the knapsack with Sakutaro in it with the same arm and drinking her soda, the two of them walked home.
Yuzu Koshu soda isn't really good. You wanna try it, Sakutaro? Oreo? Yeah. Oreo, you mean real? Nasty. It sure is.
Of course, it's not like she could actually make the stuffed animal drink soda. She just put the can to Sakutaro's mouth and pretended to tilt it, but it was fun for Maria to share the taste of this weird drink that she had gotten for free with Sakutaro. There was a huge moon in the sky. At times, that moon had been clouded by tears when she'd been unmanageable during Rosa's overnight stays, and when she had been scolded by her mother. But this moon was very warm, and it seemed to watch over the two of them as they enjoyed their trip home by themselves. Maria and Sakutaro. Anji watched the two of them go from behind. She looked so warm from behind. After looking at the back of Maria One-chan and Sakutaro together, it became very hard to remember all those long nights when she'd cried because her mother hadn't come home. I couldn't say it to Maria One-chan, but if I had been in the same position, I may have given a stuffed animal the nickname Sakutaro. But it wouldn't have been anything more or less than a stuffed animal. Anyone can make a relationship that only distracts you from your loneliness, but Maria One-chan was different. Sakutaro isn't a stuffed animal or a toy. He was a real friend, and far from just distracting Maria from her loneliness. He changed the nights without her mother into a fun time where they could play all by themselves. Was it because Sakutaro was a special stuffed animal? Because her mother had made it herself? Because it was very, very cute? Probably not. If there was a secret here, it doesn't lie within Sakutaro. I think it probably lies within Maria One-chan. I mean, it's probably some kind of important. This is the power of magic you were talking about, Maria One-chan?
Knowing magic means that you notice a lot of friends right beside you that you didn't notice before. It's as fun as having a bunch of new toys shops pop up all over the neighborhood.
Even if I, locked up in an academy without a single friend, had power like Maria One-chan, I wonder if I could make my days just a bit richer. I wonder if I'll be able to honestly shed tears on nights I feel like crying, to smile on gray nights.
Yes, you can. You can do it. After all, you also have what it takes to become a witch.
What it takes to become a witch?
I have what it takes to become a witch too, so I have still got a lot more studying and training to do. I'll definitely become a wonderful witch, flying in the sky on a broom, drawing rainbows with my cane, making candy fall from the sky. I can definitely do it. Then I'll show you too. It'll definitely be like a scene from a wonderful dream.
Maria One-chan said that, making an absolute promise with her smile. There's no way I can become a witch, but if Maria One-chan says that, it makes me feel like that maybe I really can become a witch. Because in reality, on that desolate night, when no flower of a smile could possibly have bloomed, her smile surely gave birth to a smile. Did I read that right? Her magic gave birth to a smile. I wonder if I can become a witch.
Can. You're a bit older, so your soul is bound a bit more by gravity. That might make training tougher than it is for me, but you definitely can. After all, you're already touching a small piece of magic.
I am? Magic?
Yeah! Come on, look. In a world where I don't exist, you summoned me, and you're talking with me.
This is magic?
Yeah! You've expanded the fragment of my soul that I left in my diary, and you're reviving me right now. I also said it a short while ago, right? Since you managed to reunite with me and have a conversation, since you're able to smile every once in a while, you I have some magical talent, Hanji. Your Maria One-chan guarantees it.
You said it a second ago, One-chan. I thought I could only meet you while the diary was open, but you're really nearby all the time, right? If I had more of the power of magic, would I be able to see you? And just like now, would I be able to talk with you, One-chan? At any time?
Yeah, we can talk at any time. I'm there by your side to say good morning, and even during class. Let's talk together during dull classes to distract you from your boredom. I'll also be there to talk to you during meals, so let's always be together like this during lunch break. We're with you after school too, and of course, I'm always by your side even after you return to the dormitory. It's just like you don't see me except when the diary is open.
Even when I close the diary, Maria One-chan, you'll be by my side, right?
Yes, I'll be there. So if you try to see me and try to talk to me, I'll definitely be able to answer. If you look strongly and try to talk, that is.
I'll give it a try.
It isn't easy, okay? It isn't going to go well all of a sudden, got it?
I understand. I'm sure it won't be easy. But I want to be like you, Maria One-chan.
I understand. Then look at me well. Look closely.
Okay.
Slowly open and close your eyes. You can't shut them for a long time all of a sudden. After burning my form into your eyes, try to make it blend into the inside of your eyelids.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Once you can visualize me even when your eyes are closed, without changing anything, slowly and softly close your eyes again. How is it? Can you still see me?
Yes. I think I can probably see you.
Then try opening your eyes for a second. Now for the real thing. Calm your heart and close the diary. At that time, my form may disappear for a second. But calm your heart and don't get anxious. And then try to make the me that's blended into the inside of your eyelids blend back into your eyes. Slowly visualize me in the empty air. In the empty air, see me.
Yeah, I'm okay. Then I'll close the diary. Slowly, I closed it. When I did so, a gray reality filled with dull air unfolded. Of course, Maria One-chan's form disappeared. Give it all you've got. Have courage. Take the first step into the world of witches. I felt like Maria One-chan was cheering me on inside my heart. She's cheering me on? Really? Or do I just think that she is? No, that's wrong. It's because I think this that I cannot see her. Maria One-chan was always by my side, and even now she's definitely there, cheering me on to do my best. That reaches my ears, so I mustn't ignore it like it's my imagination or the voice of my own heart. I believe that Maria One-chan is there. I mustn't doubt. I believe. One-chan said that she'd always be by my side. I must not doubt that. But looking at the empty space, by the empty back wall of the school building, amidst those almost heartless, boring rays of sunlight, calling out her name was unexpectedly difficult. The chains of common sense that had clung to me until today sneered at me, telling me that calling out to the empty air was ridiculous. It was almost like being told to take a step forward off the roof of a skyscraper overlooking a sea of lights. It's Maria One-chan saying it. It's all right. She's saying that I'm someone who can do it. Stop thinking you might fall, or that it'd be foolish to take a step off a roof. Free yourself from those chains of common sense.
Calling back to something that happens in the future.
Okay. I steadied my breathing. I concentrated my mind. Make the vivid form of Maria One-chan in the empty space before you rise to the surface. Understand magic and see Maria One-chan. I really hope. Maria One-chan. Huh? Is someone there? At that time, I was answered by a rustle in the bushes and a wild cry, and I came to my senses. It looked like I wasn't the only one behind the school building. No, since I'd been so immersed in the world of the diary, I hadn't noticed someone coming. I recognized a group of 3 beyond the bushes. They were kids from my class. From their appearance, it felt as though they'd come behind the school building to gossip about someone or talk in secret. I hurried out of that place, because if it became known that I had been alone in a place like this, mumbling to myself, it'd become a pain again. She said it, right? She said it, right? She said Maria One-chan or something, right?
Isn't that creepy? She isn't seeing spirits or something, is she? Ushiro-san, so funny.
I could hear the shrill, loud laughter from behind. Irritated and feeling that Maria One-chan had been made fun of, I left that place at a quick pace, and then a jog once I turned the corner. I might have made it to One-chan's world with just a little more time. It was frustrating, aggravating. Why does everyone get in my way? I haven't gotten in anyone else's way, not even once. I ran and ran, but it still felt as though I could hear the shrill laughter.
Hello, Crimson. How you doing? Ooh, that was the second bit.
We're currently in the stuff before the family meeting. So we're looking at Anji, past, technically future. Ooh, world of 12 years later, October 1998. Doing great. How's everyone doing?
I'm doing good. I think a lot of Aggies have been saying that they're doing okay. So hopefully their days get better. Hopefully they're just vibing.
Also, it's like snowing off and on over where I am, but it looks like it's not sticking, which I want it to stick. I want to have at least a few inches of snow. You! Stinky man! Rumor has it, Anja-chan, that you jumped off the top of a skyscraper. The groupies were getting annoying, so I thought I'd give them the slip. Anji and an old gentleman wearing an expensive suit were alone in a massive modern conference room. All of the newest machines for presentations were installed there, but they didn't upset its refined and composed atmosphere. And that alone was enough to make the business-like theme of the room abundantly clear. However, that didn't matter at all to Anji. She carelessly sat on the high-class chair that executives making a salary of several 10 million yen probably sat in, looking aloof from the world. My goodness. It's because I knew they were remodeling on the lower floor and had a safety net out. Anji talked about it like it was no big deal, but in reality, it had been a miracle among miracles. To think that she'd shot through several layers of safety netting for the remodeling project, had caught in the multicolored banner adorning the atrium and slipped off, only to be softly caught by a final banner, land on the ground without a scratch, and then briskly leave that place. It put Hong Kong movies to shame. Whether you knew there was a net or not, this is a 100-meter tall super skyscraper we're talking about, right? If things hadn't gone as you planned, there'd be a mess to deal with now. Also, look at his like skinny little lips. What the heck? I figured that if I died, then I'd be dead, and that would be that, more or less. Well, still, I was testing my luck a bit. Call it youthful zeal. As though saying that she'd had enough of that topic, Anji shrugged coldly. Seeing that, the old gentleman who was looking at the world below through a crack in the blinds cackled. So, you were testing your luck, is that it? My, you truly are Kinzo-san's grandchild. Nerve to trust your life to chance. The chairman was also a woman who could stake her life on a bet that it was nothing. So maybe the reality is the Ushimiya blood at work. You really will make it big in the future. Please, let me be blunt. Why not give up this running away from home act and return to Sumedera family? I heard that Mom had a bad relationship with her family. I don't want to go to the house of people I first met at a funeral. The Sumedaras are Mom's family. There's an old family from Kanto, and compared to Mom's frank attitude, unbelievably strict. The only Sumedera I'd been on good terms with was Grandpa, who was living apart from his family under the guise of retirement. Mom kept in touch with him too, but she avoided the rest of the family completely, almost hostilely so. So when I went out to play with the Sumadera family, it was always Grandpa's house I visited. When I was young, I didn't really understand it, but I hear that Grandpa was in an extremely weak position as a man who'd moved into his wife's family register, and his relationship with Grandma was also bad. You might even say that Grandma hated him and confined him to the house. It wasn't hard to imagine that, because she had a soft spot for Grandpa alone. Mom was also hated by the Sumaderas. Since I was her daughter, they probably hated me quite a bit too, and yet they appeared for the first time at Mom's funeral, shamelessly going on about how big I'd gotten, like they could actually act like family after all this time. When Aunt Ava died, I would inherit all the wealth of the Ushinomiya family. If it wasn't what they were after, there's no way they would have been able to say such disgusting words. Well, it's not as though I can't understand your desire for self-abandonment now that you're all alone. This isn't self-abandonment. I'm just taking a carefree stroll now that that the annoying Aunt Ava has finally kicked the bucket. Everyone else is just making too big of a deal out of it. Of course, everyone's after the vast Ushinomiya wealth I bear. They must think that becoming my guardian means they'll be able to do as they please with that wealth. Just how many people have tried to get close to me acting like they want to be a substitute parent? If you ever find that you're hurting, please talk with me if it'll help, okay? After all, I think of you as my own grandchild, Anji-chan. I'll say no thank you for now. More importantly, let's return to what we were talking about.
No, thank you.
Anji-chan, no matter how many times you ask, I am hiding nothing. The chairman was the only survivor of Nrokenjima that day, and she passed away without saying anything. I myself know nothing. Everything is wrapped in darkness, you see. This old gentleman was one of the leaders who had been entrusted with the business group Ava had built up after she passed away. The one he called chairman was the former chairman, Ushinomiya Ava. His company once had friendly ties with Hideyoshi's business, and he had a close relationship with both Hideyoshi and Ava. For that reason, when Ava lost Hideyoshi, he became the only person with whom Ava might have let her true intentions slip. Whenever Ava's heart was torn by the loss of her family, whenever she took it out on Anji, he had acted as a buffer between the two. So although Anji didn't trust him, she found him a very easy person to question. That crime was... no, that accident. If I call it a crime, I'll get in trouble. I had the same questions about it as the public in the talk shows. At the time of the accident, why was Aunt Ava in a place 2 kilometers away from the mansion all alone? And on the night of a storm. Back then, Kinzo-san was unsure as to whom he could select to be a successor. Officially, he decided on his son, Klaus-san, but he didn't have much trust in that man. So to fairly determine a successor from among the 4 siblings, he made this game-like test called the Riddle of the Epitaph. Ostensibly, I guess, ostensibly? I don't know. I feel like that's not, I don't know. Kinzo-san probably planned to make Ava-san the successor from the beginning. He wanted to withdraw his own rule that the eldest son to be the successor, and instead of Klaus-san, leave the family to the extremely diligent and brilliant Ava-san. And the new rule about giving the inheritance to the one who solved the epitaph was probably nothing more than a farce to snatch the position of successor away from Klaus-san. What do you mean by farce? There was no need for anyone to solve that epitaph. Once it had been displayed for the appropriate amount of time, Kinzo-san could just call Ava-san, whom he truly wanted to succeed him, and give her the answer. In other words, that itself would provide proof of her succession in the headship, or to the headship. This isn't something they've brought up on the talk shows, is it? Well, once you bring up the succession of the headship, conspiracy theories tend to rise to the surface. I'm no fool myself. I won't go out of my way to say things that could invite misunderstandings, you see. This was his theory. At that time, the Ushinomiya family head, Kinzo, whose remaining life was announced to be short, was troubled by the problem of who was to succeed him. Normally, the successor would be fixed as the oldest son, Klaus, whom Kinzo had chosen himself. But in his later years, Kinzo began to think that Ava would be a more fitting family head. However, Kinzo, who was stubborn even against himself, was stymied as the title of successor he'd already given to Klaus. And he'd searched for the official stance by which he could skip over Klaus and select Ava as his successor. That official stance was the riddle of the epitaph. The primary successor was still Klaus, but there was a new rule saying that if someone appeared who could solve the riddle, they would be chosen as the successor of the headship. Then, on what would probably be his final family conference, Kinzo told Eva the answer to that riddle himself. In short, it was the same as proclaiming that Eva herself was the successor. On that day, Eva-san was summoned by Kinzo-san, who revealed the answer to her. And, so that she could succeed the headship, he called Eva-san to the hidden mansion Dorian, which only the head knew about. And because Aunt Eva arrived at the hidden mansion one step ahead, she escaped harm in that accident, you say. Maybe Aunt Eva just killed everyone and made it look like an accident so she could steal all the wealth for herself. And maybe that's why she only escaped unharmed. Well, that's what the papers are chatting about. However, I believe Eva-san. I'd say that there are several points that justify trusting her. For example, that ring of the Yoshinomiya family head, which is on your finger now, Anji-chan. That ring is the only one of its kind in the world, which Kinzo-san has made specially. And the artisan who made it acknowledges that the object on your finger is, without a doubt, that ring. The Yoshinomiya family head's ring. That ring, with the heft of gold and the one-winged angel seal on it, had a diamond arranged on a pedestal, and felt both sturdy and reminiscent of the dark hobbies of the rich. Kinzo had worn that on his finger without removing it, even for a moment. This man was saying that the fact Eva had it proved that Kinzo had acknowledged her as the successor. After all, Eva-san certainly did have that ring, and if you take into consideration that Eva-san actually was talented and that Klaus-san had made a fool of himself several times on the business scene, I cannot imagine that Eva-san's story is completely made up. Although there's the possibility that she murdered grandfather in order to steal that ring, then Aunt Eva, using some kind of trick, massacred everyone and made it look like an accident. Ah, yes. It seems the papers were saying something about her massacring everyone with keeping all the wealth to herself as a goal. True, Eva-san was a person capable of holding back nothing when she was determined to accomplish something. Or she may have committed murder just once in her life, if a chance for keeping all the Yoshinomiya family wealth to herself presented itself. However, I don't think that happened. So, what's the second point that justifies your trust in her? Eva-san's family. Hideyoshi-san and George-kun. It might be difficult for you to believe all of a sudden, Anji-chan, but Eva-san was a person who treasured family greatly. True, part of me didn't want to believe it or acknowledge it, but I did understand vaguely. Aunt Eva certainly had been a person who highly treasured her family. After all, the root of her twisted personality had been nothing more than the sadness of losing her beloved husband and son. After getting hit with her angry outbursts as she tried to distract herself from this pain, I have no feelings of sympathy at all. But it's not like I can't imagine how incredible the shock of losing her whole family must have changed her character. Pardon me. You're saying there's no way Aunt Eva, who loved her family, would throw away her husband and her son? That's right. Even if Eva-san really was the culprit and massacred the entire family, making it look like an accident, she most certainly would have spared her husband and son. She would quibble that, by coincidence, only her family had been in the hidden mansion. If Hideyoshi-san and George-kun had been safe, even I would probably suspect Eva-san. I truly cannot imagine that Eva-san's wailing at Hideyoshi-san's funeral was an act. Sounds like both points so far are just circumstantial evidence. That isn't the same as physically proving Aunt Eva's innocence. If you say that, then you're stuck right away. Eva-san was the only survivor, and she says that this is the truth. But no one can prove her innocence. Yes, that's right. And no one can prove that she committed a crime, either. The final point that justifies trusting her is the police. After all, it was such a flashy crime. The police were being pushed forward by a public in an uproar over conspiracy theories, so they must have investigated Eva-san thoroughly.
Hello, Don Peach. How's your getting everything ready going?
It was ready to feel something unnatural about that claim that Eva had avoided the accident by coincidence, because she alone had escaped to a hidden mansion. Pardon me. Furthermore, at the time, Hideyoshi's company had been right in the middle of a takeover struggle, and in order to buy off the big stockholders, she'd wanted a large sum of cash. It shouldn't be that hard to find a motive there. In a few minutes, I will sadly have to leave, but I will be streaming. Yay!
Yay. I hope you're still streaming by the time I end. Because I will raid. I will raid. We haven't done a peach raid in forever.
So far so good. I'm gonna save a lot of updating sounds and redeems for next stream. Yeah.
What are you gonna be doing on your stream?
But as a matter of fact, there had been nothing at all that implicated Ava as she went to the family conference. Nothing unnatural was found on her that she could have used to brutally murder her family and make it look like an accident. The servants who escaped harm by being off duty on that day also stated that they hadn't seen anything strange regarding anyone related to the event, Ava included. Putting all of that together, it could only be concluded that Uchinomiya Ava had headed to Rokkenjima for a normal family conference without any change, and had encountered an accident. I'm gonna be playing Faith and then maybe do some art later. Noise!
Let me know how it goes. Because I've been considering doing Faith, but also I'm picky on my horror things. But let me know how it goes.
The police looked so intensely and they still couldn't find evidence that it was a crime. They reached that conclusion themselves. This doesn't resolve the Rokkenjima suspicion. That just means that the police couldn't find evidence that it was a crime, right? There's nothing I can say to counter that. It becomes the devil's proof. To expose it as her crime, you would simply need to find evidence. But that could possibly find to prove... But what could you possibly find to prove her innocence? It's impossible to prove a negative fact. Get that 100%, I'll see how it goes for me too. That'll be a good pixel horror, right?
Because yeah, I've only seen bits and pieces, because like since I'm considering it, I want to kind of go in blind, but like I don't know if they have a lot of like, just like, you know, like boo kind of things, you know. Just, Did Aunt Ava commit a crime, or did she not? Because we can't find any materials that'll let us say for sure. The truth will remain a mystery. That's what you're saying, right? Cheap jump scares, I get it, yeah. That's it. Phrased in a matter that you would prefer. That's what it amounts to. It was impossible even for Ava-san to prove her own innocence. On that island, an unfortunate accident occurred, and Ava-san was survived by chance. And we don't know any more than that. In short, it all comes down to whether you believe the story of the only survivor, Ava-san, or not. I believed. The ring and her praiseworthy love for her family, and the tears she shed at the funeral. Taking all of that into consideration, I decided to believe her story. But I don't believe. If she wanted to steal that ring, there were probably many ways for her to do it, and no one knows if her relationship with her family really was that good. No one can prove that tears at a funeral are real. Anyway, I hated Aunt Ava from the very beginning, so I don't even want to believe her. I like the generated voice they have in Faith, right? It's very old-timey, but it's very unique. It's very nice. I like it. How does one view the truth of the crime? You and I are completely opposing sides. Even though the information you were given is exactly the same, we interpret it in completely different ways. This happens a lot in politics and business. The exact same enterprise will always be assessed in multiple differing ways. Do you know why? Why? It's a question of whether one has love. Whether you feel love for someone or not completely changes how you view them. Huh. I guess so. Because if you, like, really don't like someone, you'll find the faults in someone. But if you really like them, you won't see any of the faults. If it's for some reason like an old pixel game, yeah. So I'll be excited to start it. I'm gonna fail so much. Best of luck to you. Best of luck.
Hopefully scenes that you scream will get clipped. In the most caring way possible. If you have a question of whether one has love, whether you feel love for someone or not completely changes how you view them. If a person you like gives to the poor, you respect them for it, right? But if someone you hate starts donating, you fiercely protest that it's a publicity stunt or that they're handing out favors. Also, you will get to see everything I've sketched on your break, yes. I keep looking and seeing like the 6 Discord notifications. No matter what they do or don't do, you thank them if you have love and criticize them if you don't. That's how the world works. Can Aunt Ava be trusted or can't she? You're saying that's all that really matters? Those who suspect her will probably take anything she does doesn't do and truly sees it as something unnatural. And it works in reverse. As for me, I think that, barring certain extreme cases, truth might not exist in this world at all. No, even if truth does exist, whether you believe it or not is determined by whether you have love or not. Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Even if Ava had been able to show physical proof that she had an alibi, would you have been able to believe it? It's hard to counter that. I hate Aunt Ava, so I'll probably deny any information beneficial to her, and interpret any neutral information in a negative way. In other words, the truth is already decided inside me. So just what in the world is this truth that I'm still searching for unsatisfied? That's how it is. So, no matter what you hear from me, since you still suspect Ava-san after all this time, nothing will change. At the very least, even if you were to grasp a piece of... Hitterto? Hitterto? What is a piece of hitterto? Or hitherto? I don't know. At the very least, even if you were to grasp a piece of hitherto unknown information, I don't think you'd be able to reach the truth the way you are now. So I can't reach the truth? After all, no matter what kind of new information or proof you find, Anje-san, or Chan, it won't change your stance that Ava-san is the culprit, right? So it's pointless to investigate anything more, because the truth inside you is already decided. However, if you stop assuming that to be the truth, if you wish to struggle further towards the deeper, real truth, there is a single way.
Hello, Sans. How you doing?
I believe I already mentioned it, but do you know what that is?
Is it love?
I don't really know what you mean. Right now, you're considering this under the assumption that Ava-san is the culprit. But that's no different from looking at something with a single eye. With one eye, no matter how much you squint, you cannot see an object in 3 dimensions, right? That's why we have another eye. And of course, it's in a different position from the first eye. You're telling me to look at things based on the supposition that Aunt Ava isn't the culprit? Or else that it was a real accident?
You're doing sensational. That's good.
I think you're the first person that has been doing better than just okay today. Which again, I hope the people who are just doing okay have a good day. Imagine being deaf.
I give you head pat speech.
I will pat you with my ear. Pat. 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 I did my best. Yes, that is correct. When thinking about anything, you should always try to look at it from different perspectives. If you don't, you won't understand anything about what is real. It's the same as with newspapers. You can't see anything from a single viewpoint of a writer who wrote an article in a single newspaper. Sometimes you can only process information composedly and in 3 dimensions when you read multiple newspapers. Right? It has been a while. Don't do that. What do you mean? Get back here so I can head pat you again. Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Sounds nice. Maybe he thought it was interesting that such a flashy phrase would pop out of his mouth. For a while, he laughed, looking pleased. At the same time, he was telling me that he'd said everything he knew, and it was about time to leave. I understand that and got to my feet. Nero. I'm less head patting you with my ear and more like brushing my ear against you. I do understand your feelings, Anje-chan. You should do as you like for a while until you're satisfied. You were 6 years old at the time. I understand how you must feel after losing your family before you could even understand what that meant, and how you must still be unable to sort out your heart. I was about to start watching anime when I remember you're alive, yeah. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't like it. Okay, I'll stop head patting you with my ear.
But like it's soft.
I feel like it would be soft. And my stream crashed and Nintendo Switch cannot handle Twitch. Oh no, I'm not surprised that the Switch is like a little underpowered for Twitch. Or like unoptimized, probably. You may learn the truth, and you may not. Ava-san may be the culprit, and she may be a victim. I pray that you find the truth you believe in, Anje-chan. A journey at such a young age may prove to be a valuable experience.
Thank you very much. I'm truly sorry to be such a bother when you're so busy, Okinogi-san.
No trouble, no trouble. What are you going to do for now?
Well, whatever works. I've made appointments with several specialists and people related to crime, and I plan to go visit them.
I see. I hope you find your answer you can accept. Heken Okanogi. At that time, company president Okanogi's secretary came in, handing him a memo over his shoulder. He read it, then looked between it and my face. Anji-chan, my apologies that this comes right after telling you to try and go on a journey, but I have some information you should lend an ear to. It looks like you're in a bit of a nasty fix right now.
People after my money? This is why money's stupid.
Yes, but if you sell off all the wealth trying to donate the whole sum to the public welfare, you'll make the eyes pop out of people optimistic about their chances with your fortune.
Oh, the Sumadara family. Those guys act so proud, like they're my guards or something.
I haven't forgotten, Aunt Ava. There's no way I'll put myself in the care of the Sumadera family. They probably want to, as Aunt Ava often threatened in the past. Cut off my arms and legs, throw me in the warehouse, and suck the ocean of my family's wealth dry. Apparently, a messenger from the Sumadara family is coming here. They're saying to hand you over, or... No. That they want to protect you.
A messenger, you say?
It's your aunt. Kire-san's younger sister. I believe she told me earlier that she thinks of you as little sister.
She's got to be joking. At least call me a granddaughter, you old hag.
Judging from the context, it seems they have no wish to listen to your desires. I have a car waiting in the parking lot 2 stories underground. Go.
The Sumadera family is telling you to hand me over. Is it really okay to let me go?
You will definitely become something big in the future, Anji-chan. Let us call this a favor to be repaid upon your success. Go, quickly. Wow, he's actually helping. Did he have regrets after shooting children in Ikarashi? After bowing silently and deeply, Anji left that place at a dash. After watching her leave, the female secretary straightened her glasses and whispered,
Sumadara family told us to stall her. Is it really all right to let her go?
We did stall her, more than enough. If they still don't make it in time, it's their own fault. Told Anji-chan to run for it. I informed the Sumaderas that Anji-chan would be coming. Whether she's caught or not, I will not be blamed. Everything in this world is love, you see. Don't worry, she'll escape. After all, the child's capable of leaping off a building to shake pursuers. Okanogi looked down again through the crack in the blinds, muttering, nope, definitely couldn't do it. Anji wasn't a fool herself. She got off the elevator, but on the 3rd floor. A taxi on the 2nd level of the basement? That's so neat and clean that I don't like it. It's probably better to refuse for now, but my enemies aren't fools either. They're probably waiting in the 1st floor lobby as well as the underground parking lot. It's such a massive building. Instead of getting anxious and escaping outside, maybe it's better to stay inside and wait it out.
Alright, I have to head out, set up everything, and make sure it's ready. Okay, best of luck to you. I wish you for no scuff. No scuff. I keep all the scuff.
No, it's useless. If they get their hands on the security room in a modern building like this, they'll have nowhere to run to. This entire building is like a massive dead end. The 3rd floor is the business floor. A young girl like me will clearly stick out. Trying not to stand out any more than I had to, I walked at a brisk pace, searching for an emergency exit. It'd be perfect if that staircase was an outside one. I found the door to the emergency exit. After opening that heavy door, I found the outside staircase I'd hoped for. I bumped into a man who looked like an employee skipping work and smoking a cigarette. After glaring at me, he quickly crushed out a cigarette and went away.
I'm gonna go get snackies. Okay, get some good snackies. I want some snackies. Thank you. Love you too.
It looked like there was no one below. If I'm gonna escape, now's my only chance. Just when I thought, a black car slid right under me and came into a sudden stop with an incredible squealing of tires. Judging by the sound of tires, it seemed like they had several other allies, and that one of them had come here to block this path. Not bad, Aunt Kasumi. To think you'd send a car to pick up your little sister when she's trying to get out through the emergency exit. Bam, bam! The doors of the car were forcefully opened and 3 black-suited men jumped out, looking up at the emergency staircase. Crap, our eyes met. 12, target found. Northwest side emergency stairs, 3rd floor. Send support. Aji-sama, try not to move from there. Forgive our roughness. The 3 of them began to clamber up the emergency exit. They've already announced that they plan to be rough. This is pretty bad. As long as I don't stop breathing, they'd probably been ordered to grab me no matter what, even if they ought to rip out one of my arms. Clank, 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 clank. Their heavy, wild footsteps became a helix and began to rise from the lower floors, getting closer. In the entrance lobby of the building, a woman with 7 black-suited guards behind her advanced at a leisurely pace. Seeing this ostentatious entrance, the security guards for the building ran up to them, asking if they had an appointment.
How typical of Tokyo people. Don't you understand the status of the people you're talking to without her having to say her name?
My apologies. At our company, guests are to take a secure...
Back down, scum. I came because I was called by your president. Call Okanoki Tetsuro here. To think he would call me here and not welcome me. How typical of Tokyo people.
My apologies. Welcome to the Ushinomiya group. Sumadera Kasumi-san. With his security behind him, Okanogi dashingly appeared from the elevator. Even though both of them wore bold smiles, they were wrapped in a tension reminiscent of the smell of gunpowder.
Where is Anju?
I came to greet that adorable daughter of my big sisters. Strict observance. Strict observance of time is our motto here at the Ushinomiya group. The former chairman herself said that those who can't keep time can't keep contracts.
You called me all the way to Tokyo, and this is all you have to show for it? You let her go, didn't you?
Please. She escaped from us. We did stall her for quite some time, but unsurprisingly, she did eventually smell a rat. Of course, this wouldn't have been a problem at all if you had arrived on time, Sumadara-san.
Ah, those provincials and their loose concept of time.
It was me talking.
Okay, Snacky's cooking. Ooh, what are you cooking for your snackies?
What was that?
What did you say to me? You couldn't sense any of Kurea's open frankness in Kasumi's face. She wore the arrogance of an ancient Sumadara family towards the ruined Ushinomiya family, as well as pride because she didn't want anyone to notice that her family was declining so much that they couldn't ignore the Ushinomiya family's wealth. Even at a glance, it was easy to understand why Anju hated her aunt so deeply. She couldn't stand even a slight insult, and though she still smiled, her eyebrow twitched. At that time, the black-suited man behind Kasumi whispered to her,
Anju-sama has been found. We are currently dealing with her.
Oh, I'm glad we made it in time.
Thank you, Okanogi. It seems I can finally take my mischievous niece home. I've waited so long to talk with that girl in my tea room with all the tools prepared.
Tools? Tools? What? Clank, 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 clank. As the violent sound drew a helix, it rushed up to me from below, threatening to swallow me up. Of course, even if I fight, there's no way I'll be able to win. And yet, running into the building would be like jumping into a dead end of my own accord. My enemies will increase in number with time. And if I don't do something here and now, I won't have any more chances to escape. Then, 3 muscular black-suited men came into view below me. 1, 2, 3. 3 people. In other words, everyone who had gotten out of the car. If there had been just one of them, I might have been able to drop-kick them or something and smash them into the head, which might work out, but it really would be impossible for 3 of them. Wait. 3? Toaster strudels. I haven't had a toaster strudel in so long. I like toaster strudels. Wait, 3? If there's just 3, I should be able to make it. I can do it. Take a deep breath. Ah! What? You idiot, stop! Look out! Wah! Did she jump from the building onto the car? 01, calling 12. Is the package secure? We received a response. What happened? Respond! She's crazy, damn it! Ow, ow. See, that worked out perfectly, didn't it? There was just the 3 of them after all. I've already tried that once from a higher place. I knew I'd be able to jump down just 3 floors. It was a good thing the car they came in was right beneath me. Even if it wasn't as pleasant as a trampoline, it broke my fall. A little gently, a little roughly. How rude. You didn't have to dent that much. The roof of the car broke my fall, leaving a massive dent around my body. Car roofs are surprisingly delicate. I don't think it's because of my weight. Apparently, the 3 men on the stairs hadn't planned on me jumping down. It seemed they now realized that they had been outwitted and they were rushing down the stairs. I've got to run and escape while I have the chance. I moved my body, making clunking sounds on the car roof. With question, do you think Snail's House is copyright free for... I do not know. It's possible, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'd been naive. Of course they wouldn't all rush up the stairs without leaving one person behind. There was one black-suited man left in the driver's seat of the car that had broken my fall. He stuck his head out of the window, and when he realized what had fallen on him, he jumped out. In a rush, I jumped off the roof, but the black-suited man's reaction was really fast. Either there was a massive reward for capturing me, or there'd been some harsh punishment in store for them if they'd let me get away. This track is wild. 15. Secured. Ow, 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 ow. Don't touch me like that. Let go. I was mercilessly held down against the asphalt. I was being crushed face down, covered, and pressed upon from above. It was a hold without a trace of elegance, but it was extremely practical and left me no room for resistance. I tried to push back with both my hands, searching for a way to resist, but I was being pushed down solidly. I couldn't even tear myself off the asphalt. And then another car came, squealing its tires as it slid to a sudden stop. Is it all over now? The man who had been crushing me let out a sharp cry. He was yelling straight into my ear, making my left ear ring. What in the world? Along with the black suit guy, I fell with a thunk. After landing face up, the first thing I saw was an arm stuck out right in front of my eyes. Amakusa? What are you doing here? Let's talk about that after we've lost them. To the car, quickly, lady. Amakusa grabbed my arm, easily pulled me up, spinning me around with himself as the center of gravity. Just when I thought it was a little like a dance, he flung me through the open door into the driver's seat. I climbed over the handbrake and slid into the passenger seat. Pushing me in, Amakusa also got into the driver's seat. Since we suddenly accelerated while I was still on all fours, I had to kick and struggle around on the chair for a while, like a turtle that's been flipped over. Amakusa checked the rearview mirror for cars in pursuit, but he fell into the artery of the big city without lowering his speed in the slightest. Peer their tweet background music for stream seems to be okay. Peer their tweet background music for stream seems to be okay. Okay. That's good. And I'm off a second time. Okay. We sewed our way between cars one after another, like a chase scene in an action movie. Not Peer, sorry, it's all good. But yeah, that's good. So we got Ninja Sex Party, and then we got Snail's House. Nice. It's very interesting. Snail's House recently put out a lo-fi album, and like the first time it showed up, I was just like, oh no, did heckin' Snail's House account get like a random music put onto their account too? Because I've noticed for like some Vocaloid producers, like randomly a song that's like not by them will like show up that's lo-fi. And so I thought that it was happening for Snail's House too. But nope, put out a whole album. I was shaken by this horrible driving and had trouble sitting back down. Are you hurt, lady? I'm fine. Humans are surprisingly durable. Next time I try to escape a downward moving elevator, I'll jump out a window instead. Guess air dives are a hobby of yours, lady. Still, I'd recommend you grab a parachute next time. Sure, if I remember to do that after leaping. Good. He smacked the steering wheel, guffawing. Need an explanation for this flippantly talking man? His name is Amakusa Juza. Sorry, I was looking at the part of his thing for... Oh yeah, Ju. So that'd be the 10 kanji there. Interesting that, like, the san is, I haven't figured out naming conventions reading-wise. He was originally one of Aunt Ava's guards. Didn't she start to hate him because he chatted too much? He was much younger than the rest of the guards, but contrary to his outward flippancy, he hopped from the first airborne of the JSDF to the French Foreign Legion, placing himself in overseas private military companies and high-class security companies one after another, making for a pretty incredible and unique career. But I heard he deserted both the JSDF and the French Foreign Legion, and that he'll be arrested if he enters France again. Oh no, what did you do? Both of these flippant episodes were very typical of him. Backity back, welcome back. Did you draw a fun thing on your toaster strudel? The guards were sternly told not to chat with me unnecessarily, but he came around and took a pass at me, didn't he? Aunt Ava was apparently particularly put off by that and had supposedly dismissed him shortly before she died. It's been a while since I've heard that carefree tone. What happened after you got fired? I was coaching some people at Blackwater. When I came back to the country during my time off, President Okanogi offered me a high wage. So you deserted again? I wonder how a man like that can be useful for anything. Doesn't count as desertion as long as I come back by next week. I talked with him yesterday. I was told that some troublesome people might come to call on you, lady. Sorry, that turned out to be exactly right. My name probably came up since I know you, and I've got lots of crazy experience. Thanks to you, it looks like I'm in for a happy vacation plus some pocket money. Yakety yak, wackety whack. So, Okanagi-san employed you as my guard? He probably wants to buy some gratitude from you, lady. After I got fired, I was indebted to President Okanogi in various ways. He got some dirt on me here and there, and now I can't say no to him. Yeah. Seems that getting indebted to Okanogi-san could be pretty costly later on. So, where are you planning on taking me? Anywhere. I'm employed until the weekend. Anything after that will cost you extra. How much per day? I'll take 50,000. Plus expenses. If you stop cracking jokes, I'll double it. The period of employment isn't fixed yet. It might take several weeks. That'll be tough. I'll have to call my boss to get an extension on my vacation. More than anything, I want to investigate that day. Oh, this is about Okanjima? Exactly. What happened on that island 12 years ago? I want to investigate with my own hands to my satisfaction. That is a weird sentence, Angie. Do you really expect to find anything new investigating something that old? True, but this is a journey of my own self-satisfaction. Once that's over, I'll just throw my hands up and go over to the Sumadera family. Didn't Aunt Kasumi say something about how she wanted to serve me some matcha? Maybe she'll serve me tea as I kneel on sharp wooden blocks, clutching stones or something. Damn, that sounds freaky. This music sounds like it would be played in the background of memes a little bit. Like, it is very jazzy, but there's like a few parts of it that don't sound like super polished. I don't know. I only listen to music. I don't know about music theory. My apologies, we lost sight of them. A single man thought to be an associate assisted in her escape. Judging by his position of a stun gun and his driving skills, he's no amateur. I see. Thank you. What a shame, Okanogi. Shall I take this as your answer? Want some boba? That sounds good. That sounds very good. Letting her get away was your blunder. It has nothing to do with me. I do wish to prepare some matcha for you as well in the near future. The next time you're in Kyoto, please stop by. I'm going. Oh, are you leaving already? I could offer you some chazuke first. With her back still facing Okanogi, she laughed softly, but with an increasingly shrill and hateful tone, using that as a substitute for a sharp parting remark. Just as she stopped laughing, her features suddenly changed to look like a demon's, but because her back was facing him, Okanogi couldn't see that expression. I wonder if I could order myself some, like, food and then also some boba. I'll think about it. I might not, but I might. Okanogi watched her go, laughing coolly. His secretary whispered over his shoulder, "Are you sure about this? Lady Anji is our company's primary stockholder. If the Sumadera family becomes her guardian..." I get it. But you know, we're the world-famous Ushinomiyas. Can't let them take us lightly. Still, it looks like that guy managed it pretty quick. All that's left is to let Anji-chan do as she pleases. I'm counting on you, Amakusa. Kasumi-sama. The escaping car was a rental. The license plate they displayed was a fake. We're clearly dealing with a pro. They'll probably abandon the car. Pursuit will be difficult. Should we have the police chase them? Yes. Shall we have them search for our runaway daughter? They are getting paid with our taxes, so the police must be of some use every once in a while. Bro, I got some mint gum and it tastes like children's toothpaste. I got the gum because the minty taste helped my throat. Oh no. I feel like there's some gum out there that has a very particular taste. I don't know. Gum is very weird. I haven't gotten gum in years. When I left the mansion, I boldly told Mother to leave it to me, didn't I? Did you intend to embarrass me further? It looks like it might be better for me to serve some matcha for everyone at once, doesn't it? Our underground tea room is cramped, so you have to wait in line. No, we'll search with everything we have here. Ah, she really is a cute kid, just like Ne-san. Especially the way she freewheels and does as she pleases. Ah, now I can't see anything but Ne-san. Ah, I'm truly looking forward to it. If only I could invite Ne-san's daughter to my tea room, right? Some seems very suspicious about the tea room. Seems very, oh gosh, Sonozaki. Seems very Sonozaki. But I could be wrong. I felt pain. Oh no. The Sumadera family sure moved quickly. Did Okanogi-san sell me out? You're joking. He's my client. If he'd sold you out, he wouldn't have hired me, right? I guess that's true. Ah, so that's why you got off the elevator at the 3rd floor. Him having a car waiting in the underground parking lot was too convenient. Come to the island, people. Give me new toys. Smile. I figured Okanogi-san sold me out. Though, I guess by now it's impossible to prove whether there was an ambush set in the parking lot or not. I see. That poor president guy. Looks like you don't trust him a bit, lady. That car in the basement was mine. Huh? He was talking about you, Amakusa? I freaked when the elevator came and was empty. I wonder what would have happened by now if I hadn't been listening in on the radio. So what's going on? If I'd obediently believed Okanogi-san and gone to the parking lot, there would have been no need for me to do that jump off the 3rd floor? Pretty much, yeah. Well, it turned out okay in the end. Just laughed like a madman. Well, I'm glad you were pleased. What the hell? If I hadn't suspected President Okanogi, I could have easily escaped without getting caught in a tough spot. President Okanogi might have sold me out. No, since paranoia told me that it was better to assume that he'd sold me out, I supposed and concluded that he sold me out. Because of my inability to believe in him, regardless of his truth, my truth became he sold me out. I thought back on President Okanogi's words. Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Truth can change completely depending on whether you have love or not. In the end, perhaps truth itself doesn't exist. There are as many interpreted truths as there are people who speak of truth. And take a nap. Okay. I'm back, but there's parent-teacher conference going on, so I don't know how often I can talk. Oh no! Well, hopefully it goes well. If I can't accept something that fluid as truth, where does the truth that I really want to find exist? And is something I'll be able to see with my own eyes? Even if someone sticks the truth right there in front of me and says it's the truth, I might not be able to see it. Without love, it cannot be seen, huh? He's just like, what are you talking about over there?
This fragment of yours is very lively. Yeah, that's what I said. It doesn't bore me.
You told me something. You commanded me to search for the truth of 12 years ago, but there's something I'm not getting.
What's that?
What is truth? There are as many truths as there are people. There are as many interpretations as there are people. And those can be twisted by opinions and changed indefinitely. Is truth really that unfixed and vague?
That's right. Truth is unfixed. It can be like a particle or like a wave, and it can hold conflicting forms at the same time. You are free to believe that the cat in the box is alive or dead, but the truth is very delicate. It can change its appearance just by being observed.
You're talking about stuff like Schrodinger's cat box? Nonsense. If you open the box, you learn the truth. Discussion about what happens before you open the box is just armchair theory. Let's see. No, I hope half of the parents don't come in so I can get to work earlier. Fair enough. Although knowing some people's parents, they probably will show up kind of later in the day, like at the very last second.
That's right. And yet, in order to deny that abstract theory, you need to open the box. It is impossible to negate any idea about the contents of a box that cannot be opened. This is what truth is.
As long as truth isn't denied, it keeps its form.
That's right. As long as truth isn't observed, it keeps its form.
In other words, if it isn't exposed, any reckless statement can suffice as truth.
Yes. Even if they contradict each other, endless ideas can exist as truth at the same time without being negated.
No, there is a scheduled and the doors lock at 6:30. Fair enough, fair enough. So even something as screwed up as my family being captured by the Rokenjima witch and shut up 12 years ago for all eternity can exist as truth as long as we don't know what happened 12 years ago.
This witch called Beatrice forcefully made room for endless imaginings in the Rokenjima of 12 years ago, enveloping all of it inside a cat box. Everything inside the unopenable box is truth.
That's right. We don't know what happened on that island, so it becomes endless. That's assuming no one opens it up. I just have to wrench it open. But that box was closed up 12 years ago, and I don't even know where it is. Even if I visit Okanjima, just what can I learn about what happened 12 years ago on that desolated island?
Who knows?
What?
I wonder what you can learn. This is something that can only be done by the person who is able to walk around freely in the world of 1998, 12 years in the future. The final witch, Angie Beatrice. Beatrice's game board lasts 2 days, from October 4th, 1986, to the 5th. In other words, you're a piece who can move freely outside her game board. And even Beatrice cannot influence this future that lies outside the game board.
If you say it like that, it sounds like I'm a pretty overpowered piece.
The future of 12 years later in which you are placed certainly is distant. However, the further a piece is placed in the future, the stronger power it holds. I told you, didn't I? The truth changes its appearance when it is observed.
Come to think of it, I heard something like that once. Even if one day all of a sudden a star in the constellation Centaurus were to explode, the light from that explosion would have to cross 4.4 light years, so it would take it 4.5 years to reach the Earth. Flustering you, and I feel like to do the same to me. I mean, like, what would I do to fluster you? I haven't been able to get a good feel for that yet. See?
That's right. In other words, even if the sun in Centaurus has already died, people on Earth won't be able to perceive that fact for 4.5 years, because no method of perception exists that is faster than the speed of light.
I'm gonna check something really quick. Okay.
When we learn that the sun in Centaurus has exploded, we Earth people will paint over our history of 4.5 years ago with a new truth. We revise our history with a new fact that it exploded 4.5 years ago. However, for the 4.5 years period until we learn that, despite the fact that it has already died, the mistaken truth that the sun of Centaurus still exists will be able to exist as truth. Simple Psych's done it already. Has he? I'll have to ask. The truth of the future wins against the truth of the past. That's right. By itself, the Rokenjima accident gave rise to nothing but suspicion on the conspiracy involving Aunt Ava and the Ushinomiya family assets. But later on, it
It was dramatized and linked to the occult, and the conspiracy was painted over by the legend of the witch. Even though it was clambered over as a conspiracy at the time of the crime, later on, strange occult theories which claimed that it was the work of the witch ran rampant and began to paint over the truth of October 5th, 1986. The conspiracy theories will probably be forgotten over time, and only the more bizarre, impressive witch theory will continue to remain as superstition, eventually covering up with the conspiracies. That's right. The false truth that exists before the light from the exploding star reaches Earth, almost like the conspiracy theory, which is a human theory.
Hello, loading. This is episode 4
Of the questions arc. The wine bottle with a letter in it that drifted ashore several years later, the message bottle painted over that theory and made things return to the occult theory, which is the witch's theory. That's right. A witch didn't exist during 1986. The witch took control of Rokkanjima because she was observed several years later by us humans of the future, thanks to that message bottle.
A small revision is necessary. The witch could have existed even during 1986, as one of the Mendley endless possibilities that can exist.
Certainly. She's disappeared if she were observed, so she curls up inside the cat box. That's what makes the message bottle so nasty. The witch tried to get rid of the box. She made it so she'd be observed, weeding out possibilities that conflicted with the witch theory. In other words, to make it impossible to negate her, she negated all possibilities other than the witch theory. What the hell? So in other words, Beatrice satisfied the devil's proof with a frontal attack. And that was part of the witch's plan from the beginning. Let's see, you have read about 400,000 words by now. Are you proud of yourself? I kind of am. I think I did mess up a few of the words, but that's a lot of words. The message bottle is information observed in the future after 1986. It cannot be observed by Beatrice or Battler. It can only be observed by Angie Beatrice. I think that was not said by Angie. Oops. I really don't want to investigate the message bottle. After all, reading that would be like listening to the witches say. I thought the witch theory was just a crazy fantasy, so I thought it was nothing more than a waste of time. But Okonogi-san told me, you can't see things in 3 dimensions with only one eye.
You mean that while looking at it from the viewpoint of denying witches, you must also look at it from the viewpoint of accepting witches? That's a correct way of thinking. The number of viewpoints is like a denominator. If you have one viewpoint, the mystery of the numerator doesn't decrease in the slightest. However, the more your number of viewpoints increases, the more the mystery begins to be divided.
I understand. There was a message bottle that washed up on the neighboring island several years after the crime. It passed into the hands of a dilettante. There's another word that I mispronounced. I made an appointment with him, and just in case. I was able to hear Aunt Ava's say from Okonogi-san. Next up is the witch's say. Why don't I listen to Beatrice's say? Yeah,
I do my best. I can only do what I can. And if I've never seen the word written before... Oh! A little bit before 3.
And we're gonna go to the viewpoint of the island now. The first day, October 4th, 1986. Yes. Okay, we'll go for a little bit longer. It's almost break time, but it's like a little early, so. 3 months left to live. It was last year when you said that, right, Dr. Nanjo? I only spoke of what I could comprehensively determine from his physical condition at the time. As a result, this year, too, it just so happens. So, even though it's doubtful whether Dad'll last until the end of the year, he's still totally focused on his occult research. And you still say he only has 3 months to live, Doctor? Like I said, Kinzo-san's... Shouldn't you be happy that our respected father is still in high spirits? Out of a sense of parental respect, each one of you is so eager to greet Father. Cry doesn't want to capture my stream. Oh no! No, I'm sorry, Peach.
If I could, I would help, but like...
I would only be able to do so much. I'm sorry. I tried window capture, game capture, all of it. I guess the only other thing would be for like display capture. But that's tough. I'm sorry, Peach. I can see how upset you are that he's willing to meet with you. Considering that everyone has started aiming for the inheritance while the sun is still in the sky, I can understand why Father wouldn't want to see you. You've got it wrong, Natsuhine-san. We just, Dad isn't immortal and he'll die someday. We aren't telling him to die, we're just saying that he will die sooner or later. We're just talking together about how to prepare for that, you know, with all his money. And that is precisely what is so disrespectful! Stop it. You'll make your headache worse. Kraus told Natsuhi, who had risen from her chair in agitation, to sit down. Do you believe in magic, or... yeah. I'd say that I believe in magic. Trying to smooth over the atmosphere, which had suddenly become filled with suspicion, Hideyoshi put on a forced smile and motioned for everyone to calm down. Natsuhi-san, don't misunderstand. People say you should always clean up after yourself, right? We're just talking about seeing him off. Shaking my head, which one? Yeah. We're discussing this so we can see Father off neatly when he takes off the journey he's eventually gonna make. I have to then stop stream. Oh, here we go. It's okay.
You can get it this next time then, Peach.
That's just like you, Hideyoshi-san. Even though you're saying the same thing, you make it sound so intellectual.
Yes, that's right. Unlike you, Nissan.
Quit it. We aren't getting anywhere. So, like we're saying, Anniki, forget all of this about the inheritance. I don't even care if Dad hits us. To make a long story short, we want to meet Dad directly and say hello, even if he says he doesn't want to. If he's locked up in his study, we don't care if we have to borrow a key from Genji-san. Right, Rosa? How did you find about it? Umineko haven't reached Kino. How did I know about? I remember hearing about it like way back in the day when I was like originally like watching Higurashi. And I remember like watching a few episodes of the anime, but like I don't remember if I stopped because I wasn't like a fan of it or if it was because I was hearing it was like not all that it wasn't really that good compared to this. I'm really liking this. But I'm enjoying this a lot. Oh, well, it's not like we're forcing you. It's just we haven't said hello to Father in such a long time. But yeah, probably when the anime first came out was when I first heard about it. But I'm glad, yeah. It turned Kino into just the K. Oh no. If his remaining life really is short, then there's just a chance we might never be able to see him again. Today might be our final opportunity to exchange words with Father.
That's right, just like Rosa says. If he only has 3 months to live, it wouldn't be odd for him to pass away any time now, right?
Are you saying that despite that, we don't even have the right to talk with him one last time? Regardless of the circumstances, isn't that just a bit too much? Like, I can tell you some things about it if you want some of the terrible, terrible things.
It's all good.
Because, like, there's probably, like... Because, like I said, I remember watching, like, maybe the first 1, maybe 2 episodes, but, like, I don't remember much from the anime. But from what I can tell, it seemed like they kind of just tried to smush it all into a limited number. If greeting Father were truly what you wish to do, I'm sure he'd happily allow you to meet with him. But Father has already heard about the disrespectful topic you hope to raise. No one would want to meet with you under those conditions. The reason you cannot meet with Father is because your own doing and nothing else, is it not? Higurashi has a lot of soul, but Umineko has so many more scenes that are important, right? Like, I feel, from what I remember, like, the anime was, like, pretty close to what the visual novel was for Higurashi, but it seemed like they just were just like, which, yeah, they tried it with the same episode count. Oof. Yeah, there's a lot more in this, as far as I can tell. Oh no, Peach, are you still having struggles? I wish I could help. Exactly. You shouldn't have to rack your brain to understand why Father doesn't wish to see your faces, right? Father has seen through all your tight financial situations. What are you talking about? I don't have a clue what you're going on about, Nissan. The reason why it was cancelled halfway through. Oof. Yikes. Did you really think I didn't know about the state you're in? Ava and the rest realized that he had seen through their current lack of funds, and alternating between bluffing and returning to the point at hand and arguing back, they repeatedly pressed Klaus to let them meet with Kinzo. The sweet smell of the black tea Rosa had gone out of her way to buy had been completely wasted. The only thing she was glad about now was that the children weren't here for this. The fact that they had gone to play at the beach right after lunch had been their only salvation. Eva made as though to tackle Klaus, and Hideyoshi and Kre cut in between them, trying to calm both sides. Then Kre took a deep breath and spoke. I'm sorry, Klaus Nissan. I know I'm an outsider, but I wonder if you'd let me say one thing. I have a proposition. What is it, Kre-san? First, and this includes my husband as well, for many years we have belittled the efforts you've made by living with Father and taking care of him. Isn't that right? Do you have any theories about what's happening, or just haha funny mooch mango magic? Yeah. I don't think I figured I don't think I figured out any theories. Cause like I don't know. It really my brain really do be like haha funny witch go magic. That's well, we've got it easy since we get to go outside, but Anaki's been babysitting Dad for decades now, and that must have been a lot of work. I'd have to restart my laptop at this rate. I'm so annoyed. Oh no. Hopefully restarting helps. I know sometimes that helps me when my OBS is being rude. I'll accept that, but what's your point, Kre? We must acknowledge that Klaus Nissan is Father's caretaker. Isn't that right? We've always feared Father and have pushed the task of caring for him onto Klaus Nissan. Everyone should acknowledge his efforts. Isn't that right, Eva Nissan? And so what? Nissan is Father's caretaker? Don't decide things on your own, outsider. Hey now, calm down. Kire-san, what are you talking about? Played with console voices personally? I don't think I had the option on the Steam version. As far as I was aware. Kire, please continue. We should be more grateful towards Klaus Nissan and Natsuhine-san. We should thank them for always taking care of Father. It's our lack of gratitude that's to blame for these wasteful conflicts we keep having. Isn't that right, Klaus Nissan? I'd go insane with the immense silence for over 1 million words. The immense silence. It's all good. I like doing voices. Okay, cross your fingers. I'm crossing them for you. There's a mod you can install in like 2 minutes. You ever can even get the console sprites if you want. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like if I was just sitting here like listening to their voices, like one, I would be talking over their voices and that would feel kind of weird. But also like if I weren't to be talking over them, I would just be sitting there and be like, my ADHD would be going burr. I'm surprised. I did not think you, Kire-san, would be able to understand our efforts, which even my true siblings would have not stopped to consider. It's a natural duty for the successor to the Oshinomiya family headship. That's right. It's your responsibility as the successor to the headship, isn't it? It's because you take care of Father that we must acknowledge you as the successor. Hey! Why are you bringing this up all by yourself? You're just an outsider. Wait, Anaki. That's right. It's just like Kire says. Because you take care of Dad, you're the successor, Anaki. It's just like you said. Oh. Rosa noticed, and then Ava did. Ava's barking demeanor towards Kire for advancing the discussion on her own disappeared in a flash, and she instead stared at Klaus and Natsuhi. Natsuhi couldn't understand that sudden change and was slightly flustered. Klaus Nissan, if you'll accept just a few conditions, we won't ask you to let us meet Father again until he dies. Of course, we won't demand to be present at his deathbed. We wouldn't even mind being absent at his funeral. Oh. Where are you going with it? Where are you going with this? But I may as well listen for now. Let's listen what? Oh, let's hear your terms, okay. First, the term successor of the headship refers to the caretaker of the current head, Ushinomiya Kinzo. And then? Second, the duty of the caretaker is to look after Ushinomiya Kinzo for the rest of his life. To make things simple, the caretaker's job is to care for him until his final moments. You were prepared to do that from the beginning, Klaus-Nisan, so that won't cause any problems. Naturally. I have no objections to either of those terms. I am already carrying them out. Third, on the off chance that the caretaker is neglectful in his responsibilities of supervision, he shall be deprived of his rights as a caretaker. With that sentence, all slack disappeared from Klaus's face. If I get another idea for my model, I'll personally tell you how to fluster me, okay? Okay. Natsuhi alone was still having trouble figuring out what it meant. Oh. And just what are those responsibilities of supervision that a caretaker bears? It means supervision so that father can live the rest of his life in the best possible health. I'll be more detailed than that. In the case that father dies anything other than a natural death, the caretaker will be deprived of his rights as a caretaker, and his status as the successor to the headship will be lost. If that happens, the next successor in rank, Eva-ne-san, will be selected as the successor. What did you say? How can you shamelessly speak such nonsense? My, the caretaker certainly has a heavy responsibility. However, people can die in many ways. For example, senile old people sometimes die when food gets caught in their throats. Normally, this is called death by old age in its broadest sense. But with your argument, that becomes a death by accident, and I bear the responsibility of supervision. This is unjustly disadvantageous to me. I have no intention of forcing such an unfair argument on you. I'm referring to the kind of thing that the caretaker could have prevented beforehand by taking good care of and keeping his eyes on father. It may be the caretaker's job to carry food to father's mouth, but whether he swallows it or not is clearly outside the caretaker's responsibility. I would have absolutely no problems with the example you rise, Klaus-Nisan. Oh. So what kind of case are you referring to that might cause the caretaker to be blamed for making such a blunder? For example, if he disappeared... Oh. It seems that right now, father is in firm control of himself, but dementia might begin to set in. He might wander around when you aren't looking and get into some kind of accident, or he might get lost in the forest and go missing. Wouldn't this type of case clearly be the responsibility of the caretaker? Father's mind is perfectly healthy. There is no need to bring up dementia. One day, suddenly I saw father go into the forest. I chased after him, but I couldn't find him. I called the police and searched, but after being unable to find him after 7 whole years, I had him declared legally dead. My point is, we won't accept it if you use a story like that to treat him as dead. When father passes away, an autopsy will certainly be carried out, and we will confirm that he died of old age in the most general meaning within the bounds of common sense. A death of any other case will be held as the caretaker's responsibility. See? These are all the things you have toiled away at all this time, Klaus-Nisan. These aren't strange conditions of anything of the sort, right? Old people fall downstairs all the time and accidents happen all the time, right? You can't really keep those at bay, but you know, they're doing this as a way of like, hey, you gotta keep an eye on him or else we'll take your money. Haha. You're mocking us, disgracefully so. I find it hard to imagine why my husband must be coerced into a rule that disgraces him this way. Actually, I've been suspecting it since last year. No, everyone here probably suspects it as well. Eva-ne-san and Hideyoshi-ni-san, Rudolph-san and Rosa-san too. Everyone has suspected it the whole time, but it was so frightening to imagine that no one actually said it. I see. So this is what you're trying to say. That father is already dead and that I've been hiding it. Ah, that's right. That's one of the theories I thought of as a key to solve the last mystery in the previous game. You mean the very last bit? The mystery of who killed Dr. Nanja? That's right. The witch definitely said a lot in red. She mentioned the names of all 18 people and announced whether they were alive or dead, and then she claimed that there were no humans besides them. But with this theory, I can weave my way through that gap. I see. So this is one of the answers that doesn't cause those two to contradict. Makes sense. See what I'm saying? You can catch on pretty quick. It's nice that I don't have to explain. No 19th person exists on this island, and yet this trick lets us mix in an unknown new character. In other words, the names of all 18 people don't necessarily correspond to the 18 people on the island. That's it. The witch mentioned the names of 18 people one after another and announced whether they were alive or dead. On top of that, she announced that there were no humans other than the 18. There was a single illusion in there. It wasn't guaranteed that the 18 names of people equaled the 18 people on the island. When she named off all 18 people and announced who was alive and who was dead, she hid the name of culprit X and instead mixed in someone who wasn't on this island. By doing that, even though the culprit was on the island, she was able to leave him out of the list of living or dead people. The person who was mixed in wasn't actually on the island, so he didn't count towards the total number of people on the island. By this, even though the culprit counted towards the total of 18 people on the island, it was possible for his name not to be listed. The two statements in red are completely independent, so this theory creates no contradictions. If someone's name was used to hide the existence of the culprit, that name must satisfy several conditions. First of all, even though this person isn't on the island, they've got to be someone we think is on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to trick us. And it's best if this person happens to be dead. No alibi is more perfect than death. After all, at this point, the mystery was based on the fact that the crime was impossible for all 18 people. Is it something like that? So one thing I learned from a vehicle recovery team I followed on YouTube, for some reason people with dementia don't turn around or back up. So a lot of people with dementia that end up in a river or dock, they won't back up. They'll keep going. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah, that's it. And the person was grandfather. Right now, there's only one thing Kirei-san can be about to say. What? Be about to say. Okay. We thought grandfather was locked up in the study, saying that he didn't want to meet anyone. But there's a possibility that he's actually dead already, and that Uncle Klaus is lying when he claims that grandfather's alive. That's right. Grandfather was closed up in his room the whole time, and no one saw his face. Maybe he was already dead, and Uncle Klaus and the others were conspiring together, trying to trick everyone. If Kinzo dies, the distribution of inheritance occurs. However, if Kinzo doesn't die... No. If he dies, but it isn't announced, the distribution of inheritance won't take place. In other words, Uncle Klaus could have all of grandfather's wealth to himself. That's right. He's got more than enough motive. Maybe a 19th person X really doesn't exist on this island, but a person X existed, and that person was the 18th person. In other words, there were originally 17 people on this island, not 18. Then, pardon me, an unknown person X snuck in and committed the crime. How's that, Beatle? Come out! I've just solved the final biggest mystery from last time! As Battler claimed that forcefully, the crisp sound of clapping came out from nowhere, and their surroundings turned bright, becoming the usual witch's tea room. Bravo! Bravo! I wish I could deny that someone as incompetent as you has finally gotten the real feel for it, but somehow or another you've managed to come up with a single answer. Even a lump of concrete can stop thinking. So, you have finally evolved into a being with intelligence. You might say you've finally taken a step forward from the crying creature you were before, just licking my shoes and grinding your teeth. I can't believe that stupid wordplay threw me for so many loops last time. My lameness pisses me even more off. All right, Beato, repeat it. If you can announce that the 18 people on the island included grandfather, just try and do it! Yeah, you can't, because he was already dead. This is the end of your deception! Well now, what we have here? What have we here? Shall I slice that in two with the red truth? No. It might also be good to hold back for now and let you get all excited. If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, it would be more interesting to lure you into a higher place first. As Beato sneered obnoxiously, she looked like she was searching for an expression that would tick me off even more, as though she was saying that the answer I'd reached was impossibly ridiculous. Compared to me, annoyed as I was with the witch's attitude, Gretel had a blank and composed expression on her face, almost as though she'd expected the witch to act that way. I noticed this with my grandfather before he passed. We were driving and he shot through a couple intersections. Oh no! I see. Just like how Battler has learned and grown, so has the witch. What's wrong, Beato? Don't act so tough. I asked you if you can repeat it. Answer! Stop it, Battler. The witch won't answer so easily. She won't do it until she thinks it'll benefit her. What? What do you mean? You've been toyed with by this red truth in the games up until now, so the witch has used it many times. But now, the situation is different. You're trying to draw the red truth out of her, and are instead using it as your weapon. In this situation, there's no way the witch will keep firing off the red without reason. Right? Gretel, or whoever you are. Seems your mind is quite sharp, unlike Battler's. What a fearsome enemy I've welcomed in. That is correct. When Battler hopes I'll use the red truth, do I have any responsibility to do so? No! I don't even have a crumb from that croissant you ate this morning worth of responsibility to please you! You bastard. Yes! It's the face! I have started playing with the red truth just because I wanted to see that face! I have no reason to play around if it won't give me a chance to see you look like that! You just don't like losing, right? Just saying whatever you can to trick me because you can't answer my demand won't work. Don't be so full of yourself. An answer like that could be cut to pieces without effort. But I can't go out of my way to speak in red. I won't say it because that's what you're asking me to do. Do you know why? You just said it. You want to push him off at the sweetest spot. This ill-natured witch is saying she won't use the red anymore because that's what you want. In other words, she won't go along with this game of telling you to repeat things anymore. Exactly. Unlike Battler, everything goes quickly with this girl, with no need for explanations. I will say that I will say what I please with the red truth at the time that I desire. That's it. Basically, it's the witch's right to use the red truth as she pleases. She doesn't have to use it at whatever time the human side desires. But even that depends on the situation. The situation? The acclaimed father died last night. Why does he look like he died 3 years ago? Oh no. Situation? What do you mean? The witch has no responsibility to respond when you tell her to repeat something. But it does become her responsibility if and only if your claim can destroy the witch theory. After all, in this trial court without a judge, that which is not refuted becomes the truth. Just like how the witch theory made by the witch will instantly become truth if you collapse and stop thinking. Then, since she doesn't have a counter-argument for my guess, that means I'm right? It's right that the culprit is the mysterious 8th person, X, and grandfather is already dead? At least until the witch argues back. Truth always loses as the new truths farther in the future. The tricky part is that even the timing of the counter-argument is up to the witch. In other words, maybe your reasoning just now was correct. Or maybe the witch is refraining from arguing back even though you're wrong. Or the witch may be ignoring it because it doesn't shake the basis of the witch theory in the first place. But either way, we can't tell the difference at the current time. Is that more or less it? Damn you, Lady Birkenstell, for throwing in such a troublesome piece! Thanks to that, I'm losing all of my lines! The witch has learned that she can respond to your demands to repeat phrases at a later time. Maybe you could even call it a delayed move. She's messing with me. So even if I announce a mistaken reasoning, there's a possibility that Beato will intentionally let me flounder about without denying the guess. And at the very end, when I pronounce an even more massive line of reasoning, she can cut it in half at the base and spin everything around. A single piece of reasoning becomes a bridge to the next piece. By demanding that she repeat lines, I've been able to strengthen my position and advance bit by bit. but since that bastard Beato learned this strange delay tactic, I can no longer confirm or deny my reasoning. This is like finally finding a staff that'll let me search around in the darkness, only to lose it right away. I'm just stuck now, right? Hey, Battler! If you make a despairing face like that, I won't be able to stop drooling, you see? From the beginning, that staff was nothing more than something I gave you because you were so useless. Or worthless, rather. All this means is that you can finally challenge me without a handicap, right? But that alone doesn't change the fact that demanding that you repeat things is one of Battler's ways to fight back. As I already said, as long as it's something fatal that does destroy the witch theory, the witch is obligated to argue back, and therefore speak with the red truth. While the timing of that counter-argument is up to the witch, it must be performed eventually. Isn't that right? That may be so. If I cannot deny the tricks done by humans theory Battler lays out by the time the game ends, Battler will use that as a reason to deny me, and it will be possible for him to proclaim his victory. So, should we view this as a restriction on the witch's side? That the trick theory laid out by the human side? In other words, what he tells you to repeat must be countered during the game, during the episode? That is so. Battler's goal is to show that he can explain the entire pleasant game I have laid out on this island with humans and deny me. If Battler succeeds in that, at that time he will become the victor of this game. Let me confirm the rules. Should we view the time the game ends as referring to 2400 on October 25th, 1986, going by the time of the Rokenjima in the game? I have no problems with that. At the time the game ends, the human side must state a theory using tricks for all the mysteries, and if the witch's side cannot argue back, the human side can proclaim its victory. Does that work? Let's just be more specific. When the game ends, the witch side will be given a chance to argue back. Let's decide on an amount of time. 1 minute. If you cannot carry out your counter-argument within 1 minute, victory will be proclaimed. Then allow me to impose the same rule on you. At the time the game ends, the human side will be granted 1 minute to counter the mysteries it has been given. If even a single mystery has been countered within that time, it becomes the witch's victory and the game is over. It would be such a killjoy to have the game stopped for lengthy consideration, right? You hole. Moving things along without me. But I more or less get what's going on. Even if the line, as I demand that you repeat, aren't countered instantly, you gotta be countered eventually. Yes, that's right. And it must happen before 0:01 on October 6th. But be careful. She only has to cut up one of the things you tell her to repeat. You can't proclaim your victory unless you solve all the puzzles. I think the reason why I can't find Mushijo is because I think I haven't gotten it hasn't gotten an American release yet. That would make sense. Just as I can use the red, from now on, I will allow you to use the blue, Battler. When explaining my magical murders with humans and tricks, you may state your claims in blue. I am responsible for countering your blue with the red by the end of the game. Blue? So I'll talk in blue and I tell you to repeat things? Not quite. When you told me to repeat lines, you were able to do it for any trivial thing. But the blue is a little more restrictive. Unless it's by itself denies witches, it will not be valid. It's starting to get confusing, but it's more or less something like this. For example, let's take one of the riddles in the past where I asked her to repeat something. The actual number of master keys is 5. That had been to confirm that there really were 5 master keys, when she claimed there were no more than 5. But since that by itself wouldn't deny witches, I can't say it in blue. So in order to speak in blue, I'd need to say something like this. The actual number of master keys was greater than 5. The culprit entered and exited the room with that extra key. Only then would the witch who claimed that this was a closed-room murder made with magic be responsible for making a counter-argument. In other words, I can't demand that she repeat something that merely confirms the premises of my reasoning. That'll probably be a significant disadvantage for me. Crap. It's enough to make the red Beato used to toy with me until now look extremely merciful. It's gonna be troublesome. Damn it. So even if I create a theory for a particular closed room and speak it in blue, if Beato denies it at the very, very end, I won't even have time to create my next theory? This rule is awful, horribly bad for me. Are you gonna surrender before the fight begins again? Calm down. No one said you could only use the blue once for each mystery. Do you know what that means? No? What does it mean? In the pitiful way you've been fighting up until now, you've made a single theory glance to the witch's complexion, and if that one didn't work, you'd then start making another theory. You wouldn't corner a witch like that. Then how should I fight? You don't mean... Yeah, that's right. You don't attack her riddles with a point. You assault them with a wall. You said so in an earlier game, that the force of your reasoning should be like that. Assault with a wall. That's right. I said so myself earlier. Guessing and trying to expose mystery is like trying to shoot a distant target with an arrow. Until now, I've been just shooting off arrow after arrow. Asking the witch if I scored a hit, and then preparing my bow again once I'm told that I've missed. There's no way I'll hit at that rate. Bullets might be a better example than arrows. If you take one shot after another at a distant target with a handgun, you probably won't hit it easily. So how can you hit it? If a handgun doesn't work, use a shotgun. Instead of a single bullet, beat her down with shot comprised of countless projectiles at once. Shots scattered so it impacts a wide area. That makes it optimal for shooting small, fast targets like birds. I think that's a little bit of an overkill. That's right. There's no rule that says I have to guess like a pistol, shooting one shot off at a time. Making a single theory and hoping that it hits is no better than stopping my own thinking. Blast away with a massive number of bullets, of guesses, and make them impact like a wall, so that only one of them hitting the target is enough. Blue, huh? I get it. So if your red truth is a razor-sharp katana, and it looks like my blue is a shotgun. No, a machine gun whose firepower will turn the witch into a honeycomb. Oh gosh. I see. So it's an awkward gun that fires many shots. That sort of crude analogy is just like you. The climax of a detective novel is always the same. The famous detective gathers all the suspects at once and displays a single trail of logic that works splendidly. Almost like William Tell spectacularly shooting through an apple with a single arrow. That's why I mistakenly took that to be a virtue. It probably would be splendid if I could shoot through the truth with a single guess. But that isn't realistic. Look at real wars. Do they really have everyone pull long guns out of the trench, aim really well, and take shots at each other one at a time? They don't, right? They fire rapidly. They fire all over the place. They pin down the enemy with a barrage. Reasoning is the same way. Because of that weird virtue, I've been stuck thinking it's better to take one line of reasoning at a time. We humans can fire off countless guesses and possibilities. The bullet is the power of imagination. Suspension of thought is a clogged barrel. The pathetic way I've been reasoning up until now is like a pea shooter. I've been so lame, weakly firing off shots, getting them denied and read, and taking the next bullet and reloading. My blue truth, which claims that humans and tricks are what's real, will overpower its target, the illusion told by the witch, with its firepower and the force of what I can imagine. This is my Ushinomiya Battler's fighting style! Thanks to you, I figured out my true fighting style. Thanks, Gretel! You're welcome. Makes me think of how pathetic I was before. Yeah, it's like Beato said. I've had a handicap up until now. I'll acknowledge that. New rule, understood. I have my own way of fighting. I'll show you it! That willpower is good. I like it. Then try using it right away, this blue truth of yours. Yeah, I'll use it. With this blue truth, I'll break apart your witch theory, which states that only a witch culprit was possible because everyone had alibis. This is my truth. Ushinomiya Kinzo is already dead. Therefore, the true number of people on this island is 17. By adding an unknown person X to that, it becomes 18 people! By supposing that this person X exists, the crimes will be possible even if all 17 people have alibis! Ooh. Okay, that was a cool transition. I know we're not technically at the end of this little section, but it's a good time to take a break, I think. I think. So I will save. No, we'll save here. Man, it was more than a month since our last time playing. My goodness. Okay, or well, this doesn't count the little extra things. That's right. Okay, so we are gonna get our break on. Hopefully I find a snack. I don't know what kind of snacks I have. But we will be back. I need to give my voice a little bit of a break. But let me get it ready. Everybody, this is a good time to get up and stretch, get a snack, use the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Get some water, probably, maybe. And then we'll be back in a few minutes. I hope my timer is not broken. It looks kind of broken. Oh no. Let me make sure that it's gonna be... No, it should be. It should be fixed. I don't know. Hopefully it's not broken. Okay, we'll be right back. Wasn't that fun, kiddos? Bye! Merry Christmas! Whee! Let's see. Oh, there's sparklies over here. It might be the water, though. Which we will crash into. Man, I am very high up. It's like rolling a nat 1 on your deck save while trying to take a pee, right? Well, would it be Dex or would it be like Wiz? A lot of these people. Give me the clown. He's still over there. But to be honest, I'm afraid because I can't be certain of what you'll remember. It might just be an excuse that I'm busy preparing for the conference. In a way, I don't want to see the gradual change in your attitude towards me once you remember everything. But I still know it's selfish for me not to want you to remember these things, since they are yours to remember. Don't hold back for my sake. Go and reclaim your memories. All my rage, I am just a dragon in a cage. Then Rocket, that means I can't look at your lore.
I'll let you bark.
Oh yeah, I did that over the weekend. I finally added the gun emote. Let me see. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We're not where we wanted to be, but that's okay. Let's see. That's valid, actually. That's valid.
The power of the
That are like people getting hurt, and I'm not a fan of those ones. Thank you. There was one that I remember their avatar was like that little half cat thing. I don't remember if they were like extremely funny or something. Maybe we can watch a meme sheep video after. What did she just say? Curse of a Yashiro-sama, let's go! Plentiful plum feeling. No, Kichi, no! Plentiful plum feeling on my left shoulder and the sour sensation of a young unripe fruit on my right. Keiichi, no. How? Boom, boom, bang. Keiichi, what if I told you were becoming Satoshi, right? You were doing exactly what Satoshi's done, and he's gonna be like, no! We will, okay. Do not perceive. Do not perceive. Do not perceive, I said. That was a really tricky move. Oh jeez! No! 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 Ah. So, boop. There it goes. Oh, naughty.
Naughty man.
Okay, let's grab it before it clips through the ceiling.
I've got to go back and clip that. That was too great. Oh boy. Okay.
Okay, so this
My
one
God.
is definitely at the end here. Can you move this one out? What you can see, take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Just screw these people driving, screw the train. I'm Sonic, I can do anything. Nobody can tell me what to do. One thing, you know, the fact that Shin won't hold hands with you, because holding hands is lewd. Like, oh my gosh, that's so lewd. Like, holding hands? Wow.
So you're such a dirty man, Sawa.
All of you were up blah 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 blah. All of you were all up last. Why is the sentence so hard? Hello? Not though. Yeah, no. Might actually be me. Okay, and not a carnivorous one.
I could be a carnivorous butterfly if I want to.
Of course. What? I don't! No! That's not what it is! That's not what that is!
Yo! Yep, come after me, buddy!
Yeah.
It's my last hook!
Well, it's gonna be both. Well. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Peach. Peach.
Yo, 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 yo. If I could just loop them as long as I. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
If I can just keep this up.
If you can distract them long enough for Mr. Ting to do a gen.
Dang it!
Hey. Don't. Like, hey, Nightbot. No bully. You can bully other bots, but no bully friends. Whoops. Yes! Wait a minute. Oh, yes, I'm officially a big shot. Don't you want to be just like your old pal Spamton? Take the deal. Yes! Now that's what I'm talking about. You got guts, kid. That's discomfort and abdominal pain in my guts. Get big and win wild prizes. Let me be a big shot. And also don't kill me. We'll do it again. Because we're almost there. Okay. Congratulations! My most popular thing was hard-boiled life boy, that are deviled eggs. Oh, you don't need to see that one.
They just kind of appear and I don't have control of it, I'm sorry. Freaking right in the beetle heavy.
Yee. Oh gosh, oh gosh.
Crap.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta be careful.
have to hide the corpses if you want it to, you know, if you want to make it big. If you want to be a big shot in Yami, so no.
Xephoria?
Ah! Okay, I finally made it back to the beginning. Come on, just grab it and I can get you out of there. I am stuck in the corner, you're stuck in the corner. Here we go. I looked away for a second and he was gone. Hello? Froggy? Where did Froggy go? Okay, there he is. Oh, that's way too close to the wall. I made a mistake. He did get endgamed. He was just like, I can't.
But I hope you guys all have a good Christmas. You better have a good Christmas.
That's normal. Ow, that apparently really hurt. I'm gonna call the left one Calliope and the right one Caliborn for no particular reason.
For no reason at all.
No reason. Oh, I get it. They're like an Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
And we are back. No meme today because all I could find was some toast and a cookie. Okay, but that's okay, that's okay. We are back from like a month break from Umineko, so we spend a lot of time today.
In other words, if you keep preventing us from meeting with Father, we will have to accept the following theory. Simply put, Father is already dead. But you're hiding that because you don't want the inheritance to be distributed. No me today?
What?
No meme today.
Nah, no meme today.
Ridiculous. I know, Rudolph, I know you really wanted to look at me. That is correct. This is worse than ridiculous. I have never heard such an insult. It'd even be possible for us to check by force whether he's alive or dead with the police there to witness it. Isn't that right, Eva-ne-san? Yes, that's right, Nissan. There are all sorts of ways we can set you up. We could easily arrange for a situation where you'd have to hold a meeting with Father under the supervision of a third party. Still, I think that would bring a lot of shame to the Yoshinomiya family. That's why I'm making this proposal. Here we have the other responsibilities and duties of the caretaker, and a penalty in the worst-case scenario. If you consent to these terms, we'll be able to refrain from doing something like dragging Father outside. Yeah, that's right, Aniki. Didn't you just say it yourself? You're carrying out your natural duties as Dad's caretaker. Today's conditions shouldn't be anything to worry about, right? Why this overreaction? Are you really that worried about having a position of successor dragged out from under you if Dad dies something other than a natural death? Or else, what? Do you have some reason to think Father might die something other than a natural death? I think they forgot a word in there, but it's okay. How could I? I see. Now I too understand how Father feels. How pitiful his later years have been for him, unable to even die as he pleases. Yes, his later years truly have been pitiful, and the thought that these later years are already something of the past is exactly what we're expecting. You could completely clear the suspicion away just by letting us meet with Father. So, even after being humiliated by us this much, you still won't allow us to meet with him, Klaus-Nissan? Father is probably already dead. The corpse may have been disposed of in absolute secrecy. And after taking all of the wealth for yourself as Father's agent, you will make it seem like he disappeared until 7 years pass, making Father a corpseless member of the deceased. I'm sorry, but please don't take it badly, okay? I'm just playing detective here. How rude can one be? You have no right to stay in this mansion. Leave immediately. I I won't permit you to cross the threshold of this house again. It worked last year, but you've used up your luck if you thought it'd work this year, too. Father is in a bad mood, so he can't meet with us. That was plenty suspicious last year, and yet you're doing it again. If you really wanted to fake being Father's agent and grab up all his assets, you should have done it a little more speedily, making him disappear without waiting for today's family conference. You really are naive, Krauso-ni-sama. I have no idea what you are. However, if it's a fact that Father is in a bad mood, and you're preventing us from meeting him as part of your responsibilities as his caretaker, then it's a very wonderful thing you're doing. In that case, if you just accept our conditions, everything will be settled here and now. After all, you care so greatly for Father, Klaus-ni-san. There's no way Father will die in a manner that leads to trouble during the autopsy. After all, Father hates hospitals, so he'll pass away in his study, right? An autopsy would certainly be carried out no matter what happens. The only way to kill him without an autopsy would be for him to disappear. I almost knocked something off my desk. Enough, Kirei-san. I think you bullied Nissan enough. Ava rebuked Kirei in a sickeningly kind voice. Considering the situation, that would be impossible, which is why it was sickening. I'm sure Nissan has his own difficulties to worry about as well as his pride. True, Nissan might consider that one of his natural duties, but if you force him to put it on paper and assign penalties, I could hardly blame him for getting upset. Don't you agree, Rosa? Yes, that's right. She might have made light of Klaus Nissan's pride as the eldest son a little too much. I'd feel bad for him if we were to force him to sign a statement regarding the duties of the caretaker as Kirei-san has laid them out. That's right. You're doing a good job, Aniki. Taking that into account, you might consider avoiding all that about signing strange papers and worst-case penalties, and leave everything to you. You people. The dad is dead and he's running a scam to get all his money, right? More than likely. He's been stinky ever since the beginning. Who knows, maybe this will be the one where, we can sympathize with him. Not just Ava, but Rudolph and Rosa as well, with unnerving smiles on their faces as though they'd planned this beforehand, began closing in on Klaus. They now understood perfectly how Kirei had cornered Klaus and exactly where she was prepared to compromise. We were talking about a signed statement regarding the responsibilities of the caretaker, but even without signing such a thing, you can make it so that we'll never demand a meeting with Father again. If you can prove your fitness as Father's caretaker with a form of guarantee other than a signed statement, that is. Are you telling me to pay security money? Hilarious. Security money will be paid to Ava-san, Rudolph-san, and Rosa's son, 3 billion yen each. As a deposit, you will transfer 10% of that, 300 million yen, before the year is out. 9 billion? I don't have that kind of money. After Father passes away, you should be able to work it out. We've managed to investigate at least that far. You should be able to handle the deposit of 900 million yen in your current financial situation, and that should even be possible for you to borrow it from Father, right? There's no need for oblivious charades anymore. How unpleasant! Truly unpleasant! It is at that. Even just the discussion of Father's inheritance was far too disrespectful. Father is already dead? My husband is hiding that and keeping all the money for himself? I have had enough of this. None of you are qualified to bear the name Ushinomiya any longer. Calm down, Natsuki-san. We've all said we all need to. Why don't we leave it at that for now? This is happening all of a sudden and on a massive scale. We might even be getting agitated ourselves. Why don't we take a break for a while and cool our heads? Klaus-ni-san probably needs a little time himself. Right, Klaus-ni-san? Time? And why would I need something like that? Don't worry. We aren't thinking of anything shady. We're just so eager to see Father that we started grumbling a bit. And Klaus-ni-san, I know real well how you're dying to get back to us for the things we said. If you're willing to go so far, then you just need to let us meet with him. Right? Isn't that right? You just got a bit stubborn, and it felt awkward to say that you'd let us see him after saying we couldn't all those times. Isn't that it? Right?
right?
It certainly does seem that my husband has lost his composure slightly, just like the rest of you have. We're only refusing stubbornly out of respect for Father's desire not to meet with anyone. Let's see, this happens all the time in Japan. An old family member dies and you fake them staying alive so you keep getting money from them. Oh my gosh. Indeed, that's right. It was turning into another sibling fight like the old days, and I started to feel stubborn as well. Let us cool our heads. I understand how much you all want to meet with Father. I will pass that on to him. I'll find some way to convince Father to meet with you. Will that do?
Yeah. I think it'll be okay to give Klaus Nissan some time to persuade Father.
Yep. We're counting on you, Hanaki. Please persuade him to meet with us. After all, you're Dad's caretaker.
And as for persuading him, let's set a limit on it to sometime tonight, okay? When tomorrow comes, we'll confirm Father's well-being, even if we have to break down the door to his study. You have no problems with that, I take it? Nissan?
Do as you like. I see. It seems even the time I've been given to persuade him is short. Let us go, Natsuhi. We shall ask him to join us for dinner at least.
Right.
Klaus left the parlor with Natsuhi. Once their footsteps disappeared, Hideyoshi took a deep breath, smirking and flopping onto the sofa. And I took a bite of my toast. Oh no, I was too late. Hide-san, you're a frightening person.
Sorry for speaking out of turn. I apologize.
No, you didn't corner him like we'd originally planned, but in the end, this was even better. Just like always, I've got to bow my head to you.
But can you really prepare 900 million?
I believe we estimated that 750 million would be the most Klaus Nissan could afford with his current financial situation. Isn't 900 million gouging him too much? If he can't do it, that's fine too. If we do something like lowering it to 550 million so Klaus Nissan can save face, it'll look like we're compromising. It'll be easier to settle, right? And if he really does come out with 900 million, that's even better.
Nissan is probably having a strategy meeting with Natsuhi-san about now. It really would be interesting to see what kind of twisted logic our proud Nissan comes up with as an excuse.
Convince Father? There's no way he can. There's no way to convince someone who isn't even there. Okay, now I have my toast. Ooh. Oh. The siblings have all come, despite their various circumstances, for this annual family conference. Klaus and Natsuhi could be seen in Kinzo's dimly lit study. Every once in a while, the thunder could be heard, and the dimly lit room flickered with light. It seemed that the island would be closed off by the storm very soon. Father, please, just this once, show those disrespectful people the majesty of the head. It's useless. Ooh. Seeming pretty sus. The large shadow of a person standing by the window, his majestic back facing them, answered quietly and forcefully. He hung his head and shook. Eventually, they could hear a mumbling laugh over his shoulder. It's useless. It's all useless. 3 months left to live? An almost finished geezer? To whom exactly are you referring? You fools! Did you wander over here because your siblings threatened you? Know your shame! As Kinzo turned and brushed his cape, it flashed forcefully through the room's stale air. That air pressure truly signified Ushinomiya Kinzo's majesty and willpower itself. After being blown back by the wind, it wasn't strange that Klaus landed on his butt. As though showing consideration for Klaus, who looked as though his legs had been swept out from under him, Natsuhi also crouched down. Then, with a thunk, Kinzo's footsteps approached with a heft that signified his dignity. Father. You fool! I don't like forward-facing Kinzo. He's making me uncomfortable. I heard from Canon. Just how far did you pathetically let your siblings lead you around by the nose? Father, my husband is doing his best to protect your honor. Without lending an ear to Natsuhi's words, Kinzo extended his palm to Klaus's collar as the latter sat on the floor. No, he curled his fingers, leaving only his pointer out, then took that finger and pressed it against Klaus's collar, twisted it, and slowly, with just one finger, picked Klaus up into the air. With one finger? You really are a pathetic fool! You let your wife speak in your defense? If you have an excuse, give it yourself! Klaus clawed at the air. Kinzo's brawny finger was choking him. He couldn't even open his mouth, much less talk. However, even if he had been able to open his mouth, as he was now, there was no way he'd be able to think up an excuse that Kinzo would accept. Still, how could this power be described? No one would call Kinzo an old man after seeing this superhuman strength. Father, my husband is fighting in his own way. Please forgive him. Natsuhi. Fighting is a process that you go through before winning. The process you go through before losing isn't called fighting. It's called being pathetic. You called this my successor? As thunder roared, Kinzo laughed heartily as though nothing could be more pleasant. And when he finished laughing, he threw his son away like he was scrap paper, slamming him against the wall. Still think he's dead? Maybe. He looks very weird. Dear, are you okay? Klaus slid down the wall, rubbing his throat as though in pain. Natsuhi ran up to him and looked after him. But without showing any interest in the two of them, Kinzo returned to the space near the window, as though he'd been there the whole time, and looked up at the thunderclouds of misfortune. I thought I would have no regrets in my life. If only I could meet Beatrice. But it seems it won't go so smoothly. It was promised from the beginning that nothing received from the witch would remain. However, the Ishiro-miya name is not the property of the witch. Who is fit to succeed that name? It seems that this alone must be resolved by my own hand. Rejoice, Klaus! I have changed my mind. Father. So? I have no desire to have dinner with you cowards. However, I will attend the family conference afterwards. Father, thank you very much. There I shall make a great announcement regarding the succession of the head. I will resolve your foolish quarrel myself. He's gonna die before then, isn't he? If he's not already dead. Ooh. Okay, so it's like 6:08, 6:07. So probably skipping the dinner stuff. If he's not killed off before then, I'll believe he's alive. Yeah, if he shows up for the conference after the dinner, then like maybe. But I don't know. Forcefully opening the door with a clunk, Rosa flew in with Maria. Is Genji-san or anyone there? It doesn't matter who. Bring us a bath towel. There was already a full-blown typhoon outside, and it was starting to pour down hard. Even though she'd had an umbrella, Maria had been in the rose garden amid all the wind and rain the whole time. She had grown ice cold. But in the hallway, she did look rather pleased with herself. It's like, yeah, I finally found my rose. Maria had gotten into a minor fight with Rosa in the rose garden and had been told to stay there. She had done as she was told and had continued to wait in that spot, even though rain was pouring down. Sorry, I don't know why I took a bite of my bread. Okay, there we go. Rosa certainly had gotten a little emotional and angry, but Maria's stubborn whim was probably more to blame. The cousins who had seen that exchange were relieved to see that mother and child were close to each other again. Rosa scrubbed Maria's head with a towel. She seemed overcome with worry that Maria had caught a cold, but Maria herself was nonchalant. Are you okay? You didn't catch a cold, did you? Maybe we really should go back for now and get a change of clothes.
I'm just fine. More importantly, I'm hungry, so food's better than changing clothes.
She looks okay, Aunt Rosa. She's gotta be if she's this spirited. It's really a good thing that she had an umbrella. I was thinking she might be soaked to the bone. The fact that she had an umbrella certainly is a silver lining. But Maria, even if you have an umbrella, you've got to get to a shelter when it starts raining so hard, okay? Little girls definitely shouldn't let their bodies get cold. It's okay, Jessica-chan. It's Mama's fault for telling her to stay there. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Pardon me, oh heck. I'm a good girl? I'm a good girl for doing what Mama said? I stayed there even though it was cold. Stayed there until Mama came.
Yes, you really are a good girl, Maria. You did exactly what Mama said. Very well done. But next time, even if Mama tells you to do something, find some shelter if it starts raining like that. Okay? Promise, Mama.
Promise, Mama.
As Rosa gently held Maria, they joined their pinkies together and promised. Battler and the others realized that by touching her mother's pinky, the warmth had started to return to Maria's body. I wonder if she's actually being kinder to Maria in this route, or if we just, skimmed over her yelling at her in the garden. Nothing's wrong with a stubborn child, right? I mean, she did what she was told. She was following orders. Canon-kun, thanks for the towel. That really helped. Then, if you would excuse me. As Canon bowed with a blank expression, as though he'd done nothing that required gratitude, he left the parlor. Okay, it's already dinner time. Let's all go together. I'll even give Maria my dessert for being so good.
Really, Mama? Get dessert. Love Mama, love Mama.
Hey, Maria, don't jump around. Mama loves you too, Maria. Love Maria, love Maria.
I love Mama too. Love Mama.
She's going with her. Character growth. That or this ain't Rosa. Rosa and Maria looked really close. Even the cousins who watched and started to feel a long-forgotten warmth fill up their chests. That might be the age when you're on your best terms with your parents. It wasn't like that for me. Mama was always yelling at me to study, study, study. That's because they love their children. A parent's love isn't always gentle and indulgent. My mother was strict with me too, but now I realize that it was because she treasured me so.
Love Mama, love Mama.
Love Maria, love Maria. So, shall we get some food? Let's be friends and hold hands.
Be friends and hold hands. Mama and me, friends.
Yes, that's right. Mama and Maria are friends. We'll always be like this. Love you, Maria. Okay, something's really sus there. I do not trust it at all. That is Beatrice in Rose's body. It has to be. See, even Battler's just like, what is this? This is not her. What's going on all of a sudden? What's up? The sudden sound had come from the teacup Gretel had been holding, which had fallen and smashed. Sorry. I got careless. Sorry for dropping it. The cup on the floor had smashed to pieces. Would it really have made such a sound and smashed to pieces just by being dropped from that height? Even someone as thick-headed as Battler could realize that she was in a bad mood over something. But he couldn't understand why she had suddenly grown so displeased. I don't know, at first it was maybe character growth, but then it's like, wait, this is really weird. This has to be Beatrice having taken over Rose's body. Because even after she was tortured by everybody, and it's just like, oh, this clears up all your transgressions, she was still rude in that route, or she was still rude in the last chapter. She was still the kind of person that would beat up her child. And now she's oohing, which was her main thing of please stop this. And she's being cringe with her, which is really good and really nice, but also I'm very worried. When she made to bend over and pick up the fragments of the cup, Ronave appeared out of nowhere and stopped her. You will injure yourself. Leave the cleaning up to me. Shall I bring you another cup of black tea? I don't need it. I guess a demon's black tea just doesn't match my tastes. Oh, to think there's someone whose tastes aren't satisfied even by Ronave's tea. I must respect your discerning palate. I'm getting bored, so I'll go out for a second. Bored? Wait a sec. This is where things start to get interesting. About now, Maria's probably going to say that she's got an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice again, right? This is the essential part. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm counting on you to clean this up. Leave it to me. Without saying anything else, Gretel disappeared out of her own accord. Her form literally melted and disappeared into thin air. There was definitely a displeased expression on her face. But neither Battler nor Vlonove, and of course not Beato either, could understand why her mood had so suddenly worsened. All that remained was the scent of the black tea she'd spilled. Yeah, cause she's, like, even Anji is just like, that's not her. That's absolutely not her. I don't like it. No. To me, more blunt. It disgusts me.
Why are you so irritated, Anji?
Why, you say? Isn't it obvious?
I don't understand.
Even Maria One-chan, with that blank expression on her face, irritated me. See, yeah, we have seen Beatrice much this route, yeah. As I held my hands palms up in the empty air, from out of nowhere a single book landed on them. It was Maria One-chan's diary. Even though I didn't turn the pages were flipped through, despite there being no wind. And the door to Maria One-chan's world opened.
Why do you think I'm not happy, Ante?
Think about it objectively.
By objectively, you mean from your viewpoint, yes? Alright?
Are you trying to say that the truth is different from me and you, Maria One-chan?
Truth can change its form depending on the observer. And observers from the future always overwrite that form. Anji, what are you trying to do to my happiness?
The pages of the diary were flipped through at greater and greater speeds. Then a brilliant light poured out from the depths of the diary, swallowing everything up and painting over everything with white. Sorry, Maria. Mama has to take care of some urgent business that's piled up, so I need to stay holed up in the company for a while. I probably won't be able to come back home until late at night the day after tomorrow.
Then what about your promise to go to the movies with me on Sunday?
The movies? Judging by Rose's tone, she had clearly forgotten that promise, but Maria's response to that was an apology for asking. I'm sorry. Maria apologized for troubling her mother by asking that question.
I'll stay home. I'll definitely wait patiently. I'll take a bath every day and change my underwear. And I know where the money is. I'll go to a different store every day. I'll try not to get out too late. Or go out too late. If a policeman asks, I'll say I'm running errands for Mama. I'll do what Mama says, like Mama says.
That's right. You really are being a good girl. If you do that, I'll buy you a present. Okay? Go to bed by 9. You mustn't tell the teacher or any adults that Mama isn't coming home. Okay?
Yes. So, Mama, do your best at work. Do your best. Finish your work and come back as soon as you can. I won't cry all night and annoy the neighbors anymore. So come back quickly.
Well then, I'm busy, so I'll hang up. Be a good girl and wait. Don't do anything you shouldn't. Goodbye. Click. With a tone of finality in her voice, Rosa hung up the phone without waiting for Maria's answer. Maria politely set down the receiver and returned to the sofa. There sat the stuffed animal, Sakutaro, with whom she'd been watching TV until a second ago. Sakutaro was holding the remote control to the TV. Oh, that's cute. The TV had been turned off because of the phone call. He looked like he was telling her to push the switch because he wanted to watch TV again quickly.
Sakutaro, wanna watch TV? Onyo? You wouldn't want to watch anymore, or you don't want to watch anymore, Maria? If the actors team gets all the questions right, they can still make a huge comeback. What do you? No, that's enough TV.
Again, Mama was busy with her work and didn't come home. Mama works so much overtime that she doesn't come home until late. Because she has dates or something, she always comes home after drinking a lot of alcohol, even though she's not good at drinking. What do you mean not good at drinking? I guess she's more susceptible to alcohol or something? I don't know. And with a pale face, she'll go straight into the shower and then to bed. And because she has overtime even on the weekends or something, she says she has to spend the night there and almost never comes home.
Welcome back, Crimson. How is your lurk going?
Recently, she started saying something about how she's got a big job she's working on, so this sort of thing happens a lot. The pictures I did my best on during drawing time were laughed at by everyone. But even so, I wanted to show them just to Mama, and once again, she won't be able to look at them for me. And I could talk about the time everyone pushed the job of cleaning up onto me, but I did my best by myself and was praised by the teacher. Or the time I went shopping and the man at the shop said I'm always such a good kid and gave me a free canned coffee. Then there was the time I wanted to encourage Mama because she worked so hard on her job, and hid a card for her under her pillow.
And there's a lot of other things I wanted to talk about. Mama's working really hard at her job. She's working with all her strength so that way we can eat every day. I hate her job. If only she just quit. A job is an important thing for adults to do. It lets Marie eat, buy clothes, pays for school lunches, and pays the deposit for summer camp.
Wow, she goes to summer camp?
All that happens because Mama works and earns money.
What good was watching Peach play Faith, but had your stream in the background to listen? Fair enough.
I don't need food. I don't need clothes. Don't need school lunches and don't want to go to summer camp. It's not like any of the groups will let me join in. O'Neil, just now on the phone, Mama promised that she'd buy a present when she comes back from work, right? I think she made that promise because you're important to her, Maria. And she'll feel bad if she made you lonely. You think so? O'Neil! It definitely isn't a pain for her, or annoying or anything. Mama always wants to be by your side, all the time, Maria. It's also painful and sad for her since she can't do that. I remember when she spent the whole night by your side, crying. Yeah. I didn't understand why she was crying, but she was so sad. Couldn't do anything but stay silent by her side. I remember the last thing Mama said then. She said, "Thank you, Maria." She said that just by being by your side, you were her only ally in the world. O'Neil, do you remember? Yeah. I'm her only ally in the world, she said.
Sakutaro set the remote down on the table, crawled up onto the sofa, sat on my lap, and spoke to me, gazing into my eyes.
I'm sure Mama feels the same way you do, Maria. The designs Mama draws are the only ones laughed at by her clients. Only Mama's company has troublesome jobs pushed onto it by other companies. Mama is the president, so she has to take care of everything by herself. Only Mama's company never gets included in the business of other companies. Mama's only ally is Maria. If you tell her to stop doing her job, where in the world could she find an ally? Sakutaro. The only person I have in the whole world is Maria. The only person Mama has in the whole world is Maria. What about you, Maria? I've got Mama, and I've got you too, Sakutaro. So, Maria, you aren't lonely at all. What do you? Since Mama's busy with her work, she can't be together with you very often, but please, don't blame her for that, Maria. In exchange, I'll always be here. We'll be by your side forever. So, don't cry, okay? What do you? Can your sadness be stopped if I'm with you? Sakutaro.
From the corner of Maria's heart, which she had been doing her best to seal up, drops of sadness finally dripped down. I feel like doing Sakutaro's voice has been altering my Maria voice a little bit. Drip, drip, drop, drop, drip, drop, drip, drop. even though weekends when Mama didn't come home weren't that rare of a thing. It wasn't as though that night was particularly painful or sad compared to other nights, and yet Maria's tears poured down.
O'Neill! Maria, don't cry. I'll always be with you. Even if you cry, Maria, I won't. I'm a lion cub, so I won't cry even if I'm lonely. Even though I want to cry too, I won't. Why won't you cry, Sakutaro? Even though you're so sad that you can't hold back the tears, you won't cry? O'Neill! What if I cry? Who will make you feel better? So I won't. After all, I want to get your spirits up. If I get my spirits up, will Mama come back? When Mama comes back, if she's welcomed by a happy Maria, I'm sure she'll be happy. O'Neill! Mama will be happy? O'Neill! If you knew that, I'm sure her fatigue from work will be also healed. And I'm sure she'll start feeling better sooner or later, and will play with you a lot. When you come home and Mama's waiting for you there, and she's in the kitchen in high spirits, don't you feel really happy? I'm sure Mama feels the same way. So, if I watch over the house in high spirits, Mama will be happy too? O'Neill!
Sakutaro nodded deeply with his big head. The tears couldn't stop falling from Maria's eyes. If she greeted Mama with a tear-stained face, Mama would probably get sad too.
You know about it, Maria. You can't use the magic that creates smiles if you aren't smiling too. Yeah, I know. So, I won't cry anymore. Hey, Maria. I have an idea for how to have a fun time. O'Neill, wanna hear? What? Mama won't come back until late night Sunday. So, let's have a pajama party and keep it a secret from Mama. A pajama party? Until you get tired late tonight, eat candy and drink soda in bed and play with me. A pajama party? Yeah, sounds fun. I don't have to go to bed at 9, right? Mama won't get mad if I don't sleep. This is a secret between me and you, only for when Mama isn't around. So tonight, until you get sleepy, let's have fun the whole time. Let's eat jelly beans and try to guess what color we'll get next. Let's split open peanuts and try to guess which half is the grandpa. Wait. Let's search for treasure in the closet. And more and more. I wonder what it'll taste like if we mix cola and melon soda.
I can't figure out if that would taste good or not.
I wanted to try it once but asked Mama if it was okay and she got mad. O'Neill! Let's keep it a secret from Mama and try it out. Tonight, we'll play a lot, laugh a lot, and blow away our tears with happiness. Don't worry, it'll definitely be fun if I'm here. I'll definitely make you happy, Maria. Yeah. It'll definitely be fun if Sakutaro's here. I'll definitely be happy. Thank you, Sakutaro. I won't cry anymore. Let's play all we can and get happy all we can and say welcome back when Mama gets home. O'Neill! Tonight, let's play a lot and feel a lot better. Let's have the kind of special party we can only have when Mama isn't here. If we're noisy enough, I'm sure plenty of friends will come play from the land of the Looking Glass in Wonderland. Then we'll have so many friends that we won't be able to get bored. O'Neill! O'Neill!
What's cute? Then Maria began her pajama party all alone with Sakutaro, having fun until late into the night. She played by sticking her hand into the bag of jelly beans without looking and trying to guess which color she'd pull out next. Sakutaro had good intention and got it right a lot. Or intuition, rather, not intention. Pardon me. Maria also had a brilliant streak where she guessed right 4 times in a row. The game where she split peanuts open and tried to guess which part was the grandpa was easier than guessing the color of the jelly bean, so she got it right a lot. Sucking her salt-covered fingers was impolite, but that was the yummiest part. She liked both cola and melon soda on their own. She helped that by mixing her 2 favorite drinks. There might be a flash of light like alchemy, and the new drink that no one had ever tasted before would be created. She got so excited about how, if it turned out really delicious, she'd call it Sakutaro Soda and sell it. But unexpectedly, it had a weird taste that she hadn't hoped for, and the color was somewhat dull and thick. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised that black and green mixed together would make this. Too bad. I imagined that it would make a sparkling pineapple color. That do be alchemy logic. But it was an awesome, incredible fun night. If it's this fun here, maybe Mama will feel like coming home and drop by out of the blue. So I got the feeling that Mama might suddenly come home and went to the front door many times to check, but there was no way Mama would be able to come home when she was this busy at work. But rather than a feeling of loneliness, it felt like a little disappointing that Mama couldn't join in on this fun late-night party. Sometime soon, I'll do this when Mama isn't around and let her join, or when she is around and let her join in. Mama likes some things I don't like, or Mama likes some things I don't think are yummy, so maybe she'll really like Sakutado soda. When Mama comes back tired, I'll serve her some, and more than anything, I want to be able to write about this fun night in a letter and tell Mama about it, so that these feelings of happiness will reach Mama too. Her work is always so tough, and she comes home so tired, so I hope I can share this happiness with her. Mama will almost certainly come home tired late Sunday night, and I hope I can brighten her day even just a little by sharing this happiness. I gently placed that letter on Mama's desk. To Mama, good job with your work again today. Let me share my happiness with you. From Maria. Then I decided to give a present to Sakutaro for proposing this wonderful party. It was a small red muffler I found when searching for a treasure in the closet. When I was still very young, Mama knitted this tiny thing. Maria was embroidered on it in knitting wool. I softly wrapped that muffler around Sakutaro. It really suited him, accenting his yellow with red very well. That's so cute! Oh gosh. They would have had to have made merch of Sakutaro, right?
Oreo, does it look good on me?
Sakutaro looked embarrassed as he wore his first present ever. Yeah, it really looks good on him.
Sakutaro, thank you so much for everything. It was so fun tonight. I can't even remember why I was crying. Let's be together from now on. And let's always play and laugh together. Oreo, love you, Maria. Me too. Love you, Sakutaro.
After playing so wildly, Maria's room was a mess. Maybe she played a little too much. But I'm tired for today, so let's sleep together. And tomorrow we'll clean up together and welcome Mama with a clean room. Alright, Sakutaro?
Oreo. See? No, we are so happy, right?
Is this your happiness, Maria Onechan?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Even though you were looking forward to that movie so much, and Aunt Rosa promised that she'd definitely take you, she completely forgot. I should read My Sister is a Cat if you think this is cute. Maybe was that one of the ones that, like, I know that you mentioned it before, but like, I don't know.
She just happened to forget because she was so busy with work. Even if she remembered with her work, there'd be nothing she could do. Whether she remembered or not, Mama would have spent the night at work. She couldn't go to the movies. Whether she remembered or not is a minor issue.
There's no way that's a minor issue. After all, when Aunt Rosa answered movie on the phone, it was obvious she'd completely forgotten her promise. And when she heard that, Maria One-chan's mood definitely darkened. Well, like you say, even if Aunt Rosa had remembered her promise, you wouldn't have been able to go to the movies in the end. But even so, to think that your mother just forgot her promise to spend one of the few days off without you, it's sad. I'd be mad.
Hello, Didi! How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm doing good. Yeah, it was sad. Because even if she had remembered, we wouldn't have been able to go to the movies. But after that, I had a very, very fun night with Sakutaro. You must have thought that pajama party looked really fun too, Anji.
There's no way that would be fun. I mean, all that messing around you did that night was just intentionally making a big fuss about nothing. Also, you could forget that you were lonely and that your mother wasn't coming home.
That's not true. I really did have a fun party with Sakutaro.
No, that's wrong. You were just so sad and you hated your mother so much for forgetting your promise that you made a mess of your room.
Where was something like that ever written in my diary?
It wasn't written anywhere, but by reading in the gaps between every line, I could understand your feelings. You didn't have a good time at all that evening, and you stayed up late when you were not told not to, broke the strict rule about eating sweets outside of snack time, and even that didn't bury your sadness. You went wild in your room and made a mess of it, right? And after you made a mess of your room and were all tired out, all you did was claw at the bedsheets and cry yourself to sleep, right?
The diary does say that Mama probably forgot her promise about the movie and that I stayed up late having a pajama party with Sakutaro and made a mess of my room searching for treasure.
Yes, and this is what it means. You were starving for Aunt Rosa's love, Maria One-chan, and Aunt Rosa always put her work and her public image first, always keeping you on the back burner. That's what disgusts me, because I know just how superficial Aunt Rosa's words of love for you were. You should realize this yourself. So, how could you say you're happy despite that? I don't understand that part of you, Maria One-chan. Even at my age, I can't understand it at all. Why aren't you sad? Why is it that you experience a reality filled with misfortune and can call yourself happy? I can't do it. I can't understand it.
You're a sad kid, Angie.
I don't get it. Why are you pitying me?
Even though a fact about a really fun pajama party is written about in my diary, if the same fact is observed by different people, it has a different form.
I remember talking about something like this with Birkenstell. Truth is unfixed and changes its form every time it's witnessed. By the way it's perceived, in other words, depending on the person who perceives it, a single truth becomes different truths, and the truths of the past are painted over by truths of the future.
In this diary, I wrote that what happened that night was very, very fun.
You described the events of that night as something very happy.
And yet, when you read the diary, the events of that night sound very, very sad.
Even though you describe it as a happy scene, I read between the lines and realize that that wasn't the truth.
Stop it! This tells of a happy night. This is the truth of that night. Please, don't take this happy truth and paint over with it with a new, different truth.
Are you happy with this, Maria One-chan?
Yes, I'm happy. That's why I feel sad for you, since you wouldn't be able to feel happiness in a similar situation.
Right now, I'm like she was then, just as isolated with no friends. Angie had accepted her isolated reality for what it was. But Maria painted over her isolated reality with the reality of happiness. Ushiromiya Maria took a sad truth and changed it into happiness. That was the only and yet very large difference between me and Maria One-chan. And even though I am unable to accept it, I'm also jealous of that power.
Yes, that's right. This is power. I was able to find happiness with that power. Because you don't have that power, you can't find happiness, Angie.
What is that power?
I don't know what to call that power either. Not at this point in time, at least. Eventually, I was taught its true form. I'll talk about it later, on the next page. So then, late Sunday night, Mama came back with a present just like she promised.
I'm back.
Mama, welcome home. Ariel, Mama came back. Mama came back.
Waiting to greet Rosa, she returned home all tired out, was Maria in an unbelievably good mood holding Sakutaro. Most likely, Rosa's worn-out expression was partly because she really was tired, but partially because it would be a pain when Maria, who should have been grumbling after staying home alone for several days, would cling to her, sobbing. However, when she was welcomed by an unbelievably happy Maria and found that her fears were unbelievably needless, Rosa couldn't hide her surprise. What's going on, Maria? You're in a great mood? Is someone here? It was strange enough to make Rosa think that a friend had come over and that she'd come home right when they were having a good time playing together. But there were no other shoes by the entrance. Even though Maria was in such high spirits, she had been home alone. At first, Rosa was suspicious that the cause of this unexpected good mood could be nothing good. But that really was a needless fear, and in any event, Maria really had been in a good mood while she watched over the house. Even if Rosa's heart had been as cold and hard as a rock, after being welcomed with a smile like this, Rosa started to honestly accept that smile, and a smile rose to her own face automatically. In that smile, you could no longer see any of the wariness of someone who had been unable to return home for several days. Maria kept talking about what a fun time she'd had playing with her stuffed animal, Sakutaro. Rosa really hadn't imagined that the stuffed animal she herself had given would be so appreciated, and she couldn't hide her pleased smile. I see. So you spent the time together with Sakutaro. Well done, Maria. Here's a present for Maria and Sakutaro for being so good.
Onion! A present! A present! What is it? What is it?
Both Maria and Sakutaro started jumping around. There were 2 presents. One contained an assortment of Western sweets. Inside was a Scotch cake. It looked to be of very high quality, but Maria was more interested in the other one. The other one was an even bigger box, and it was pretty heavy. Go ahead and open it. They might have become new friends for you and Sakutaro, okay?
Ah! What's this? What's this?
Inside, laid there like chess pieces, were about 20 small ceramic figures shaped like animals. Squirrels, rabbits, small birds, dogs, and cats. They were all holding musical instruments. That sounds so cute! In addition to them, there was also a panorama-style background. A forest scene was drawn on it. The small forest animals were gathered in a plaza and looked like they were having a good time. Rosa set it up on the table, and when she then lined up the ceramic figures like chess pieces in front of it, it became a band of forest animals. Isn't it wonderful? I saw it in the store window and I was taken with it at a glance. This is a present for you for being such a good girl home alone, Maria.
Thank you, Mama. Awesome, Sakutaro. Look how much our friends have grown. It's just like you said, Sakutaro. It was true that we had a fun, noisy time when you get more friends. Right? Didn't I tell you? Look, we got more friends. Look, we got more friends. Oh, no.
Relieved that her gift had been appreciated, Rosa remembered that she had been filled with several days of weariness.
Mama, you worked really hard. But take a shower. If you take a hot one, I'm sure your weariness will go away. Want to take a bath? I'll choose what to put in the bath today.
Thank you. But it's already late, so get ready to go to bed. Mama is tired, so I'll take a shower and go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow.
Yeah, got it. Here, Mama, I'll take your coat off.
I can do it myself. Oh, thank you.
Mama, your coat is full of smells from outside. Huh? Oh, sorry, something fell out. I'll pick it up, okay?
When she took Rosa's coat, a receipt or ticket stub or something fell out. It had been in Mama's pocket, so it was probably important. Maria hurriedly picked it up. It looked like a ticket for the green car or Shinkansen or something. Atami? Wasn't that a place famous for its hot springs? At that moment, with a razor-sharp sound, the warm atmosphere shattered. Instead of Rosa, who'd been there just a second ago, enjoying the gift that her daughter and recovering from her weariness with a long-awaited return home, there stood a person who looked exactly the same, but who had a completely different, terrifying expression on her face. In her hand was the ticket stub that Maria had picked up. She had stolen it from Maria's hand in an instant, just a few seconds too late. By the pain of her hand that had been hit, and her mother's expression, Maria realized that she must have done something wrong. But she didn't know what she had done that had gotten her in trouble. It was probably because of the ticket stub-like thing. Was she not supposed to touch it? Even though she had tried so hard to welcome Mama with fun and happiness, she had touched something important to Mama without asking and had ruined that pleasant atmosphere. So Maria apologized immediately.
Sorry.
Even though she must have heard those words of apology, Rosa's expression actually darkened. Maybe those weren't the words she had been hoping for. Maria didn't know what to do and stared at her mother's reaction. Then, even though it should have been such an important ticket stub, Rosa crushed it and hurried off to her room. Maria didn't really understand what she had done wrong.
I must have done something I shouldn't have. That paper must have been something important for Mama's work. I touched it without asking. O'Neill, you didn't do anything wrong, Maria. That's why tonight was so very happy. Yeah, happy. And when Mama takes the bath and clears her head, she'll go back to being normal, nice Mama. So you mustn't worry about it. Or you. You're right. Mama's tired too. Mustn't worry about it. After all, we were so happy tonight. Or you.
Stop it. I can't watch this.
Anji, I think you're looking for happiness in the wrong way.
You're the one who's wrong, One-chan. How can you call this happiness? It's so pitiful that I can't watch anymore.
What's this? That Mama suddenly got mad? That happens sometimes when humans get tired. Condemning a person because of a momentary misplaced emotion isn't very adult of you, Angie.
I can't believe I'm hearing this from a 9-year-old. But that's not the problem. That ticket stub you picked up was clearly strange.
What was? There was nothing strange about it, and it has nothing to do with the happiness of that night, right?
Aunt Rosa called because she'd been staying over at her company because of work, right? Why Atami? Isn't that what you call a vacation? It means she left you and went on a vacation, right? And you normally don't go on a vacation by yourself.
Even if that was a ticket for Atami, that alone doesn't make it proof that Mama lied and went on a vacation, right?
She lied on the phone and then she changed her expression so drastically and grabbed it from you. What more proof could you want?
It might have been for a business trip long ago, right? Or maybe she just happened to pick up some trash and put it in her pocket. It might have been a receipt from someone who worked for her, who went on a business trip. In that case, it would be important for her work. It wasn't a toy, so I can understand why Mama took it away. That evidence you're talking about is only circumstantial. Imagination and delusions. I don't know why you're interpreting it in a way that makes your relationship worse.
I'm the one who doesn't understand why you're interpreting it in a way that's so convenient for Aunt Rosa.
As I thought, you're a pitiful child, Angie. Even though there's so many fragments lying about you Even though there's so many fragments lying around you that can make you happy, you can't find them. Instead, you only look at unhappy fragments and continue to get hurt. That's why you're scared of being hurt, and only start looking for happiness after you check to make sure there's nothing around you that could hurt you.
When I talk with you, One-chan, it gets hard to tell which one of us isn't making sense.
You know what? There are lots of happy and unhappy fragments, and they fill up the world up. So, people who can't find happiness right beside them won't be able to find it no matter how hard they look. Like Tittle and Middle, searching for the blue bird.
Is this the first time that this is being brought up in this series? Because this is definitely from Zero's. I mean, not the original story, but it's just like, Very interesting, very interesting. I know there's no, like, correlation between the two series, but I'm just like, what? Oh yeah, a story with a moral.
You're the complete opposite, Angie. You're searching for a world without a fragment of happiness. But that's the same as the blue bird, so you'll be unable to find your happiness for all eternity. Is Battler Hansel? Or is he the blue bird?
Give it a rest already. In any event, I understand that a night of happiness was wasted because of a single scrap of paper.
It sure is scary that a single scrap of paper could do that. In that case, maybe the power to get your happiness back can also lie in a single scrap of paper, right?
Ooh, like one of the letters. Maybe. Just when she'd finally been able to communicate with Maria after so long, Rosa's face twisted with a mixture of anger, sadness, and a fierce self-hatred as she flew into her room and closed the door. Maria's sari had sliced open her chest sharper than a knife. At that time, she noticed a cute envelope placed on her study table. It was probably something that had come with a girl's magazine. "To Mama, let me share my happiness with you," it said. Oh no. She took it and after hesitating, opened it and read what was inside. Then, after letting 2 large tears drip down the paper, she flew out of the room, hugged Maria from behind as she headed for the bathroom, buried her face into her daughter's back, and cried. Then, realizing that she was the one who should be apologizing, she apologized. Why is Mama apologizing? There was no answer for that question.
Look, we already made up. Something like that was absolutely nothing to worry about because of the friendship Alma and I share.
To me, your happiness is too painful, Maria One-chan.
I understand how you feel, more or less. Before I realized I had that power, even I was a pitiful child who could only find fragments filled with misfortune, just like you are now.
What is that power? This power that I don't have, but you do. Are you saying that I'm unfortunate and you're blessed because I don't have that? Just what is this thing you can't describe except for an abstract word like power?
You do want to know that, Anji. That's why you've been reading my story so far. Of course, I'll teach you. I'll show you the secret to that power. And it's something I taught you about long ago, when you were little, right? Did you forget? It's okay, I remember. Now No. She will teach you.
She? Who's that?
I'll teach you in Maria's place. I don't know who's talking.
Beatrice. Oh, that makes sense. The power Maria has, but you do not.
Yeah, the power I have, but Angie doesn't.
It's magic. Maria and Beato said it together, and then they started giggling because they said it at the same time. It was an innocent reaction, one that didn't seem like Beato at all. Black tea was arranged on the table in a peaceful garden, and Beato, Maria, and Sakutaro, who was sitting on Maria's lap, were having fun chatting. Oh, I see. He is called Sakutaro, so this is your best friend.
Yo, nice to meet ya. I'm Sakutaro. Look, Sakutaro sigh, so he's nervous. It's okay. Beatrice is also a great friend of mine. Yo. Are Maria's friends my friends? Yeah. Yo, then, am I Beatrice's friend too? Yeah. Yo.
Maria, does something like this happen frequently for you in your everyday life?
What?
Is breathing a spirit of power into inorganic matter and giving it life like this commonplace in your everyday life?
Sakutaro isn't inorganic matter. He's a lion cub. Yo.
The stuffed animal makes for an excellent vessel. It's not uncommon for spirits to be made to reside in them when they are spoken to by innocent children with no toxin. According to Beatrice, every time a child plays with dolls, the dolls actually gain a will and converse with them, sometimes even moving by their own will. However, because of their innocence, the power imbued into such a vessel is very weak. If they get stuck with even a tiny bit of toxin from a human's common sense, which says that there's no way a doll can talk or move, they instantly revert to being non-speaking dolls. That made me think of something from my childhood. Something that was very specific. I'll get into that later, maybe. However, this Sakutaro stuffed animal of yours is different.
Sakutaro is a stuffed animal, but he isn't one. Yo. I'm a lion cub. Sakutaro
is a lion cub, but he's still a kid, so he can't roar sometimes. But you merely adopted the scuff I was born with and molded by it. Didn't see the light until I was already a man. But then it was nothing to me but blinding. Wait, what? What scuff happened? What scuff happened? Eh? Nothing was scuffed. Is my audio down? I think I was quoting Bane. Okay. I was like, I wasn't talking about anything being scuffed. Is something scuffed? Is this Cone from the... It kind of does look like Cone a little bit. Just with a longer body and tiny stubby legs. But how are you, Bailey? Gazing at Maria, who was playing around with Sakutaro by the table loaded with tea, Beatrice let out a sigh of admiration. How incredible! This Sakutaro, with a cloth and cotton vessel as a shell, has completely materialized into the human world. He has his own personality, talks with the summoner freely, and even moves by his own will. And even more surprising is that Maria did not summon him using the name of a person from another world, but created him out of a sea of zero. A sea of zero. After that, Maria boasted to Beato that Sakutaro wasn't her only friend, and that she had many more of them back at home. It seemed they were other similar stuffed animals and dolls who could talk and move of their own will like Sakutaro. It was something natural for Maria. It was natural for stuffed animals to talk, move, and become her friends of their own will. When she saw When she saw that Maria accepted this as something natural, as a witch, Beatrice felt a respect bordering on awe. Maria, without a doubt, that power of yours is magic.
It's magic? I'm still a witch apprentice, so I can't use magic yet, right?
No, that is magic. Because you cannot use it consciously, you are still an apprentice. But even so, what magical power it is! The materialization of your friend Sakutaro is excellent proof of that.
Materialization?
Indeed. In your case, it may even be fitting to call it creation. A piece of inorganic matter that would have no soul at all in another's hands can have a soul sent into it through your magic. Furthermore, that strong magical power lies in the human world. In this era so filled with the toxin that denies magic, summoning a magical power that can materialize a single life form is not easy, even for me. It isn't hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. However, giving birth to a being with a soul is very difficult. This is what Beato asserted.
I don't really understand what you're saying, Beato. You're saying Sakutaro is amazing?
Both you and Sakutaro are incredible. You should be proud. I see that which Kinzo desired above all else seems to dwell most strongly within you.
I don't have a clue why Beato is praising Maria so much. I don't know who's talking. I don't know what voice to do. I don't have a clue why Beato is praising Maria so much. Right, Sakutaro? Onio!
What should be truly admired is not only that a soul has been made to reside in a stuffed animal, even more significant is the fact that you have changed your own worldview. When it comes to giving birth to something from nothing, you stand out from the crowd. It is easy to make 100 from 1, however, giving birth to 1 from 0 is not. When you do become a full witch, beyond just becoming a match for me, you might grow into a great witch that even I must acknowledge as superior. A witch of origins, perhaps. I'm really looking forward to your future.
Beato said I have talent as a witch. Isn't that great, Maria? Onio, Beato, thank you for praising Maria.
No need to thank me, Sakutaro. That red muffler truly suits you. And I am envious of the talent of your master who was able to give birth to a friend like you.
Onio, thanks for complimenting my muffler. This is a present I got from Maria. It's my favorite.
And its size is truly a muffler that was created just for you. I see. I must also give my new friends some kind of present.
Huh? Beato's giving Sakutaro a present?
Of course, a gift from a witch must be something with magical power. In that case, so that he can be your friend for all time, and so that you can have even more fun playing with him, I shall give Sakutaro my magic power. With that, he should be able to materialize even more strongly.
Huh? I'll be happy to have much more... I'll be able to have much more fun playing with Sakutaro? How's that? Onio? What could it be, Maria? Is it something scary? Don't worry. Beato won't do anything scary. Right, Beatrice?
Indeed. I believe you will like it. So, to make him materialize even more strongly, a stronger image will be necessary. Well, what to do? Beato crossed her arms and thought about what she could do to please them even more. Then, right there, was the form of yet another witch. It was Beato's teacher, Virgilia. Virgilia truly was a great witch. Since Maria already thought of Beato as a great witch, this person Beato called a great witch must have been a great witch. According to Beato, she still didn't even rise up to this witch's feet when it came to magical power. My. I thought I heard some cheery voices. What a fun tea party this seems to be. Oh, teacher! Perfect timing! I want you to look at this lion cub. I hear he's Maria's new friend. What a lovely sea lion. I wonder if he can greet me. Hello, nice to meet you.
Onio! I'm Sakutaro!
Sakutaro fell to Maria's lap, greeting Virgilio with half his face poking out over the edge of the table. It seemed he was very nervous, since this was a witch that even Beato called teacher. What an adorable name. As a reward for giving such a good greeting, here's a sweet for you. After waving her hands about, Virgilia held the palm of her hand upwards, as though she were lightly grabbing at empty air. Then she held her fist out in front of Sakataro. When she opened her fist, there was one of the individually wrapped cough drops.
Maria? Maria, it's candy. Awesome, awesome. Isn't it great, Sakataro? Make sure to thank her. Maria, thank you very much for the candy.
Even though Virgilia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakataro to an elegant greeting. Still, teacher, cough drops? Are you someone's granny or something? Can't you at least pull out some strawberry milk candy? How rude. In that case, I won't be giving you any more. Sorry. Well then, Maria, take out your grimoire. And, of course, your writing tools.
Huh? Yeah, I'll take it out. What should I write?
Oh, what are you starting? I will use a magic I learned from you, teacher. Magic to make a resident of another world materialize into a vessel. I think that applying that, we may be able to further strengthen the power that makes this friend of Maria's materialize. I wanted to give that as a gift to Maria and her friend. I see. For being that has already materialized, it shouldn't be that difficult. That could become a wonderful gift. Well then, I shall help too, if only a little. It would be very reassuring if you could sign this magic as a witness, teacher. Be glad, Maria. This will be a wonderful gift.
Maria? What's happening? It isn't scary, is it? Is it? I don't know, but I don't think it's scary. What could it be? I can't wait.
Beato borrowed the grimoire from Maria's handbag and majestically flipped through the pages. Then she found an empty page among those with magic circles drawn on them and flattened it out. After gazing at Sakataro with a grin, she suddenly started moving her pen. It was something like a written declaration made by witches to a high-order world. It was magic whose effect could be controlled if Beatrice wrote and Virgilia signed. Maria didn't understand what Beato was writing at first, but partway through she figured out the wonderful magical power of this document, and her eyes began to sparkle.
Maria? Maria? What is it, Maria? What's he drawing? Maria?
Sakataro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written on the table. But even if he had seen, Sakataro probably wouldn't have understood.
Awesome, Sakataro. Wait a bit. Almost done. Almost done. It's amazing, Beato. Amazing.
When it comes to writing documents of power, this child's talent is magnificent. You might even serve well as a secretary in the spirit world. I definitely forgot what voice I gave Virgilia. Oh no! I see goodbye as soon as she appeared. Give me a second, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. How's this? Not so bad, right? After finishing her writing with an intense amount of concentration, Beato looked over the document again from a distance. It seemed she was fairly satisfied with her work, and Maria, who was also peeking in at it, let out a cry of wonder.
Awesome, Beato. Cute.
By the name of the Golden Witch Beatrice, I now acknowledge Sakataro, Maria's child. Teacher, if you would sign as a witness. Yes. By my name, I witness and acknowledge this oath. It is done. Virgilia signed, completing the written declaration. I find it very interesting that, like, Maria's name has been, like, in caps when it's spoken by Beatrice. It's very interesting, very interesting. Also, it's snowing a little bit again. I'm sad because I don't think it's sticking. It was a document with the power to proclaim that the beings of a higher world that Sakataro had most certainly materialized in the human world. Sakataro had been born from Maria, was nominated by the two witches, Beatrice and Virgilia, and just now his existence had been acknowledged by the higher world. That itself was the great magic of materialization. According to Beato, it was apparently quite fortunate that Virgilia was there. After all, depending on the number and quality of witches that signed proclamations to the higher world, the power that resided in them could change drastically. Virgilia in particular had many friends in that higher plane, so her signature gave her the gave the proclamation a power with which Beato couldn't even compare. By this proclamation, I accept you, Sakutaro, as an individual with his own ego, and I welcome you as a friend in accordance with the contract of Mirage Sociere. I'm pretty sure I mispronounced that, but that's okay. From now on, Sakutaro is our common friend, and for that I shall bestow upon you a fitting form as a gift. Accept it. With the grimoire still opened to the page with the proclamation, she turned it around and handed it to Maria. Maria showed it to Sakutaro on her lap. When Sakutaro beheld the proclamation, he felt something hot and bright begin to dwell in his body made of cloth and cotton. Even as he looked around, nervous at the sensation he'd never felt before, that power strengthened, and eventually, a bright light completely swallowed him up.
Oreo? Oreo.
Wow, he flipped! You are cute. Just grabs and runs. Then, when the light disappeared, there, Maria's friend Sakutaro held a new form and existed.
You're cute, Sakutaro. Really cute. Oreo. Does it really look good on me? It isn't embarrassing?
It's a very lovely form, Sakutaro-chan. I figured the muffler was his charm point, and the ears. Animal ears sure are nice. Totally cute. Let me nibble them later.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you very much for the wonderful present.
There is no need for thanks. This is out of respect for your wonderful magic and your friend. And now that you have reached this level, it would not be odd for you to graduate from being an apprentice at any time. From now on, I shall instruct you on even more new and fun magic. This music keeps getting loud. I keep turning it down little by little, and it's just like, hey, we're here still. From this point forward, you may call yourself Maria, an apprentice witch of origins.
A witch of oranges?
It almost sounded like I was having her be like,
A witch of oranges?
Indeed, it is the title of a witch who seeks to become a creator. Right now, you are just an enchanter, a magician specializing in forms of magical enhancement, who has only enough strength to breathe magical power into the small objects around her. But after 1,000 years of training, and you could conceivably use the magic compendium that resides inside your heart to create a galaxy. The talent of a witch of origins is very rare. Even though everyone has it when they are young, no one can continue to hold on to it. This title is also proof that you have not lost your untainted heart.
A witch of origins! Awesome! I'll become one. I'm Maria, an apprentice witch of origins. Maria, that's so incredible. Witch of origins, incredible, amazing. Oreo.
Eventually, you will be able to call yourself a full witch, Lady Maria, Witch of Origins. It may be a good time now to give not only Sakutaro, but you as well, an appearance fitting of your rank. Here, I shall give you a proper outfit for one who, while still an apprentice, is worthy of using the title of a witch. When Beato waved the pipe that was her cane, many gold butterflies that had appeared out of nowhere grouped around Maria, giving her a wonderful dress. Huh. I would change a few elements, honestly. It's not bad. It's just very reminiscent of, like, some of the other witches. I don't know. I think it's probably like I would replace the little ascot or whatever with like a big old bow. It would probably be the one change. It certainly was fitting for a girl who would eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins, combining both cuteness and dignity.
Amazing! Awesome. Cute. I want to show these clothes to Mama too. Can I?
The full dress of a witch must not be shown indiscriminately. Its value increases if you're stingy with it. Then the Great Witch, the witch's apprentice, and their new friend Sakutaro enjoyed a lively tea party.
See? Look how happy I am. And look how fun this is. Oh gosh, I started moving. Please, don't be afraid of being happy. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness out of your current misfortune. That is the magic of origins.
I didn't want to acknowledge my current world. I couldn't bear to accept such an isolated and painful world. Pardon me, that's why, even though I was entranced by your world, Muryo-ne-chan, I couldn't cross the final line.
I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into Mirage Sose. Wouldn't you? Or weren't you?
Yeah, that was true. Mirage Sose. That takes me back. I also had my name entered in there at one point, didn't I? Is that how she became a witch with Birkenstell? Man, I keep looking outside and seeing it very lightly snow and be like, stick to the ground, you coward! Stick to the ground! I think I see it sticking to fences, but I don't see it sticking to the ground yet. The world of 12 years later, October 1998. Oh, this looks like a fancy restaurant. Yes, I will never forget that. It happened in April of 1987. I received a certain strange request from a friend. There was a large collection of books, the former possessions of a very rich man, that were being sold at auction. And it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable to the study of archaeology and folklore, as well as in an occult sense. So this friend wanted to witness their worth confidentially. That was 87, half a year after the crime on Rokkenjima. Correct. It was explained that these books had escaped the disaster at Rokkenjima. The owner of the island, Miss Ushiromiya Eva, had put them up for auction. Why of all things would you auction off the books, I wonder? This was apparently a high-class restaurant. A middle-aged man was sitting across from Angie in a secluded and quiet seat. Amakusa could be seen by the entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumadera family. I like how he doesn't have he doesn't have updated art. The scholarly man across from Angie spoke politely, but with enthusiasm. He didn't lay a finger on the food in front of him, so you could tell how excited he was as he spoke fervently. I really hope that there's a scene that has, like, both him and Angie in the screen. He was a professor at a certain college, and particularly well known as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was only a convenient exterior. His true life work was the study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything else to do with the occult, as well as demonology. In short, he was the person in the best position to understand the details of Kinzo's research. First, what I learned from appraising those books was that Miss Ushiromiya Eva had absolutely no education in the study of folklore, and that the original owner of the books, Ushiromiya Kinzo, was certainly one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan. April 1987. A major city antique shop obtained a large quantity of antique documents that were thought to have a high historical value. They were entrusted with them by Ushiromiya Eva, who wanted them to be sold at auction. At the time, it was thought that Eva would succeed the Ushiromiya family and have all the wealth to herself as the only survivor. However, at that point, not even half a year had passed since the accident, and the others had not been missing long enough to be presumed dead, even under extraordinary circumstances. Because of that, Eva had supposedly been in a very tight spot financially, unable to even collect on her family's life insurance. It seems she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in the place where she'd escaped harm in Kuadorian were used for this purpose. Those old books, which were eventually be called the Ushinomiya Library, were later gathered from the antique shops by authorities in the field so they could be appraised, and those authorities were astounded. At least speaking from the perspective of occultism, the impact of that discovery on the world was comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is because contained within the Ushinomiya Library were many extremely vital documents that had never been found, though their existence had been known for more than a millennium. The more dreams of the occult, such as those represented by alchemy, always stirred an intense fascination with dilettantes. It is whispered that many magic books of great historical value, currently unknown to the public, might be in the secret possession of extremely wealthy lovers of the occult. Items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among I feel like I should just Google how this was pronounced, because I feel like it's gonna keep showing up. How do you pronounce this, internet? Let me see. No, why are you opening Twitter? That's not what I'm doing. Okay. Dilettants. Is it dilettantes? Dilettante. Are particularly popular among dilettantes are said to be prime examples of this. It is said that approximately 5,000 pages of these notebooks currently exist and that over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may be monopolized by certain enthusiasts and members of the extremely rich. It is said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away and unannounced notebooks. There's probably no doubting that Ushinomiya Kinzo was himself one of those dilettantes. No one knows what Kinzo went through to obtain those, but there can be no mistake that he used his vast wealth freely, buying them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. Those books, which were so valuable that enthusiasts could never satisfy their desire to hoard them away, were discovered in large numbers in the end of the 20th century. And their release to the public had given the entire world a massive shock. Because of this case, the name Rokenjima became known across the world. The world was also shocked to learn that, in all likelihood, a large number of even more valuable undiscovered books were lost during the accident on Rokenjima. Because of this, the names of Rokenjima and the Ushinomiya Library will remain in our memories for all time. Our memories that are probably meant the occult neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo. Because of that incident, the name of Rokenjima had taken on a vital meaning in the world of the occult. There certainly had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rokenjima itself, but not on the international level. However, this one part had spread across the world, taking the image of Rokenjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago and painting it over as a demonic island where riddles, suspicion, and mystery and occult met. In other words, until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Eva, Rokenjima had been merely a nameless island that no one could remember, and certainly not the island of a witch. However, when knowledge of the Ushinomiya Library spread all over the planet, Rokenjima's image immediately took on an occult twist. What happened next was the discovery of that message bottle. That's what turned that island into a witch's island. A nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an island of the occult, the island of the mysterious witch Beatrice. You might say that lacking either the Ushinomiya Library or the message in the bottle, the Rokenjima witch legend would never have been established. The message bottle. Yes, a form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a letter sealed inside into the sea. It was once famous as a way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of a certain prominent foreign detective novel, it was also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's own death, like a time-delayed will. The case of the Rokenjima message bottle was certainly one of the latter. This is the thing everyone says a fisherman on the nearby island picked up. Correct. We learned that a young fisherman on Shikenejima picked up a wine bottle with a letter in it. That young fisherman kept it just out of curiosity. Then, because Rokkenjima had fallen under the world's attention due to the Oshinomiya library, he announced his discovery. Is there any chance that it was a fabrication made by the fisherman? Of course, we weren't able to deny that possibility. The scraps of paper in the wine bottle were signed by a certain member of the Ushinomiya family, a girl named Ushinomiya Maria. However, after looking at the writing left on her former belongings, it was confirmed that the message was written in a different person's handwriting. Interesting. A different person's handwriting? Correct. At the very end, or at the very least, I believe there can be no doubt that this was written by a person more skilled at writing of a greater age than her. There is a very high likelihood that someone faked her name when they wrote it. Therefore, at that point in time, the contents of those scraps of paper were thought to have a very low credibility. However, later on it was confirmed that a similar message bottle had been recovered from the nearby ocean on the day of the incident by the police in their search for lost articles, and this caused a sensation. It seems that, due to evidence from the surrounding area and the fact that the bottle had been sealed, the police had decided that its likelihood of being fabrication was low and that it had been abandoned no earlier than a few days before the accident, and the handwriting for both matched. This caused the credibility of the scraps of paper disclosed by the fisherman to rise. It seems magazines and the like have reported to the contents of the message bottle repeatedly, but would you like an explanation? Just looking at the two side by side. No. I know about it, more or less. Many scraps of paper had been stuffed into both of the wine bottles. It was an extensive notebook written by someone calling themselves Ushinomiya Maria, but who wasn't Maria, and which told of the events starting the day before the incident up until the day of the incident in a diary-like way. And its contents had been the beginning of the Witch's Legend serial murder incident, as well as the Golden Witch Beatrice's puzzle. This bizarre diary-style notebook described how the Ushinomiya family members nailed down on the island by the typhoon were caught up in a ceremony for the resurrection of the witch, killed one by one in inexplicable ways. And, in the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revived, and everything was flung into the Golden Land. It was written almost as though it was a complete account of the events of those days. Also, it depicted the current situation on the island at the time in great detail, and the former servants who used to work for the Ushinomiya family gave testimony that it had definitely been written by a human who knew the inside details of this island. So because of a combination of the occult boom from that strange fantasy novel in the Ushinomiya library, and well as the fact that the truth remained shrouded in darkness, the legend of Rokkenjima Witch was born? Correct. More than 10 years have already passed since that case, and it's still the focus of interest for occult enthusiasts across the world. No, to the contrary, we should say that it has become increasingly deified as time passes. There are still many enthusiasts who try to secretly land on Rokkenjima, even though it's prohibited. Could there be another message bottle that still has not been discovered? And on that day, what really happened on that island? There is still much to be discussed. Zoe had finally remembered that what he'd been going on and on for some time. The man took a gulp of water. His potage was getting cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away. I'm pretty sure I heard that the fisherman's scraps of paper and the policeman's scraps of paper had completely different contents. Correct. Due to that, interest in the Rokkenjima mystery increased even further. Inside both bottles were diary-style notebooks on which was written an account from the day before the incident until the day of the incident. However, while both of their contents described the same 2-day period, they were completely different. It was as though one was the truth and one was a lie. Or perhaps both were lies. In any event, the beginnings and endings alone matched each other. In the beginning, the 18 people, including the relatives, are sealed up on the island by the typhoon, and in the ending, everyone dies. The Golden Witch is revived, and everything is flung into the Golden Land. The contents of both message bottles wrote about the events of the day before the incident and the day of the incident, but the details were completely different. Both diaries outline outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the way they died, and even the tale of the 2 days were different. However, in both, everyone died in the end and the witch revived, making for the same general plot. Because the only survivor, Miss Ushinomiya Eva, remained silent about what actually happened on the island, the events of that entire 2-day period are shrouded in darkness. These 2 diaries presented a full 2 theories to wipe away that darkness. Those 2 days could be explained with either of those 2 diaries. However, we don't know which is correct, or even if there's anything correct contained within them. Schrodinger's cat box. If it isn't denied, even a mixture of truth and fiction can be the truth. Through the media, these scraps of paper had, of course, been shown to Eva as well, but in the end, she never broke her silence. Who's on the message bottles? And why? Earlier, in their special issue of the crime's 10th anniversary, a certain magazine took that topic up for discussion in a grand manner, didn't they? That theory seems to be the one garnering the most support lately. But it is rather dull. What happened on this island on that day? Considering this question is the true charm of the witch hunt. The witch hunt? Yes, the Rokkanjima witch hunt is the name of the group of enthusiasts who try to explain the truth of the crime from an occult perspective. Discussion of the mysteries that surround Rokkanjima, from the Ushinomiya library to the mysterious 2-day period to the legend of the Golden Witch, is flourishing even today among enthusiasts. For the 10-year anniversary, an international convention was held in New York. I also participated as a representative in Japan. I was able to intermingle with zealous overseas witch hunters in many ways, which is a very popular category overseas. The age span of the participants stretched from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top. Even in Japan in recent years, there was finally, you probably don't need any more explanation, but he's one of the most famous Rokkanjima witch hunters in Japan. Even though I didn't ask anything more, he kept continuing on excitedly all by himself. As I swirled the thin film of my potage with a spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. He just got really excited. It's like, oh yeah, WitchCon. You know, I cosplayed as this witch. I saw like a few cosplayers of Beatrice and like a bunch of different things. Nobody really like has much to go off of other than like the 2 like portraits in the Ushinomiya house, but like, you know, they're very unique. It looks like researching about the message bottle really was a waste of time. No. If there's one thing I found, is that the notebook supposedly written by Maria One-chan was actually written by a different person faking her name. And that person wrote up an occult legend on their own, put it in the bottle as though it was the truth, and threw it into the sea. I have a question. Why would they go through all the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With a message bottle, there'd be no guarantee that it'd ever pass into anyone's hands. If their luck had been bad, it could have sunk in the ocean, never to be seen by anyone. And even if someone had picked it up, they might have not cared about it and thrown it away. Why would they entrust their confession of the truth to the sea with such an uncertain method? And why would they write up multiple differing tales? If there had been one message bottle, claiming that its story was the truth might be reckless, but not impossible. However, because there were 2, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out those 2 days to be the work of the witch, then they really did go one step too far. And because there were 2, it suggests that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, the 2 differing contents makes both of them harder and harder to swallow. But despite that, the contents of both matched in that they told of a witch in a tale. So, is that the main point the writer wanted to get across to us? It seems to me that the only possible explanation is that someone who wanted to give rise to an illusion of the witch carried out this crime for their own enjoyment. However, the 17 people other than Aunt Ava lost their lives, and a vast wealth, or maybe even 10 tons of gold, had moved around secretly in the darkness. It doesn't feel right. For a confession occurring after all that to bring up this illusion of the witch? Even if we ignore the magazine's theories, it's very doubtful that the message bottle really was a diary. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would be able to calmly write it down. In that case, it's probably more realistic that this diary was written slowly over a long period of time, up until the day prior to the accident. In that case, would it mean that everything on Rokkenjima was a planned crime, with everything prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is infuriating. She definitely said it on her deathbed. She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was her best way of harassing me. Yeah, by now it's painfully obvious. Of all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But thinking of it this way, it's pretty doubtful that Aunt Ava is the true culprit. Of course, it's not because the handwriting on the message bottle was different from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. It's because both tales that were discovered, Aunt Ava was included among the victims. If the writer of that diary was the culprit, maybe Aunt Ava was also one of the targets to be killed. Maybe Aunt Ava survived because something went wrong. Because I hated Aunt Ava, I came to believe that she had to be the culprit. But the existence of the message bottle makes me suspect that the mastermind is far more profound and unknown person than her. She's starting to have her doubts. I looked at the clock. I've heard more than enough. It's time. As he continued to speak fervently, I suggested that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he'd gotten excited and talked too much, so he quickly accepted this. Thank you very much for today. I believe I've heard something truly valuable. No. It was truly fun to be able to welcome a young lady as a new friend of the witch hunt. I have many precious materials that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue from the usual. I would be glad to show you them at the next chance we get. Thank you, Professor. Could I ask you one more thing? Yes, what is it? Professor, why are you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology. Well, that is somewhat embarrassing. A daydream I had in my childhood, that if I could use any mysterious power, I could take on even the biggest of bullies. I went on to become my life's work. After all, the primitive desire of admiring unknown power is as universal today as it ever has been in the past. Professor, if you could do it, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will? But of course, even though at this age I understand logically that such a thing couldn't exist, I cannot forget my childhood dreams, such as flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold. If you would, please keep this a secret from my students. If I told you that I was a real witch, would you believe it? My pet theory from my few experiences with women is that they are all witches. Angie snorted at the old professor, who must have been an earnest scholar with barely any experience with women. Yeah. And one final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself? I have indeed. In that case, do you know that handwriting well? Of course. I am not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting of the message bottle, I am proud to be the most knowledgeable in Japan. At that point, Angie set a book on the desk with a thud. And this is... I have never seen it before. He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all the literature related to Rokkenjima, and he looked bewildered at this binding that he hadn't seen before. Ignoring him, Angie silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them, and showed him. On that page was the handwritten paragraph beginning with, "To my beloved witch apprentice." And at the end, there was a signature in katakana that said, Beatrice. But this is... The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. He knew the answer before asking, but Angie asked it aloud anyway. Does the handwriting in the paragraph of this page match the handwriting in the message bottle? I must take this home and investigate more. Pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? Where did you get it? The man stretched out his hand, but Angie pulled it back, as though telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands. Thank you. Just that reaction is all I need. Thank you so much for today. Here's the reward I promised. As she stood up, clutching Maria's diary, Angie carelessly tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes wrapped up in a strip of paper across onto the table. 1,000 yen. Okay, so that's like $100. As Angie turned her back to him and made to leave, Unless I did that wrong, but I think that's the amount. The man raised his voice as though clinging to her, but Angie didn't stop walking. I beg you, what in the world is that book? I don't need a reward. Show me that book. Both you and I are in the witch hunt, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it on the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the cat box, and what I want to know about is the inside of the cat box. And this book is the key to opening it. It's too good for you. Well then, goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day. Please, wait! Sumedara-san! His voice didn't reach her. She had already joined up with Amakusa and gone into the car. Dang. I had a feeling that it was probably Beatrice. Or at least her handwriting. Man, it keeps snowing off and on outside. I want it to stick. Did you find anything? Only at the very end. I was right. The person who wrote the message bottles was Beatrice herself. Good. So, you've concluded that the witch actually exists? Who knows? Mind if I sleep? I'll bet that talkative professor gets lost in his own little world and lectures and makes a lot of kids fall asleep. Please, go ahead and take a rest. Still, that went really well. That guy believed I was Sumedara until the very end. The Sumedara family had set up a web beforehand around any people Angie might try to contact. They had offered a reward to anyone who could take Ushinomiya Angie into custody if she appeared. Angie had foreseen that and had snatched it away. She had called herself Sumedara, and after cleverly tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would send up an ambush, and he didn't need to worry about it, she had taken him outside. So, when the pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there. According to the family, the young man and woman calling themselves Sumedara visited this morning, took the professor out with them, and still have not returned. There's a chance we were outmaneuvered. What a bad child, Angie-chan. I wonder if that craftiness is from Ne-san's blood. To think she'd casually take the name Sumedara after saying she'd hate to go by it so often. The professor should be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea. Yes, understood. I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. What a naughty child. With a demonic look on her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure serving them tea is a very specific euphemism for some kind of unaliving. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Angie, with your name entered into the Mirage Sorcery, weren't you? Mirage Sorcery. I was also included amongst the witches, wasn't I? I closed Maria's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. I had slept deeply for a long time in the car, so it took longer than usual for drowsiness to sit in, and I read the diary as I waited. This was a super expensive hotel in the city. Since it was often used by the rich and famous, they were very big on confidentiality. That made it very convenient for Angie to escape her pursuers. The idea that renegades could spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. To Angie, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushinomiya family, renegade life was comfortable indeed. Of course, even though he was a guard, Amakusa was a man and therefore in a separate room. Angie used the bedroom of the suite, and Amakusa lay on the sofa in the living room. According to Amakusa, the sofas were more pleasant than his own beds had been recently. Poor guy. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 in the middle of the night. I'm still not getting sleepy, I sighed deeply. At that time, even though there was no wind, I had the feeling that Maria One-chan's diary fluttered. Then One-chan appeared. Her form was no longer the normal one I'd known. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her as a witch.
If you don't get some sleep, it'll be tough tomorrow, right?
If I were a witch too, I'd be able to use magic, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you can use it. I taught you, didn't I? Taught you how to use it. And you were able to use it in the past, weren't you?
I remember. I started wanting to use it.
Are you starting to feel lonely?
Not really. It's not like having a different pillow every night is that tough.
The first step to magic can be loneliness or boredom. Even small reasons like that.
Even if it's just trying to kill time until you fall asleep?
Yeah! I'm glad you remembered about magic one more time.
It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At that point, with Maria One-chan's introduction, I touched a corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit. So I should still remember that sensation.
Right now, your magical power has declined significantly, Angie. If you don't devote yourself to the basics, it'll be hard, okay?
Sure. Checking all directions. Securing a quiet place.
What about Amakusa-san?
He's sleeping. After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep.
With your magical strength as weak as it is now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sounds, and even the presence of people will get in the way of your magic. Sever those completely. Like how ancient musicians shut themselves up in ateliers to preserve their isolation.
I remember. The very existence of humans blocks magic. Therefore, the very act of showing magic to people is the sign of a high-level witch. Obtain a quiet place for yourself alone. That should be enough to prepare a space to use magic.
Next is the vessel. Right now, it's important for your bike to be at least have training wheels. No, a chain.
This is, of course, impossible. Angie rubbed her own head. She wore hair accessories there with pink gems attached. They felt a little childish for Angie, but she never took them off, not even for a single day. It's me.
Yeah. It really will be impossible for you now, Angie. If you'd practiced every single day since then, you might have gained the ability to summon with that by now.
If I were to start training now, how long would it take?
It's said that a year of magical training for a child is worth 10 years for an old person. You need a lot of determination.
You mean like Ushinomiya Kinzo? So, just like the piano and the violin, getting a special education from a young age is huge when it comes to magic.
As you are now, your power has weakened since the time you were first able to use magic, Angie. Don't overdo it, and devote yourself to the basics.
After stubbornly rubbing those things on my head one more time, I gave up. Then I started fishing through the knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel. Shouldn't this be a perfect vessel?
It's been a long time. Yeah. With this, I think even you should be able to perform a summon as you are now. And they have no master now. It should be possible for you to become your new master, Angie.
Wait, who are we summoning? Among the things that looked like good vessels, I took the one that I thought might possess the strongest magical power and set it to the side table near the bed with a clatter. It was a shady-looking stake-shaped weapon with an occult design inscribed in it. Oh! It was one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, which the witch used to offer sacrifices. When the police had been searching the family's possessions, they had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, these had been politely returned to the Ushinomiya family. Finding something that I'd seen in the pictures of Maria's diary, I took it home with me. I wonder who we have.
Originally, there were 7 stakes of purgatory. How pitiful. Now she's the only one left.
One-chan smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was also old-fashioned, and you could tell that it was an occult book just by looking, but its contents were plain. It was one of Maria One-chan's elaborate notebooks. It wasn't a diary. This was a grimoire, which she had written as a witch. The 7 stakes of purgatory are Beatrice's furniture, credited by her and employed only by her sake. But since Beatrice is also a witch of Mirage Sorcerer, they could be employed by Maria, a witch of the same alliance. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 stakes of purgatory and how to handle them was written in great detail in Maria One-chan's grimoire. And, as another person with their name registered in that alliance, I was also permitted to employ them. Which of the 7 sisters is the stake?
Their characteristics are written about well in my grimoire. The Sisters of Seven Stakes really hate it when you get their names wrong. Remember their names well before summoning them.
A packed page told of the 7 stakes of purgatory. It described the 7 sisters in great detail. Yes, I think I memorized almost their entire page once in the past. The more I read it, the more I start to remember. By the pictures and characteristics written on the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was Mammon's stake. In the past, I hadn't had any stakes, so I'd summoned them without any vessel. So this was the first time I'd clearly seen any of the 7 stakes, let alone Mammon. Mammon, 5th sister, controls the deadly sin of greed. An incredible kid.
Greed also controls aspirations, the desire to improve oneself, and the strength to live. It definitely doesn't mean any bad things. She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard.
I see. You could say that without desire, there's no reason to live. For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about with Mammon. The more the sorcerer knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge is connected to magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon, raising a necessary amount of magical power for a summoning. Grimoires can be a bit interesting. This might be a much better read than some lame novel. It really takes me back.
For grimoire, it is demanded not only that you understand the letters, but that you fill up the world of the space between the lines, giving birth to a world from the pictures and creating things in various ways. The power to give birth to something. For someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book. I've always known that you'd be able to understand that.
That should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yes, I've remembered it more or less. I'll give it a try.
Take care. In case the worst happens, here is my talisman. The Treaty of the Alliance won't protect you right now. That Mammon is a bit of a quick trigger. She may still bear a grudge. Be careful.
Yes, I'll wear it. The 7 stakes of purgatory, as furniture used to make sacrifices for a ceremony, were treated as beings inferior even to weapons. But that was only when compared to other demons. To humans, furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again, took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I'd gotten from Maria One-chan long ago, and put it on my arm. In the past, I hadn't needed something like this, but I need insurance.
It's okay. That has already been fitted with the required amount of magical defense. As long as you wear that, you'll definitely be fine.
Maria One-chan's magic power, which had been specifically put into this charm, had been enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it may have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable. Come, arise, forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Mammon of greed. I focused my mind. I made the magic-repelling toxin that filled my body 0. Imagine an untainted vast space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance 0 and erase the burden on the magical power. Inside my head was the image of a vast space. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air and the neon stars over the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the sky were wiped away by the light from below that covered the ground. In the world of a vast night sky with no obstructions, I imagined the wind blowing through at will. At that time, in a room where there shouldn't have been any wind, the free nighttime wind kicked up a cyclone. A long-forgotten sensation rushed through my entire body. It was the unique feeling of exultation that comes from using magic. Mammon's stake, which I held in my hand, gradually began to make me feel a pale light. A twisting cyclone with the stake at the center. The hefty stake floated a bit into the air.
Wonderful. Looks like the gap in your training hasn't stolen your talent.
Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Mammon of greed. Show yourself to me. After I raised my hand bit by bit, lifting them higher than my head, As though it had been attracted upwards, Mammon's stake once again floated up high into the air and gradually began to shake. That shaking began to grow faster, and it burst. With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew around, violently rebounding off the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it dancing around threatened to make me flinch. However, I must not lose my mental concentration. Then, the stake, which had been flying around at an incredible speed, finally stopped and faced me. It was in the air, just a few centimeters away from my forehead, and held back by the defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It had tried to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with incredible power, but Maria One-chan's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily.
It's no use. I can't break it.
The stake muttered hatefully. It was probably safe to say that the scorpion charm saved me. Without that, my attempt at killing time until I got sleepy would have killed my time for all eternity.
Boom, boom.
Oh, this one. When Mammon's stake realized that it was unable to gouge me, it gave up and grew docile, changing its form from that of a stake into a human. In that same old outfit that I'd never been able to walk around outside. Although you could say it suited her in a demonic sort of way.
Is that Anju-sama? But that magical power is pretty shabby. Are you really Anju-sama?
It's been a long time, Mammon. Have you been well?
And here I was convinced that furniture that's already fulfilled its function just gets left to rust away in a closet.
So, what kind of sideshow is this? You aren't going to say that you're my master, are you?
Yes, Anji is your master.
Lady Maria, how unsightly of me. Was that barrier just now yours?
Yes, I thought it that as she is now, and she might just have gotten finished off by you. I lent her a talisman.
If Lady Maria says Anju-sama is my master, I cannot refuse. Anju-sama, please, your orders. If it's me you need, are you going to perform a new ceremony with new sacrifices? Of course, that's only if you're willing to handle me yourself and get your own hands dirty. That role isn't something I'm asking for anymore. All you have to do is talk with me like you used to. Yes, if that's what you desire. Furniture is furniture because it is used. It is an honor just to be summoned, Anju-sama. Mammon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She accepted her new master because Maria had told her to, but it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working for Anju with her frail magical power. Perhaps she had some other reasons for hating Anju, but for now, it seemed that she couldn't disobey, even if she wasn't happy about it.
So, what should I do?
I don't know. Just do something lively, like old times.
Well now, this liveliness you're talking about is probably from when we sisters were all together. It may be difficult by myself. Did you forget? That's right. The seven sisters were really lively when they got together. But with Anji's magical power now, I think summoning just Mammon is the best we can hope for. The stakes of the other six have been lost.
My apologies, Lady Maria, but maybe it would be possible to summon the Seven Sisters via my own stake? If I am to be used, I'd hope Anju-sama has at least that much power, right? Mammon grinned. Apparently she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. I see. Since she's unable to satisfy herself with being summoned alone, she's asking for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it, Greed. Yes, she was like this back then, wasn't she? To furniture, the time during which they were used are bliss. No matter how badly they are exploited, being used is furniture's joy. On the contrary, regardless of how nice you are to them, not being given a job is more painful than anything in their eyes. Mammon spoke in a challenging way, but she wanted me to summon the other sisters somehow and rescue them from the world of nothingness. If that's the case, all she's got to do is say so. These demon people can never just say what they mean.
Anji, don't overdo it. You'll need plenty of rehabilitation just from summoning Mammon.
Oh, I'll need to rehabilitate after just one? Well, I'm just killing time anyway. Okay, Mammon, I've gone this far. I'll call as many as I can.
Really? Not bad, Anju-sama. Quickly, okay? Quickly.
Apparently, even though she'd asked, Mammon hadn't really expected Angie to do this. She hopped around, badgering Angie to summon the other sisters. Summoning Mammon alone consumed a considerable amount of physical and magical power. It'll probably be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm awed by the magical power of those who can summon sisters like this at will with a snap of their fingers.
Hello, RG Bean. How is your lurking going?
And who therefore reach the level where they can be called witches.
Mammon, don't make Angie overdo it. She still isn't her best. What? Angie-sama says she summoned everyone.
Actually, I only said I'd summon as many as I could. I guess that's greed for ya.
Don't overdo it, Angie. You should rest for today. You're tired enough.
It's okay. I'm just killing time anyway. Let me get tired enough that I can just fall over asleep. This time, there's no vessel. I'll have to strengthen the image from my knowledge of the grimoire and materialize them with just that. I held my hands out into the air, playing in my mind the sensation from when I'd summoned Mammon. I'm acquainted with all the 7 sisters, right? I've gotta remember that time long ago when I talked with them. Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. It let out a faint and yet distinct pale light from both of my hands.
Angie-sama, hold on, good luck. Hey, Lady Maria, Angie-sama's definitely gonna summon everyone, right? The 7 sisters will get to be reunited again, right? Right?
Yeah, I think I missed my sleeping time again. Oh no!
Well, hopefully you're able to rest soon. If it helps any, we only have like about half an hour left for today's stream. Yes, definitely. But there's no guarantee that it'll happen tonight. Angie-sama could do it. Please, Angie-sama, start with the youngest sister, Asmo.
Asmodeus, the 7th sister. Got it. I'll call them in order starting from the youngest. A strand of hot sweat dripped from my forehead. This really is going to be one hell of a burden to carry. A pale light in the space began to slowly form into the outline of a girl. Come, arise, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Asmodeus of Lust. There was no vessel. However, as I held a strong conviction that she definitely did exist there as a core, her form began to crystallize. Her outline became distinct, and the form of the youngest of the 7 sisters, Asmodeus, was finally created. Asmodeus!
Asmodeus of Lust, right here. Where is this? Am I alive? Asmo! I'm so glad! Mama-ne-san! Where in the world is this? Who summoned me? Angie-sama did. Angie-sama said she'd revive all of us.
30 minutes, there's still hope.
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Angie-sama, thank you. Do bells next, please.
Beelzebub, the 6th sister. Beelzebub of gluttony. Come, arise. At this rate, I wonder how many I'll be able to summon. If I can't focus, this is probably it. The pale light made an outline and formed Beelzebub. Beelzebub of gluttony right here.
Bells! Angie-sama, you're amazing! Incredible!
Mammon and Asmodeus jumped into Beelzebub, celebrating their reunion. I'd summoned 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. How to summon the next one without stopping for a break. Come, arise, one of the 7 stakes, Belphegor of Sloth.
Belphegor of Sloth, right here. To think that I would be needed again. Belphane! I'm hungry! I mean, I'm so glad to see you again. To think that the 7 sisters will be able to meet again. Angie-sama, thank you so much. Keep it up and do Satan next. And Leviane and Lucine.
Yeah, I get it. So please, try not to be so loud. Doing 4 people at the same time is pretty tough.
Angie, don't overdo any more than this. Don't overdo it any more than this. You did a good job summoning even 4 of them after such a long time.
Stop it, Mammon. Right now, Angie-sama is being pressured into the burden of summoning us. Angie-sama, I beg that you do not strain yourself too much.
No way! Angie-sama promised. She said we'd play all together again.
No,
Right? Angie-sama? You said everyone would meet again. You promised that we could meet again right away.
That's right. I promised. I didn't promise anything about when, but I certainly did promise. So keep that promise. If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it until the day, Anju-sama. Come, arise. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Satan of Wrath. My mind's getting hazy, but I'll call. Even though I'd forgotten about those days, even though I'd never thought of the time as anything but sad and lonely, because the short time I spent with them was fun, without a doubt.
Satan of Wrath, right here. What the hell are you people doing? Don't you realize how much it's burdening Anju-sama just to let us have an idle chat?
Satan, who had apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, cried out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness hazy again. Your furniture have been granted rest by Beatrice, and whose duty has been finished. Not only are you not honored at being given another chance to be of some use, but you're putting a burden on our new master, you disgrace to all furniture. Erase yourself right away. Yes, like Satan says, I'll erase myself. If you all erase yourselves too. In this moment, that's the best way for us to be of use to Anju-sama. No way! Not until everyone's summoned.
Same here! I'm hungry! I mean, I'd hate to leave again so soon after being reunited with you all. Don't be so selfish! Come on, erase yourselves quickly! Come on, Asmo, disappear right now! Satan-san's bullying me! It's not fair if you always bully the youngest one!
Yes, they really are lively. It doesn't bore me.
That's enough. You've surpassed your limits for now, Anje.
You're right.
With 5 of them summoned and messing around as they pleased, the load was far too heavy for me, with the meager magical power I had in that moment. This is it. As my consciousness went hazy, I fell over onto the bed. I mean, that is an easy way to get tired enough to pass out, I guess. Have beds always felt this soft? It seemed like the sisters were probably squabbling together as much as they liked, for a way to kill time until drowsiness comes to get me. This is enough. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sink into a world of deep sleep. And imagine being able to, like, summon enough people so you get tired to finally go to sleep. That could have been very helpful for me last night. In the entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria One-chan and Sakutaro waiting to receive me.
You worked hard, and good job. Ryu, welcome back, Anju.
Welcome back, huh? Then I should respond like this. I'm home.
Tadaima.
That's cute. That's cute. Right. It can be so tough to just fall asleep. Like last night, I stayed up early to like make sure that the starting screen was all set up right for today. And then I ended up like getting in bed and it's like, I'm not tired. I think I ended up falling asleep at like 3. That's right. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power that could save me from those sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was the thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics. Imagine a vast space. The space from when I looked down at the mountain's base from the rest stop at the peak. Like this? I projected that scene from the memory into my mental world. Normal girls get over their fascination with magical girls when they leave elementary school. So seriously training to use magic at this age was embarrassing even for me. But even that embarrassed feeling felt pleasant to me now. Right then, I was learning mental concentration from Maria One-chan in order to use magic, but it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as teaching a person to wiggle their ears by showing them. Yeah, you know, just, you do this. You know, just take your ears and do this. It seems like you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. So I remembered the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation. when I had looked down towards the base from a viewing platform at a rest stop on the peak, and I tried painting the scene in my mental world.
No, still far too small. Imagine a much, much wider space and create your own mental world. Your image is still way too foggy. There's no temperature in the air and there's no wind. No smells either. The world is still very faint. You can leave those for later, so for now, imagine an even wider space.
For me, it's 2:40 a.m. I never fall asleep before 4 a.m. and I hate it, right? It's like I do my best, but yeah, some days I'm just laying there. It's like, come on, body. We're in bed. My eyes are closed. Why is my brain not being like swoosh?
Oreo, why do you have to imagine a vast space? From the time of their birth, humans have inside of them a toxin that blocks magic. If that toxin isn't purified, you can't use magic well. One effective method of achieving this is to imagine a vast space.
Just now I thought of the world as seen from the window of an airplane, but that didn't work. I can't even think of a world more vast than that.
In that case, Maria just has to teach Anji about the vast world Maria has. Won't that make it easy for Anji to imagine as well? Oreo.
That's right. And I'm interested in the kind of world One-chan imagines when she uses magic. I'll use it for reference.
That won't work. The mental world must be vast and isolated. A world with no obstructions other than yourself. So, if you teach someone about that world, it won't be isolated anymore. That's why you mustn't reveal your mental world to anyone. And if you draw up a good mental world, you too must keep it a secret only for yourself. Maria, so stingy, Maria.
Thanks, Sakutaro. I guess there are no shortcuts to trading. I'll make an effort. It's okay. I've been given plenty of hints.
Maria, do your best, Anji.
Until recently, I thought there was no way something like magic could save me. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. That kind of thing supposedly is nothing more than an illusion, a delusion, a daydream. However, Maria One-chan showed me that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that's impossible for me. I used to look down on that happiness as something empty. Because I didn't believe in magic, I also denied everything else, refusing to believe in the happiness that magic gave birth to. But slowly, bit by bit, Maria One-chan's world grew happier. In the past, I disparaged it, thinking it too pitiful to look at. But that might have been nothing more than jealousy. I was forced to admit it. And now, this was my first step in my search for happiness. A vast space. A dry wind that could blow without being blocked by anything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my own hair. I see. Even the ground might get in the way as I am now. Then, I don't need a ground. Brush the ground away, downwards, downwards. We're still kind of from a plane view. In other words, it was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing the ground further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time, it began to feel like the sky. Then, I understood its vastness. In that instant, I felt the vivid wind right through even my body. In other words, blowing through me without any resistance.
Yes. Maintain that sensation.
Yeah, I get it. I get that I've been released from all hindrances.
You did it, Anji. You did it. You've taken your first step into the world of witches.
This is the world of witches?
Yeah. So let's try practicing the magic that you've always wished for, Anji. The magic that'll summon friends. A magic that'll create allies who'll save you from your loneliness and thereby bring you happiness. Will Anji be able to summon her friends like me? As she is now, it's still far too early for Anji to summon friends like Sakutaro from the Sea of Zero. To begin, let's start by practicing with friends that are easy to summon.
What will we start with?
Because you're a witch of Mirage Sorcery, you are also permitted to use those employed by other witches in the Alliance. For example, Sakutaro is my friend, but since you're in the same alliance, he's your friend too, and you can summon him. You want to try summoning Sakutaro one of these days? When you're so lonely it gets rough, I'm sure Sakutaro will cheer you up.
I see. You could call Sakutaro a being employed by One-chan. So, as a witch in the same alliance as her, it's possible for me to summon Sakutaro too. I met Sakutaro's gaze. How pleasant it would be to have him just be there by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights. If I call out, will you appear and talk to me?
Oryu? I can't wait to be summoned by you, Anji. Oryu.
Looking happily, Sakutaro pressed his head against me like a cat. Suddenly getting a cute younger brother felt a bit confusing, a bit embarrassing, and a bit nice. Unable to understand why I couldn't honestly accept this feeling, I felt tears well up in my eyes. Right. I'll give it all I've got, One-chan.
Then let's practice. Let's try summoning the furniture of Beatrice, a witch from the same alliance.
Beatrice's furniture. Hearing Beatrice's name gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime on Rokkanjima, the public kept going on in a frenzy about how it was a sacrifice ceremony performed by a witch. And that witch was Beatrice. So if the witch did commit that crime, that would make her the culprit who stole my family from me. However, Maria One-chan said that Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards Beatrice, she'd get mad, leading to a nasty fight, and refuse to talk for a while.
At this moment, One-chan was my only close friend, so to avoid worsening her mood, I decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than One-chan's magic teacher.
Also, I believed that the... Did I read that when it wasn't even spoken? Whoops. Also, I believed that the crime was a conspiracy cooked up by Aunt Ava. I would definitely expose the truth about that someday.
Anji, obstructions are entering your body again.
Sorry, I lost my concentration. Need wholesome... Well, it's kind of wholesome at the moment.
How are you doing, Calypso?
Sorry, I lost my concentration. One more time. I expect no less from you, One-chan. You instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through a vast space. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? That's a pretty creepy name.
They're very energetic and fun kids. They might become your new friends, Anji. First, I'll show you how to summon them. Watch.
Maria One-chan lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. The state I wasn't able to reach except by meditating for a long period of time, she reached in the span of a quick few breaths. Good, just watched Peach play a game that shouldn't be played, oh no. Then a pale light began to gather in her palms, and one by one the girls began to show themselves. 1, 2, 3 people. 4, 5, 6, 7 people. The way they were summoned one after another in a line was a masterpiece. Incredible. Just like the illustrations in One-chan's grimoire, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, the younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted One-chan.
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here! Maria, it has been quite some time. Yes! Long time no see. Is everyone well? We furniture are what we are because we are used. To us, being summoned after so long is truly an honor. Kya, Sakutaro! It's been so long. You look as cute as ever. Me first. Kya, you're so fluffy, squishy, and cute. Let me hug him too. Can't breathe. I won't run away, so let go of me, everyone.
Hey, you all. Are you trying to break Lady Maria's furniture? And anyway, get away from him. Hugging is prohibited. Even though you're saying that, it looks like you want to hug him the most, Satan, eh? It's not like I have any interest in something so fluffy and squishy and cuddly, baka. Hey, be silent in the presence of Lady Maria and Anji-sama, you foolish sisters. They were so energetic. I was shocked by their sudden burst of activity right after they appeared. And on top of that, I was surprised that innocent Sakutaro was on such good terms with the Seven Sisters. That's unexpected. To think that Sakutaro would be so loved by such shady people.
They're fellow members of the same alliance. There's nothing to be scared of, right?
But on the off chance that their mood worsens, it looks like they could finish Sakutaro off in an instant.
It's alright. The witches of the alliance and their furniture are all friends. So Sakutaro can play without worrying. Of course, that goes for you and me too, Anji.
It was one of the packs of Mirage Saucière. mutual non-aggression and non-interference. Member witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters, who were normally shady and belligerent, treated fellow Alliance members as friends. So to the 7 sisters, Sakutaro was a mutual friend. He was loved by all of them, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. This scene, as they squeezed him and loved him, was a bit charming. I see. They're fellow members of the Mirage Sorcière, after all. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. At a glance, you'd think that Sakutaro's casual atmosphere and the 7 sisters' shady one would be like water and oil. It looked like they definitely wouldn't be compatible. And yet, they were interacting in a friendly way, like it was completely natural. If this wonderful alliance could join all the people of the world together, I wonder if everyone in the world would be able to become friends right away. That would be a really cute way of thinking.
All of you 7 sisters, listen. Right now, Angie is in the middle of magic training, so I want everyone to lend their power.
Certainly, Lady Maria. But what specifically?
The magical power materializing you will move from me to Angie. In that state, I want you to be by her side all the time. You just have to talk with her.
My apologies, but I wonder if Anji-sama's magical power will be able to easily summon all 7 of us around the clock. The eldest sister, Lucifer, gazed at my complexion as she advised this, speaking reservedly. In other words, she was saying that the burden might be heavy for me at this point in time.
It's the kind of training it is. Angie has more talent and magic than everyone imagines. It'll be pretty tough, but I think it's worth it for Angie to take this challenge as she is now. Angie, starting now, I'll move the magic power materializing them over to you. In other words, it'll become as though you had summoned them.
So what Maria One-chan was trying to say was something like this. To keep the 7 sisters materialized, you are continuously burdened with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it like training while wearing a weighted wristband.
But yeah, doing all of this 7 sisters would be pretty tough. Isn't that asking a lot of Angie all of a sudden?
Thank you, Sakutaro. But this is training to become a witch. I want to see how far I can go. The 7 of them certainly do seem boisterous. But even if this is for training, having them with me will surely distract me from my loneliness, at least a little. I understood that it would be an ordeal, but wanted to give it a shot.
Don't overdo it if it gets tough, okay? And everyone, if it looks tough for Angie, take it easy.
Certainly. Get it, everyone?
Yes, One-sama!
Well then, Anji-sama. For now, we, the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, will become your furniture. Lady Maria, if you would.
Yeah. So, Angie, can we start?
Sure. I'm a little nervous.
This might be tough all of a sudden. If you feel like you're getting a headache, lower your magic power immediately. Okay, I'll move the source of magic power over to Angie.
In an instant, the inside of my head felt very heavy. It's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had only been used for myself. It was almost like it was now being used for 7 other people. If they just stood there and blinked once or let out a single sigh, it would put a strong pressure on my head. Lady Maria, my apologies, but perhaps the burden of all 7 sisters at once might be too great after all. I'm okay.
No, it won't work after all. You're using all of your energy to materialize them. There's no point if the burden is such that you can't balance it with your everyday life. And anyway, this is a bit unrefined for a witch. That's why I said doing so many suddenly would be impossible. Everyone, erase yourselves for a bit.
Right. It seems it'd be better to lower the number of people. Asmo, erase yourself. Me again? I'm opposed to the youngest sister bullying. Disappear starting from the top every once in a while. That would mean I'd have to disappear second, right? No! Don't make a ruckus, Asmo and Leviathne. That kind of disturbance will become a burden to Anji-sama. What? The noise you're making is also a burden, stupid Satan! Eek! The 7 sisters started arguing over who should erase themselves first. The energy from that fight all became a burden, forcing Anji to bear an even greater headache. Oh no! In the end, they decided the order with rock, paper, scissors, and 1, 2, 3 of them disappeared. But even at that level, Angie was still far from comfortable. In the end, once 6 of them had erased themselves, I was finally able to calm my breathing. With my magical power, forget the 7 sisters. Just 1 person is my limit. Sheesh. This way is not the 7 sisters, but just me. Right? You're a bit unreliable, Angie-sama. Mammon, who had won at all of the rock, paper, scissors matches and was permitted to remain until the end, grumbled.
Mammon, you shouldn't say things like that. Anji's still starting her training. Are you alright, Anji? Is your headache okay?
Sakataro stretched up on his tiptoes, trying to pat Angie's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that the sudden training had been too difficult.
Maybe this was a little too much. I'd be perfectly fine with this, though. Or this much, though. The more friends you have, the more fun it is.
And now I'm even more aware of how incredible you are, One-chan. Apparently, when one reaches Maria One-chan's class, one can summon enough people to perform at an orchestra. For a witch apprentice, it's awe-inspiring. Are you okay, Anji-sama? I'm sorry. It looks like summoning you is the most I can do. Well, I guess I'm okay with that. After all, of all the 7 sisters, I get Anji-sama all to myself. What do you think, Anji-sama? If it's just me, will it be a burden for you? No, I think I'll be able to manage you alone somehow. Great! Then please train a lot and cultivate your magic power a bunch. Someday, for sure, please bring the 7 sisters together and let us serve you. Promise? After confirming that, for the time being, her own materialization wasn't causing any issues, Mammon immediately became cheery again and tried to make me promise to work harder. I see. That definitely fits with her being greed, but maybe you could also call it having a positive attitude. Yes, I promise. I have to be able to do at least that much someday. Thank you, Anji-sama. I, Mammon of Greed, will surely serve you until that day. My headache finally abated, and I relaxed both hands, which had been clutching at my head. Then Mammon stuck out her hand, helping me stand back up.
Maria? Maria, Anji, it's about time. If we don't return to the room, you'll be scolded.
Oh, I hadn't expected Sakutaro to talk about that time. I was brought back into reality. I feel... I don't know how long the scene is, but this might be a good time as any to change back. Because... I don't know. I don't know. This seems like a good moment to take a little break, because for all I know, the scene could be lasting for another half hour.
Okay, so let me go ahead and save. Let me save. Because I want to see if... Yes, she is still streaming.
She is still streaming. Okay. So, we are gonna be going over here. I know it's kind of abrupt. I will admit that.
But Peach is streaming, and we haven't been able to raid her for months. For so long. And she's playing a dating sim. So it's close to a visual novel. It's totally not a sus thing or anything. I don't actually know if it's sus or not. But I wanna raid Peach. So we're raiding Peach, so says me. We'll do witch raid. Just a casual little witch raid. Oh wait. I want to use the gun emote because I don't think Peach has seen the gun emote. So there is the raid message today. Thank you everybody for joining me. Thank you everybody who said hi in chat. Thank you for any lurkers, anybody who stopped by even for a little moment. And we will be continuing this tomorrow at noon. This chapter has a lot of like side stuff. I'm very interested on like what's gonna do for
like once it gets back to the Twilights and everything.
I don't know.
But that is okay. Yeah, I feel like it's probably gonna just be kind of glancing over. Well, I want to see who's getting sacrificed, so that's probably gonna be showing up at some point tomorrow. I'm really curious on if Kinzo's actually alive or dead. He is the cat. He's the Schrodinger's cat. Peach is all giggly. Oh, is she? I'm excited. I'm excited. Okay, the countdown has started. 9, 7, 6. I will see you Reggies tomorrow. Bye-bye. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
And then boop. And doop 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 doop. And then here we go. Bye.